Smiling. What up?
How's it going?
Welcome.
Welcome.
We're watching a good, good game three, Kaisa mirror, probably, most likely.
There's a game two.
Yeah, but it's probably gonna go to game three.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah,
I,
yeah,
I,
yeah.
I would be surprised if KO turns this around.
Mm.
That would require some miracle. I mean, Ikath Rain could really save him here, but I don't think he has it, which is the problem.
He's counting, calculating. In before a third retreat comes out from Alan.
Yeah. Wait, it is the Ikath Rain, isn't it? It's 7? Oh yeah.
Watcher.
That's Is it unaccelerated? I
I
think
think
it
he's gonna
is.
move the
So,
Raven Bloom into the Kaiser.
and yeah, I was just about to say probably a falling star. So
Falling Star on the
what is
Pouty.
he gonna? Is he gonna? Oh, he placed it.
Oh. Oh my god, that was 3 runes recycled that turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he has another Watcher in hand, and he's on 8 runes. Next turn he'll have 10. No, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he'll have 8 runes next turn. So he'll tap himself out with the
Yeah.
Watcher.
Ooh, and there's the Hexacray. And
Yeah, you predicted it.
yeah, that should seal the game here. Honestly, that Hexacray is pretty brutal for KO. Especially because we know not the falling star, the Icatian Rain is in the hand of Alan's, so he can just move everything back, and if he has a unit to play, he can play the unit Icatian Rain the whole Chaos board and go for the double conquer. So Silent, have you been watching all the games?
So far, I've been watching it from my phone under the table so no one knows. But yeah, it's been good. I'm glad that they showed like the double Aurora after the Kaisa. That was pretty cool to see. So
That was really fun.
that was fun. I couldn't imagine that kind of grind, but
Oh, look at the hand.
Yeah,
We get to
yeah.
see the hand. Look, wait, was that the hand? No, that was the trash.
No,
That was the
trash.
trash. Why
Yeah,
did I think that
Silent.
was
I
the hand?
also didn't follow all of the games today, but then I tuned in just at the end of the double Aurora game 3, and that was something. That was something.
no, that was awesome. And it's going to be interesting to see if we keep seeing Kaisas going on. At least the Kaisas are getting paired up against each other, so they're thinning the field
Yeah.
by themselves, So we'll see.
Listen, we're
but...
rooting for Alan here, by the way.
Okay,
We're
sounds
rooting
good.
for Alan.
Yep.
Yeah. Jibs is out of the tournament, and he also lost his deck.
I saw that on X. He left it somehow.
It's definitely gone.
Oh
There's
man.
no way
Yeah.
he's gonna get back. Let's be honest.
Couldn't imagine
That's
what
tough.
that would feel
He's
like.
got like full old hearts, the
Yep.
overnumbered everything.
Ooh. Wow, that must suck.
Yeah.
I'm glad they also on day one did show a Darius hook. Now the hook didn't
Yeah.
necessarily do as good as what we would like. Didn't see the hook until the end of game 3, but
At
Bat-
least we saw it.
but Batsu was salivating the entire game. Let's be real.
One hook did make it to top 64, but unfortunately lost on the first best of 3 today.
Dang it. So, and the Lee Sim
So
player we saw yesterday too made day 2.
Yeah. And if I don't remember wrong, I heard that the Lee Sin might have lost. So I think the Lee Sin is gone now.
I think so, yeah.
Unfortunately.
I think so.
Also, Skara pulled the first English overnumbered card for Spiritforged, and it looks insane. The seal
Really?
of Discord. Oh my god, it looks crazy. I'll send it to you guys.
Awesome. I can't believe that. Yeah, it's so cool that they're running the Spiritforged event as well, and
Yeah, I
like
would
you
have never
actually get the
guessed.
cards.
Wow.
Look at that.
I would have never guessed they're gonna run some of the Spiritforged stuff already. But that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. The first time the EU guys are gonna see Spiritforged is probably gonna be in the Spiritforged pre-release stuff. Unfortunately.
Yeah. This is going to be tough, though, because, I mean, and another arena's greatest is going to be out, so
Yeah.
everyone's starting with 1 point. At least, I would have loved to also see double arena greatest. That would have just been hilarious.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
But
So are these two decks the exact same? Because both ran Arenas and Sanctum, and now Sanctum and Arenas.
yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah, pretty much the same there. But and I mean, it could. You're gonna need to shift the tide a little bit to really get back the momentum of getting that extra point. And it's like Catherine Reigns and stuff like that.
And I think like in this position, you all also rely on the enemy not having the best hand, because now if KO has some retreat stuff, he's gonna snowball pretty hard.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll have to see how well Alan's comes back in this rough start. I mean, it's not even a rough start. It's just going first is so good, and paired with Arena's Greatest, it's even better.
Yeah.
I see Noxus Hopeful, Stupefy, Hextech Ray, Cleave, Voidseeker, and potentially a Darius.
That is an aggressive hand.
In KO's hand, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if also with the Kaisa being not accelerated here, if he's really trying to maybe even bait out like a Falling Star or something and just retreating, or even at worst case scenario, he just has a four might unit out on the board as well.
Yeah. I guess KO could maybe read now that Alan has the retreat, but we'll see what happens. There's a Stupefy, so maybe.
Okay.
Is there a Falling Star gonna? I mean, last game, thinking back to the last game, KO did recycle 3 runes just because of Pouty Poro's deflect.
Yeah.
So
Oh no.
let's hope we don't see that again.
So it might be just using a Stupefy to get a Noxus Hopeful out in this case. We saw him almost commit to that. And so yeah, looks like that will be the case here.
Yeah. The cheap aggressive hand is actually very, very good, especially with the Canalic Sanctum, because now it's going to be very easy for you to conquer that, and from the Sanctum you can now start to choose those more game-ending, bigger cost cards. So they're like even better in this game, especially with the Arena's Greatest, obviously.
Oh, that's scary too, because it's like, I mean, sure, he has a lot of answers in his hand with 3 runes up as well, but it's like Darius Hook is very scary right here, because even...
I have news, by the way.
Yes, sir.
George is top 8 with a 2-0 over Annie.
What?
So George B is top 8 now.
Dang.
Is George gonna go for the other win?
That would be insane. And also top 32 gets a national invite, I'm pretty sure. Right?
I think so. I think it's either top 30
crazy.
or top 16. Yeah, something like that. But
yeah, wow. That's so cool. Imagine
Wow,
if he's
that's
like the
pretty crazy.
back-to-back double jump.
Yeah. But can you call it back-to-back, because he did like lose once in China? So it's
Technically, it's back-to-back region by region.
Yeah,
if you think about
yeah.
it.
That's true.
Yeah.
And then he'll go over to Italy and win that one as well.
Yeah.
and he'll be the
China,
first world
China,
champ by
America.
region.
China, America, Europe.
Yep.
the triple.
The triple
Now we all
crown.
just have to hope that you don't get matched into George when you go to Italy.
Oh gosh,
See,
no kidding.
George's deck is very different to every other Kaiser, by the way, I've seen. So different.
So yeah, it looks like he is
Yeah.
committing the Darius though into this battlefield. Kind of interesting there.
Yeah, that is pretty aggressive, especially with like Alan's is tapped out right now.
So full commit, and and with 3 up, you're like, well, do you have the Void Seeker? Because
But I guess Alan's actually wants KO to use runes on the Darius here, so then Alan's can make sure he gets the Kaisa Conger this turn, because now if Void Seeker is used on Darius, it can't be used on the Kaisa. So I guess that's the math here.
There is a Cleave, Void Seeker. Yeah, the Void Seeker is there.
Yeah, and I think Alan's prioritized the Kaisa draw here more than the Darius living.
I think if the Darius lives and you don't Void Seeker, you just go into the Poro to conquer, right? Because you don't want to risk the Kaisa.
Yeah, but now Kaisa is not gonna die most likely, so now he can conquer with the Kaisa.
Yeah, Hexagraph for the trade. Yeah, very smart.
Yeah.
Wow.
Except if KO now has Hexacray plus Stupefy in his hand for the Kaisa. It would be.
And that's the thing too. I love. I love Candlelit Sanctum as a battlefield choice because it doesn't necessarily give your opponent a great ability, but it allows you to also just get the out of the way, you know, the gunk that you don't necessarily need.
Yeah. Yeah. Somehow, I think Alans might be ahead in somehow. I don't know. I don't know when it happened, but I think KO is now playing from behind.
Yeah, just with the utility out on the units out on the board state, I would say so. Though still,
Void Seeker, I think.
I was just about to say that, except if there's a Darius coming out, then KO might turn this instantly around. And there's the Darius, which might be the best unit in set 1. Deadbloom and Darius are kind of fighting for the best slot out of set 1.
Well, I mean, just for the cost, I would say Darius is probably better just due to cost and ability alone. You know, in that case, it's a 5 and 1 power, and you get so much utility going up to 7 and being able to be readied. It just gets crazy.
And also, you can do that in your opponent's turn as well, which is sick.
Yeah.
True.
I won a game that way, so I absolutely love that. Well, and then also you even have the Darius where when he's taken a battlefield, you send him back to base, play 2 cards, and he takes the other one as well.
Yeah.
Like, so much utility.
And usually in card games, the more choices, the better the card is. So Darius allows for a lot of things, a lot of sneaky things to be done also.
So there is not many cards in KO's hand. I think there's only 3 right now. Yeah, I see 3 cards. One of them is a cleave.
Okay.
And
as far
that
as
could
I'm
be a big difference maker there as well, because whoever almost has the more cards is going to probably pull this out just for the main availability of options here as well.
So yeah, the Darius is dead. But Alans does only have 5 runes here. Let's see if he plays a Darius of his own. That would be pretty aggressive. Yeah, he just develops a board here.
That would be aggressive, but also because if your opponent has a falling star, that would be almost overextending for an additional point advantage.
Yeah.
And also, we know that KO is not afraid to pay the deflect costs.
Yeah.
I was thinking about moving the Poro back, by the way, but I realized that if you keep it there, this would trade, so you have to use a spell on it, and you would have to pay the deflect cost.
Except KO does have the cleave, so.
True. Very true. Yeah, I keep forgetting.
But also,
I know what's in the hand.
That doesn't necessarily feel great to use a cleave. In this scenario, at least, you definitely want to save that more for, like, the Kaisas and Darius especially. Because otherwise, like, even a double falling star on Darius doesn't feel great. It's nice to get rid of him, but I'm never like, yeah, that felt awesome. You know?
I realized the Kaisa was also still available to play. So
yeah, I just noticed that too. So thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, it's just also very dangerous to just accelerate it because it would just 100% die next turn. So
yeah,
probably play it here. Oh, that's 5 being tapped.
But that's the reason why I do like zone warrants a little more in some cases, because with the cleave, retreat hand, etc., you could vomit out your hand and get the free draw from the zone, which is technically better sometimes. But he does go for the Kaisa Conger, and even if the Kaisa dies, if Alans even uses 1 spell on Kaisa, I think that's a positive for KO.
I mean, gosh,
so that's the dangerous.
Also, just feels like next turn, Falling Star could also be a little devastating for Kago here.
So many cards in hand. And yeah, look at that Sai. He's counting right now. He's counting. There's a Cathian Rain there, and he's counting. No, that's a Void Seeker. Never mind.
Yeah, Void Seeker.
I was like, he's definitely counting. Nope.
I think for some choices he did not want to see, he had Void Seeker and Raven Bloom.
Yeah, did both of those go down? Do you gamble or do you try and get the Void Seeker?
Yeah, he did gamble. I think he was like thinking there if the gamble is worth it. He did take the gamble, so let's see if it pays out. Probably looking for something bigger like the Icatian Rain or the Fox, or even the Time Warp.
I mean, yeah, and that's the thing. Thousand Tail would be absolutely pivotal here as well. But again, that's the hard part. You have both of your units extended into the battlefield, none in base, and it's like if you're able to deal with both of those and still also be able to build back your base a little bit on Alan's side, that could be a difference maker.
The Watcher.
There's the difference
the
maker.
Watcher is here. Yep.
And he is
Let's see if there's
accelerating.
retreat. Did we see a retreat in KO's hand?
There is. Wait.
There's a very blue spell in KO's hand,
Yeah,
so
I
maybe there
think
is
it is.
retreat.
Yeah.
Oh
The
man.
the only thing about Watcher is that it does leave Allen's with a very few options next
Ooh,
turn,
okay, it dies.
but there was no
Ooh.
retreat. So next turn is like probably the most important turn of KO's whole tournament.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like also, what do you necessarily do? You're going to be going up to 10 runes, which is awesome. But double Darius would be maybe best case, but even then,
Yeah.
and that's so hard to pull off as well. So
Even the Cat and Rain would be pretty good here, actually.
Kathy and Rain would be, but yeah, that would basically be a full reset at that point. But
Yeah.
that'd be 4 recycled with the Poro.
Yeah. This is a surprisingly slow game for Candlewick Sanctum and Arena's Greatest.
I mean, it's
They are
just
playing for like a huge amount. Top 16.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
this
think
is the
both
top
are.
16. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
this is.
top 8. Yeah, top 8. Whoever wins this goes top 8.
And then do they turn off the clock after in top 8 or do they keep it going?
I think top 8 is clock off potentially, but I'm not sure. Okay, yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
So let's see what's in hand.
So there was either there was a retreat, but KO wanted to kill a unit with a Void Seeker, or there was no retreat and Kaisa is gone now.
Hextech raid. This looks like a retreat.
Yeah, it does. Or maybe it's Time Warp. Would there ever be a world where your hand is so bad that you would play Time Warp just to draw one card?
It's not a time warp because it's too light blue, and he's also on 7, so he cannot time warp. Unlucky. If he imagine he retreated and then time warped. Damn.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny. I mean, getting an accelerated unit here would be amazing for KO because you're technically still 1 point ahead, which does force Alan to answer somehow on the next turn also. So it's a very important top deck for KO.
It's not looking good.
No, that's gonna be tough though.
Catherine Rain.
Okay, yeah, I feel like you got to at this point. But again, then you're basically, I mean, hopefully he has like something to play out. And yeah, it looks like a student at least is going to be coming out. So not a complete loss because you don't want to at least do an Acathian Rain with nothing out. Because you're just going to be like, all right, cool. I basically blew up your board, but I'm also giving you a turn.
Yeah, but even getting the Candlewick Sanctum proc possibly from the Ravenbloom student here is gonna be very huge for KO if he does get the Candlewick.
Gosh, that's a good
response.
response.
Lecturing Yordle, that means there's not really anything that's like fully playable.
Lecturing is surprisingly a good unit in the later game because it's a unit and a draw, which is...
Gosh, and I can't tell you how many times his tank ability has saved my units.
And also, I can't believe how many times I've... Ooh, that's a falling star.
Okay, so no Darius in hand, though.
So no accelerate, which is one more turn for KO maybe bought here. But yeah, I always somehow also forget that Lecturing Yordle has the tank. And every time I attack into it, I'm like, oh yeah, it has the tank, and now my day is ruined.
Yeah, because I would always usually like go turn 2 Yordle, then accelerate a Kaisa out and move into a battlefield just to secure the conquer and the draw. And man,
Yeah.
it saves lives. Yordle is the expendable.
Yeah. And like costing 3, it's pretty cheap, I would say. It's pretty cheap. Like you're paying 1 for the draw and for the tank ability.
Oh, Darius.
Interesting.
So Alan's. Wait, when did Alan's draw that? Because if he had played Darius before Falling Star, he would have got the point for it.
Yeah. And really put the pressure down here. So it looks like a Yordle on itself. So
I don't think it matters that much because it's better to develop base and just play to double conquer because he could have one accelerated unit that just goes kills it anyway, you know? Because then he would have just kind of died.
True.
But yeah, 2 lecturing Yordles, pass.
And 3 up. Gosh.
There's
That
a
is
good
definitely a Void
chance.
Seeker.
Yeah, there's a good chance KO can deal with the lecturing Yordle here, but now we're just betting on Alan's not finding a Watcher or a third Darius here. Because
Maybe it was a bluff.
Yeah.
Ah, Ray.
Oh,
Okay.
dang.
Is there a retreat he's thinking of, or?
Oh,
so
Yeah, GG.
I mean, I think that's the game.
Yeah.
Chaos hand has to be pretty good to deal with the with this. I don't think there's any cards that can deal with this for 2 runes only.
He'll play retreat targeting Thousand Tail.
Yeah.
GG.
So
yes, let's go.
congratulations, Alan.
Top 8. Yes.
Well done.
That was a very back and forth game, and that went to like round, I don't know what, like 7 or 8 with Arena's Greatest.
Well, and you have to be so calculated at this point because any draw advantage that you could possibly get might make a big deal, but also you gotta really watch out and mitigate the aggression that your opponent is going to be able to throw at you as well. And you just got to be so calculated and careful and almost even anticipate correctly what your opponent might be able to throw down.
Yeah. Also, I don't think KO found like any of his accelerates except for like 1 Darius or 2.
I think he just found the 1.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no Watchers this time. But I mean, KO did have the upper hand from just being able to go first with the Arena's Greatest. So I think Alan's did deserve that win, obviously.
Yeah, and I mean, well done to him there, making it into top 8. That is no easy feat right there. And gosh, the pressure you got to feel. It's like I have a chance now, you know, even just to make it to a top 4. Just so cool to be able to say, like, I mean, but you can only imagine the exhaustion that they're probably feeling at this point as well.
Imagine the difference between like starting on Saturday, going on into your first game, and you don't probably even have any like expectations. You're just there like, I guess I'll see how well this goes, and suddenly you're at top 8, and that's where the difference between the pressure and maybe the hopes of getting even further are gonna be like so huge, and that's the only matter of like 24 hours. Which is, I'm excited to go to Italy. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. We started out with, you know, over 1,200 competitors, and now we are down to the top 8. There's only so many dreams that can be met, but the top 8 there have been able to obtain that dream, and we'll see, I mean, what top 4 is going to be able to bring here. But, man, it is going to be exciting, to say the least. I can't wait to see what else, what decks are going to be able to make it.
So, Silent, do you know about the history of Alan's?
No.
So Alan's did also win the first World Championships of Legend of Runeterra. So maybe he's gonna win his first regionals, and he won his first World Championships.
That's pretty cool.
That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
That That's so sick. I'm really hoping for Alan. Really, really hoping so.
Yeah.
George
Now
versus
there's-
Allen in the finals.
Yeah.
I don't know who would I want to win then. God damn.
They have like they would make their own kind of history. The other one would be back-to-back regionals, and the other one would be back-to-back in different games. You know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So which one? Both would make history though. So
Yeah.
hard to say. Hard to say.
Side note though, love Cass's suit coat. That is a great color.
Yeah.
Styling.
Yeah, I do like the. Yep. I wish my style sense was as good. All
You
I'm
just
wearing
dress
are
like
hoodies
Darius,
and
wear full armor. Go in a Darius cosplay to the event.
No, it's really funny though, because me, Cass, and if you guys know David Navid, who runs Thursday
Mhm.
Night Fights,
Mhm.
we all are at the same locals.
Ah,
And
sick.
so
Ooh.
every Tuesday we get together and play, which is really
Oh,
it's
it's
we're
so
like
good.
it's just such a small world. And he went, David came up to me and he was just like, "Dude, what's up?" And I'm like, "I don't who are like cool what?" And he's like, "No, it's David." Like and I'm like, "What?"
Yeah.
Like just the coolest thing.
Hell yeah.
It's cool to meet people from online and
Mhm.
see, for example, if their voice match their person.
Yeah.
Sometimes people tell to me that my voice doesn't match my person, which is pretty funny because then I think, how did they imagine I look like?
Yeah, well, and because you don't do really any on-cam stuff for your YouTube and your YouTube videos, especially, you know, so it's like everyone's just
yeah.
made to make up their own mind on what you look like.
I mean, that's honestly just because my
Yeah.
phone is so bad that the camera quality is just awful. I think you know, army is mandatory in Finland. So
Mm.
when I was in the military, my phone's the camera cracked and there's some dirt in it now. So that's why the not good, not good. I imagine I would probably get a new one for Italy and maybe make some kind of traveling content there or
Yeah. Oh, there's actually what's his name from Vegas right there. He's one of the content dudes down in Utah
Oh,
with me
yeah,
as well.
he's,
That works with Turn 'em Sideways. What's his
yeah.
name? He has the beard.
He's got the gnome profile picture.
Yes. What's his name? I'm looking at my.
Wait.
I'm looking. I'm
It
scrolling. I'm
is-
scrolling.
Wait.
Oh. I see his profile. Where is his name? Oh, Swindle.
Swindle. Yes.
Yes.
That's Swindle.
Why was that so hard? Nah, he's awesome. And he's been in the Utah Discord for Riftbound as well and just really helping out a lot of people there too. Good guy.
How did your guys skirmishes go?
I got second. I lost to Yi in the final. I was so
Oh.
mad. And-
Oh,
go for it.
no, you carry.
Oh yeah. In game 3, I needed to find like a Darius, a Thousand Tail Watcher, or something to be able to win. And I found my 2 drops in game 3, and I was like, "Son of a, come on!" And yeah.
Yeah.
So for me, I had the goal of going in and destroying someone's hope of going to the regional and getting a round 1 bye. So I decided to play Aurora, but I don't play stack decks in my misfortune. I go full gamble. I play like 3 Volley Bears, 3 Soul Gorges. I go like, what else? 3 Dead Blooms. And it's just so much fun. So basically, if I get the Aurora, I guess I win. If I don't, I lose. And there's no in between, right?
Mhm.
So first game I'm playing against them, and they're like, "Oh my god, you're like the only person in Ireland who plays Aurora, and nobody plays Aurora here in this country." So I took out all my thermo beams from my sideboard, so they had no answer. And I'm like, "Well, nice." And then the first game, I'm like, "So, do you want to go to Bologna? Do you want to get round 1 bye?" And they're like, "Yes." And I'm like, "Okay." I play Dazzling Aurora. Next turn, I play Dazzling Aurora, and then I trigger both. 2 Mind Splitters are played.
No.
I look at the hand. Guess what they have in the hand? 2 Time Warps. Remove
Ooh.
both, and then I just win. It was so sad.
Oh.
Second game, I just lose because I never drew an Aurora. Third game, I get an Aurora opening hand and also ramp. Get it out turn 3, and it's just GG.
Yeah. You did him dirty.
And then I like proceeded to draw one of the next games and then lose the next two. But my goal was done for the day.
Yep.
So you were like, you're not making it to Houston, so I guess you're just gonna at least ruin the fun of Houston for somebody else, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And also the previous one I did with Kaiser using Randy's list and looking at the guide, I managed to get to the top 8 and then I lost.
Nice.
Oh man.
Not too shabby.
I'm having my first skirmish next Friday, and then I'm gonna go into another one on Saturday.
What you gonna bring, Batsu?
I mean, do you have to guess twice now?
I don't have to guess twice, but
I did play last Friday in a for fun tournament we had in a local game store where this skirmish is being run next Friday, and you know where I played in the finals. I went 4-0 and played in the finals against my friend, and that specific friend is so done with my Darius because every time we play together, he also always has to play in the Darius, and he's kind of done with the whole deck. So we ended up playing against each other in the finals, and I hit him with the Steel Vanguard captain.
yeah.
He was fuming, let me tell you. He was pretty angry. He had spent a lot of money on his new Kaiser deck, so...
Oops.
Is this game... Are we seeing a different game right now?
This is saying round 16 of playoffs still.
Okay, yeah. So we're just looking at one of the other games.
Cool.
I think this is game 2 or 3. Oh, no, it is game 1.
1.
Oh, okay. So I guess we're watching this whole other game, and then we're going to go to the top 8.
And then look, double Vile Maws here as well. Like, those
That is
going...
hilarious.
no one is moving whatsoever.
So when you commit that unit, you actually do commit that
Yep.
unit, and there's no way back.
Unless you at least have ganking. There is that hope, but...
Yeah.
But you are not
So
going home.
How does Zonias work with Vilemo?
It is not a move. It specifically says on Hourglass.
Yeah.
And so that would be the overrule there.
Yeah. It would be pretty funny if Zonia saved the unit, but the unit can't move back, and the unit stays there and just dies again.
That'd be hilarious.
But
yeah, and it looks like that might be something they're talking about right now too on the cast, bringing up Zonias. But yeah,
there's a lot of niche stuff you need to know about Zonias.
Well, and that's the hardest part too. This game in general just has a lot of niche.
Yeah.
I mean, we even had like our judge at our skirmish. He had to look up a couple of things because we just hit some really unique scenarios.
Yeah. And a very, very fast ramp from Clyde. And these E decks are probably very different from each other because oh wait.
Was Clyde casted yesterday too?
Yeah.
Because I think he did the Aurora Yi build.
Yes, Clyde is
yesterday.
Aurora Yi. 100%. Clyde also was played like 2 games ago on stream. He won. We saw his like top 64 game, I think.
Okay, that's right. Yeah.
So even to Aurora less, he is running Catalyst.
Also, love the sleeves.
I think a lot of players do that because they might make the opponent think they're going to play Aurora potentially, especially with the choice of battlefield. But also ramping on Master Yi is pretty strong because if you get the Catalyst, you just get a bunch of ramp for free. Then you can play like a Master Yi. You can play like Find Your Center, a bunch of other spells. It's pretty good, I think.
Probably no Aurora with the Clockwork. From
I doubt
ESR. But talking about the sleeves, I do also love the sleeves, especially because there's winter right now in Finland, so very, very thematic.
There's winter here as well, but no snow.
Yeah, it's also looking pretty grim here, unfortunately. Let's hope for a not snowless winter, just like last year.
So many roots.
When did ESR get to 4 points already? What happened?
That's what I'm looking. I was like, how did that happen? I'm pretty sure that was like Kiana base, go in here, get 1 point, and then Conquer go to 2, right?
And Clockwork got 1 point.
Oh yeah. I'm not sure.
Did he play the Clockwork before Kiana, and that's why he conquered 2? I guess that's the case
Maybe.
then.
Yeah, I think that was the case.
Zonias is pretty big from Clyde here because now Deadbloom won't actually kill the Yi, it will just recall the Yi.
Yeah.
And in general, Yi has ganking, which is very good with the chosen battlefields. Unfortunately, right now, Kiana is technically bigger than Yi if you attack into the Kiana.
Let's see. Yeah, she's a 5 because of the buff, and then +2 from the Yi to become a 7.
I just
And
like
Deadbloom. Woo.
This is a
2 runes available.
Yep. Very important turn for both. Imagine double Enguard on both. That would be pretty funny. But yeah, as you highlighted the hand, there's really nothing that could have helped there. And with the Zonias on board, this is looking very favorable to Clyde suddenly. That Zonias is basically a 6 to 8 might unit.
Yeah. Just waiting to come back.
I guess the one strength of these bigger Ys is that the Zonias can't even save any smaller units because you don't have any smaller units.
So one thing I like about Master Yi as well, because I tried playing the Aurora variant, is you play the game so much more than another Aurora variant. It might not be as strong when you pull out the Aurora, but it's nice to be able to like play a Fae Folk. You can accelerate, and you can get to those runes pretty fast. You can ramp up pretty quick. It's nice. You can play your Master Yi, and you're not stuck just waiting for the whole game to do something. I like it.
I wonder how many White Flame Protectors these players are running, because I have started to see some Yi decks kind of cut down on the White Flames.
Yeah, because I mean, like, it's great in the situation that you
Ooh.
draw it, but if you draw it too early, it just backfires.
So the fun thing about a White Flame, I played against an opponent, and he played a White Flame, attacked with it. So he basically entered it ready, because he played the card to make it enter ready. Was it like Confront, I think? It entered ready. He gave himself the +8, so he was on 16. Walked into my battlefield, but I had 10 runes up, and I played Possession. And he's like, "What does that card do?" And he read it. He read it, and he's like, "Oh my god!" And then the White Flame went to my base, and he's like, "So this is a wager match now."
At least he was a good sport about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I won the game.
It's like, what are the odds, man? Come on.
10 up, what could it be? Possession?
It's hard to play around cards you don't even know exist in the game.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Yi did save the Yi. Oh, he did save it again. So the Yi has been saved twice now.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting interaction too, because as soon as the Zonia Hourglass is revealed, it immediately gets moved back to base, which then allows it to apply for the entire battlefields in that case, not just the one that it gets revealed in, unlike other hidden cards which are specifically tied to that field.
Yeah.
Again, another weird nuance.
Yeah.
So Yi goes to 14 with White Flame Protector coming in. So that's a 14 versus the 8.
I was just talking about White Flames being cut, but here the White Flames have just been like MVPs, honestly.
Yeah.
Is that another Zonias?
Oh my gosh, if it is, that's going to be game.
Yeah. That 3 Zonias here is just like plus 18 might, technically.
Or it could be a Packer Cub. Who knows?
Or like I said, I love the card Block because it adds shield 3.
Yeah, you're very right. I never expect anyone to play, and then someone plays, and I'm like, oh,
Mm.
cool.
And especially being such a cheap card as well, with it being 2 or hidden.
Yeah. I mean, I think ESR is somewhat ahead in runes, but Clyde's board is looking pretty big right now.
Yeah. Well, and especially again, if that's an hourglass, it's like, I mean,
Yeah.
even if you do have a tasty Faefolk that you're accelerating, cool. What are you gonna do about it? You know?
Yeah, there is a
I
tasty first mate and a find your center.
yeah, I thought like these battlefields are supposed to stop you from moving your units to base, but somehow Clyde is gonna move a third unit to base soon.
uh, Zoni's is just so strong.
Well, and
Yeah.
especially for 2.
It is pretty cheap. And
So
it doesn't even recycle. It doesn't have any power cost in itself.
that's how I feel also about Ride the Wind. The ability that you just even having it readied after you move it is insane.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's 2 and a power. It's like, okay, cool. Like,
And its action speed. I mean, Ride the Wind does seem like a card that would be a slow spell, not an action
yeah,
speed spell.
I think it should be a slow spell. But
Yeah.
fact of action, and I mean, you've seen Annie players just go ahead and say, okay, I'm going to Ride the Wind over to the other battlefield and score another point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Master goes back.
Just like the Clyde says, I'm gonna reveal a third Zonias and save another unit.
Oh my gosh.
I draw another 2 cards.
Well, and took out the Fae folks, so yeah, at least you're going to get the 2 runes ready and the card, but at what cost? I mean, look at the differential and might here. That is going to be so difficult, and I think at this point that is going to be Clyde's game.
Yeah, both need to be
Yeah.
conquered next turn, and it's not looking likely.
Mm.
We know there is a first mate. We know there's a find your center.
But think about the possibility of a double charm into an accelerated unit here.
Oh, there's an on guard. Is that a charm? There's a Yi with an on guard. Makes him a 8.
Could even one charm here save the game? I mean, that's 8 against 10 right now.
10.
Ooh.
Well, and 3 cards in hand for Clyde with runes at the ready.
He was trying to top deck. He top deck. Oh my god. He just top deck.
Oh!
Oh, primal strength.
Oh,
Never
primal
mind.
strength.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Imagine
I
if
think
the
it's
primal
game.
strength wasn't there, you'd charm the white flame over,
Yeah.
kill it, because you then 14. That was such a risky top deck, and that was so much fun. I love that. That was
Yeah.
sick. Wow.
I think at the end of the game, it came down to the 3 Zonias, which
Yep.
which is pretty strong in this matchup.
I have a feeling Clyde is going to win this game, purely because if we're so far into the top 8 already happening, Defy, turn 1 Defy.
Oh!
Yeah, he accidentally looked at the top card.
I think this game will go quick, because if they decided to play this game on stream, it's probably not going to be very long, going 3 games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also,
I believe in Clyde.
they might even just be okay with starting top 8, or like, showing the recording of top 8 even a little bit later still.
Yeah. I like it because there's not really much breaks, so you get to just watch Riftbound the whole time.
And I mean, I just love watching Riftbound. It's even more fun than playing Riftbound. It's easier. You don't have to think yourself.
Yeah.
So Clyde accidentally looked at the top card. He
Expecting.
thought, he thought the spell went through, but it got defied, and there was a little judge call. But I guess they're just gonna continue. I'm not too sure about the rules, but accidentally looking at your top card like once is not the end of the day.
No, not at all.
I mean,
but you are given a warning. And then, if I recall correctly, I think the opponent gets to decide top or bottom.
Yeah.
These are double catalysts.
Oh. Oh
That's
no.
interesting.
That's not good.
So
2 cards in
okay,
ESR's hand are catalyst. No.
at one event I was playing at, my opponent did the exact same thing, and the judge, to me, told me that I'm allowed to see my opponent's whole hand and choose one card he has to put to the bottom. He accidentally drew the card already, even though he shouldn't. So
Free sabotage.
basi-
Free mind splitter.
yeah, basically sabotage. It was against an Annie, and that matchup is very, very favored into me. It was at the Cash Cup a month ago, and I
Okay.
told the Annie that it's fine, just put the card to the bottom. I don't need to see your hand because I
Because
was
I'm
pretty
gonna win
confident in the matchup
anyway.
anyways. Yeah, I did end up 2-0ing him, but at least I didn't feel bad about it because
Yeah.
it would have felt a little bit bad to win by seeing his whole hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also for anyone who missed it, there's currently a judge call happening where find your center was played and then it was defied, and then the player just played it and then looked at the top card very quickly and ended up not realizing that it was defied. So there's a judge call right now, and I'm pretty sure that everything is being reshuffled.
Okay. I mean, that would make sense because the game just started.
Yeah,
And
but
now next turn, top deck Aurora. Thank you, judge.
well, and at the same time, this is why you got to be, so careful. It's easy to just play fast, and you
Yeah,
got to
yeah.
remember, okay, I play find your center response, and asking your opponent response. But again, they've been playing for so long, and this is such a difficult, point of the game. The pressure that you're probably feeling in top 16, possibly going to top 8.
Oh yeah.
And you're just like, hey, here we go. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, whoops, sorry, judge. you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. And
The
that's a double
was
discipline
played
play.
for a card draw, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
A
exactly.
double discipline, yeah.
Whoa. What's that in
That
hand? Is that
is-
a white flame? And I play another catalyst.
Yeah. I mean, the double discipline is just amazing news for ESR because while Clyde played 2 disciplines to draw, ESR gets to play 4 cost,
Ooh.
get 2 runes. So I think that's a little bit better.
Zonia's. That's a Zonia's. Catalyst. There's a charm.
Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, we're seeing the 2 disciplines being gone. Charm is so safe to do now.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Oh, that's
not
true,
so safe, but
actually,
a lot safer. That's a Master Yi coming
yeah.
out for sure.
And that's a big thing. You can feel a lot more confident with your gameplay now.
And a recycle Zonia's makes sense, right? Because he's so far ahead rune-wise.
Mm-hmm.
And you can just catalyst yourself anyway. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I think he is betting on the fact that maybe if he has an guard and Clyde plays a Dead Bloom or Master Yi, if ESR has in guard here, there's no way Clyde can really kill the Yi.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, the Yi, Clyde does take the 3 point. And even if ESR is bluffing here, I don't think Clyde could have ever attacked into the other E, even with a discipline in hand. I do love the official Riot Volibear
Yeah, they're called the sleeves.
sleeves. Yeah, they're pretty cool.
The number
And
one.
they do.
A lot of people though were calling out on the Riftbound mainstream. They're like, shiny sleeves. Like, where's the judge call? It's like, guys, calm it down a little. Like,
Yeah, because technically they're not allowed, right?
yeah,
But
technically
people
they're
are
not.
using it for the runes, so it does. Yeah.
So, but they're like,
For
judge.
runes, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Or yeah,
Good
yeah,
charm.
react into base.
Also, I love the habit of ESR of putting the card upside down in the rune deck before recycling, just so you know if you get a little bit too far ahead of yourself and it's like, wait, did I recycle? Did I
Mm.
not? Putting the card face down before reacting to everything can just reassure you that no, we're good here.
Yeah.
That's actually really that's. I need to start doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like good habits, good rune habits, guys.
I also like that they're not stacking the runes.
Yes. If I have an
As
opponent
fun,
that
yeah.
oh, go for it.
I was gonna about to say, as my first TCG, I really need to get into some good habits, just so I don't embarrass myself.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too, because if my opponent just keeps stacking the runes, every turn I will intentionally ask him, how many runes do you have? How many runes do you have? Because it's just like, dude, you can't just be, being pure chaos with this, have
Yeah.
some, or at least put them all out. It's okay if the colors are mixed, but at least put them all visible.
Yeah. And I have tried to be as readable as possible, especially with the Hook Darius, because some people don't even know what the cards in that deck do, and that's why I always try to
Yeah.
do everything as slowly as possible, especially in real life, because when you start playing fast, those easy mistakes happen, as we saw from
Yeah.
Clyde previously.
That was the funniest
Oh,
part.
there's the white
'Cause-
flame.
Yep. I took the Darius hook to my locals on Monday, and when I revealed that it was Darius, like everyone was just like, "What?" So, and that in and of itself was a big advantage too.
Yeah.
Now imagine
So the
doing that
white-
with Misfortune Aurora.
Yeah. Yeah, Jacob does choose violence. He's good at that.
Yeah.
He wakes up and chooses violence.
Clyde does finally get a hold of a battlefield, but it is not looking too strong for Clyde.
Well, and do you also feel that there is a big advantage of going first in the Yi matchup?
I think the Clyde playing 2 disciplines for nothing had a big reason of why the game is in this state. But there is obviously some advantage of going first almost in every matchup, honestly. Right now.
I would say, though, probably Yi would be the most permeant on that.
There's a rune prison there, by the way.
Interesting. That's a great side.
Yeah.
But both need to be conquered this turn.
Ooh, that's
White flame into charm. Is there a charm?
That's what
Yeah,
you're
he
gonna
really
have to
needs that
hope
charm.
for. I think he has it. I think that's his card on the most right.
Yeah, there's
Yes,
charm.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
charm.
10 versus.
Yeah, but like you said,
8.
Silent, there is a big advantage of Yi, especially because of the legend ability, and getting to hold first is just very
Ooh,
oppressive.
nice. The 1-up was a bluff.
So he never had the Engard after all.
Well, and that's the interesting thing too, because it's like at this point of the game, keeping the 1-up, regardless of whether or not you're going to spend it, though, it's like, well, it's 7-3. I'm doing this regardless,
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got enough for the rune prison as well, so that stays. So if the Master Yi plays, let's say, a white flame, gives it +8, so that becomes like a 14.
Ooh.
Moves into here with a 14. Not going to happen. Rune prison, stun. Yeah, go here for the extra draw. Makes sense. And now what's the game plan of killing this?
Okay, there's the white
Oh,
flame.
yeah.
Now we have to hope for no defy. Okay,
Well,
so
he has a
Clyde-
defy and a rune prison. What?
Okay, Clyde did sweep for some reason.
Why would he
I
scoop?
think if he did have rune prison, he could have defended.
He had a
there,
rune
but
prison and a defy.
Yeah.
What?
it could also be a time limit thing.
Yeah,
maybe he wants to go. Yeah,
Because, I mean, there's only 11 minutes left, and they're going into game 3, and with how grindy this could be, the last thing you want is to go to turns. Well, especially Clyde gets to go first, too.
Jibs is in the chat as well. Hello, welcome to Jibs. Hope you found your deck.
We started a GoFundMe for you, Jibs. getting a
Oh,
Kaisa
so
deck.
apparently he said that a lot of people were scooping and rushing for game 3.
Really?
Mm.
Yeah. And he said he lost because of it.
Oh,
What
that's
happened was he gone into game 3, and then it went time, and then his opponent was round 4, and then he time warped. That made round 5, ended it in 1 on a point advantage.
No.
Yeah. That happened at my local as well, so...
Time warp, man.
Mm.
Dang.
Hmm.
Ooh, a sabotage though.
Once again, the 3 disciplines from Clyde. That must feel pretty bad, especially in the top 16. Drawing the
I mean, we know he
discipline
loves his
hand.
disciplines. 3 disciplines and a
Wow.
primal strength. That's a lot
Yeah,
of
I
might.
mean,
That's
Oh no,
I
mean-
Gyp's
mean
deck is gone.
that is the
It's
risk of
confirmed.
he. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Alright, Silent and Batsu, you guys have to vote on what deck Gyps has to play next. What's he maining next?
I loved when Jibs mained Yasuo and Galewinds
Yes.
absolutely tore it up with Yasuo. So that's my vote. Galewinds Yasuo deck for Jibs. Or he can do his own flair with it.
I would be a little more kind, and I would say Aurora-less Misfortune. No, actually, no. I'm gonna take that back. Aurora-less Volibear. That's what I'm gonna say.
Ooh, yeah, with the Iron Ballistas to kill all the Kaisers.
No. Let me
Oh, he's
tell
doing
you
it
a secret.
again. He's disciplining for the draws.
Ooh.
Oh.
Imagine
Also,
being in top 16.
I mean,
Yeah,
but
having to do
disciplining
this.
for draws.
but you need that unit. It's like I can't not at this point.
Is that a metal E that he has?
Wouldn't surprise me.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. That is so cool. I
But-
love
Also,
thinking
the game
would-
goes to 9. Aspirant's Climb.
I
Oh
would feel
shoot.
Pretty.
Aspirant's
What do you
Climb.
think?
Sorry,
Oh, true. With the third game. Oh, that's
Yeah, with 8 minutes
pretty
left.
and still no unit for Clyde. Oh man. But they still have the champion, which is at least something.
hmm
I do wonder what the percentage of cards in, for example, Clyde's deck are spells. So how unlikely is he gonna draw a full spell hand 2 games in a row with 3 disciplines in both games?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, at least he does get to experience the climb, so this is going to be a death by 1,000 cuts. But still, at the same time, this is still going incredibly slow. A point hasn't been scored,
Yeah.
and near 5 minutes on the clock has passed. And so
Yeah.
it's like...
I don't
So-
think this will go to time. Like, I don't think it's gonna go to round 5 of overtime.
Yeah. I mean, Clyde getting the first point here, especially with ESR only having 8 runes next turn.
He has to play
Does
Zonias, by the
mean-
way.
Yeah.
I would
does
hide it,
mean
though.
that.
Sorry.
Yeah,
guys.
I think he needs to hide it with the discipline in hand.
There's a white flame in hand that can be played next turn.
Mm. But Clyde getting the unit on board, on a battlefield first, does give him an insane advantage. And there's really no way the Yi can be killed without the Yi trading back for something. And with the Zonias, the Yi can just instantly attack into the Poro. Okay, there's the white flame.
Yeah, and you almost have to do that anyway, just to push for
yeah.
the hourglass.
Yeah.
The sooner you get rid
But
of it, the
here we-
better.
Yeah. He didn't use the discipline though.
Yeah, you already used them. At least one.
Yeah, he did. He does have one discipline in hand at least. I wonder if he just wants to save it for later.
Or I think he saved it in case there was a charm, but no, the guy was tapped out. I don't know
yeah.
then.
Oh, he was
Maybe
gonna
he
trade
just-
back anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my thought process also, that he's just gonna kill the Poro. But here we do see the advantage of having a single Zonias like that. It's just
Ooh.
such an amazing card, especially in this matchup.
That's a defy in there. Oh, okay. So there's a defy that can be defied by his defy.
there's no Zonias anymore, so we're gonna have to see how
Stay
greedy
folk.
that find your center was.
Discipline.
Wow.
Charm.
Ooh, he has
Defy.
charm.
Oh, he tapped out.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's the charm. Yep. So, but
Wait, he let it happen? He didn't use the defy. Okay.
He's tapped out. The ESR is tapped out.
Oh, they're both okay. He was tapped out.
Yep.
Never mind.
So, but I mean, this is going to be a big deciding turn because here we go. and Yi could score 2 points on this next turn as well, going up with the ganking.
There's another 2 white flames in hand.
Oh, that's a little awkward.
But
still went for the find your center.
again, though, that's the risk of white flame. It's great in the end game, but you do not want that in the early game.
Did find 2 units, which can be game saving here. But I do like that the Clyde abused the fact that ESR was tapped out last turn and kind of played around Defy that way.
Ooh, he just drew a card from playing Catalyst.
Yeah.
And I think it was an Aurora, unless I'm wrong.
He's counting like, yeah, but going with Tasty still to be able to take both. And it's like, gonna have to recycle the 2.
Yep.
This means that because Clyde is 100% gonna have at least 1 unit on board next turn, so he's gonna have most likely 5 points next turn. He can just take a turn or even 2 turns and kind of slow down, play the Aurora, and that's gonna be a very, very key card to win this game. Yeah.
The first time he drew it, he had to.
Yep.
Wow.
Let's see if the Aurora is just slammed down instantly.
Well, and I think this is one of the biggest reasons why Aurora Yi might be also a better option than like the MF, even though MF can have a lot better interactions, is because this is the first time we've seen Aurora come into the game, and he has still been able to take it to the Yi deck by itself.
Was there? Did he recycle?
No.
I don't remember. I think he did.
I think he did, yeah.
I think he did.
I think he did.
Oh, he did, yeah, I'm lying. Ignore me.
So, I mean, I don't think ESR has any way to kill that Aurora off, so...
But there's a white
probably...
flame. He can go kill something at least.
Yeah.
And 2 fake flips, so a lot of acceleration.
The momentum is there, though. That's the dangerous part.
I mean, yeah, ESR does have a lot of units on board.
And the thing is, any Dead Bloom from Clyde at this point is going to devastate.
And a reminder, Primal Strength is still in hand for Clyde. Remember, because there's 3 disciplines and a Primal?
Yeah. Write that down. You see the card with Sabotage, you write all that down. And then just put a check mark when you see it.
ESR is thinking.
There's actually probably a pretty big chance to hit the Dead Bloom here because he has played 1 Tasty, 1 White Flame. So there's probably maybe 7 units in his deck, and 3 of them are probably Dead Blooms. Except if he does play the dragon guy, the 10-mite dragon. Yeah, so there's the attack. I mean, any trade for Clyde right now, any 1-for-1 trade is basically worth it for Clyde. So he doesn't probably mind taking this trade. And I think their timer got added some minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, for the judge call in game 2, probably.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, and also the setup time for the stream.
That's true too. So yeah, we're definitely not going to time.
Yeah, and I don't think any anybody's complaining anymore because there's only like literally 16 players
Yeah.
playing anymore, and everybody else is just watching. Do you think we're gonna have a semi-final stream and then the final stream, unlike in China where they only stream the finals?
They will have semi-final, right? Because they record both games. But we're gonna get spoiled who's gonna win, so we can't look at socials.
Oh yeah. Gibbs just blasts you via text.
Ooh, okay. So Jib said, Batsu said MF Aurora, and Silent said Yasuo. I'll do both. Friday evening, I'll do Yasuo. MF Saturday.
Sweet. Okay. I'll
Oh
tune
yeah,
in for
because
I
he's
that.
said-
also. Oh yeah, because he's going to Orlando as well. So he just
Oh.
lost his Kaiser deck for Orlando.
No.
Oh my god.
Jeeps, I did say Aurora less MF. Aurora less MF.
Oh
so
yeah, Aurora less. Yeah.
Well, and there's an
that's a
MF.
challenge for you.
There's an MF aggro list that Prismaticism came out with that actually has done pretty
Yeah.
well. It's a little janky. You got to learn the play style of it. But once you do, your opponent has no idea what to expect with that deck. And so
That's
you have
true.
a huge advantage with that, just with that alone.
Yeah.
Chip said, "Screw you, Batsu. I'm not running it down."
I have a little tech in Volibear called Kraken Hunter. That's a 3 cost, 6 might on attack. You know, might want to put that behind your ear and cook something with that. Just kidding. It's
The
a
double iron
fun
ballista
deck I have.
Volibear sniper.
I would be
Oh, they
very
missed a Master
surprised.
E, by the way. Guess what? A Poro went in, right?
Yeah.
On 10. There was a white flame, which got a +2 from on guard. And then they missed a trigger, so they traded. Wait, did that happen, or am I trolling? Something
But
happened.
maybe
on
he
stream
played
like
a
that.
spell on it, or
I don't know. So I don't see anything in the
I-
trash. What happened?
yeah.
No, yeah, they traded. Yeah, this thing died.
Oh yeah. So there's the Dead Bloom. I mean, I would be surprised if ESR wins this game with the infinite value of the Aurora. But there's one win con here, and that's if ESR kills every single unit of Clyde's, then there's nothing left on the Aurora.
Yeah, true. Primal strength into a battlefield, and then charm.
Yeah. I think like Charm and Zonias are like the best cards of Yi, especially in this matchup. We saw how strong the triple Zonias was on the game too.
Did he miss his trigger for Aurora?
Oh, that's
Yeah, because he passed and he missed the trigger.
Oh yeah, he
He
did
missed the
actually,
Aurora trigger. No.
Yeah. Maybe he's big brain and he didn't want another unit yet on board, so it can't get killed by charm or anything. You know? Maybe he accidentally missed the trigger. Quotes accidentally.
Wow.
I mean, what card? I think Charm is probably the only card that can kind of save
There was a
ESR's game
catalyst.
here.
I see a charm, I think. Do I? Is that a charm in the corner? Is that a charm? It
You
looks
need
like it.
to enhance.
No, it's
Oh,
two
is that a
disciplines, I
two-
think.
Oh, the disciplines. Not the discipline. Oh yeah, another judge call.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the call here is just that.
So he forgot his Yi passive, it died, and he forgot his Aurora as well, and that just got fizzled out.
Oh.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the Aurora is just now gone. You just can't get the unit from it
Faithful,
anymore.
Zonya's. 2 disciplines. No, it's okay. It's a
Yeah,
defy, or is it 2 defies? Wait, is
yeah,
that
he
a
has to
dead
draw
blue?
for the. He's drawing for the charm here.
There is 8 on board.
Yeah, and that's
GG.
gonna be it. Good game there. Wow.
Good game, good game. Yeah, the Aurora difference is really big in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
But we also saw how big the triple Zonias was. I mean, that's even better than the Aurora, honestly.
Mm.
Well, and it's
Yeah, it's like so good.
it's kind of a bold take also to bring, an Aurora deck to your regional, because it's like, it had its moment in the Chinese regional, but otherwise, like, it hasn't done well at all. But it's like, here we go. We've seen now in the top 64, top 32, 3 decks so far that have been able to make it work. So it's like, wow, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I'm low key. I just want to see Alan's play, man. I'm that guy.
I'll be back in a second. I'm going to sprint to the bathroom. Be right back.
Yeah. So, did you ever get into Runeterra?
Oh,
Silent?
I got addicted to Runeterra. I got to the top rank at that point, but
Yeah,
never was
yeah.
able to break into like the top 1,000 or
Yeah.
to get into the top. But it was such a fun. I'm so sad that they stopped support on it, because it was just
Yeah,
a
yeah.
really well made game. I did stop playing shortly after Elder Dragon came out, because
Yeah, same,
it,
same.
it was just too broken, and it was like, hey, what version of Elder Dragon do I want to run? So that was the hard part, but otherwise loved the game.
Yeah, the Runeterra is also the reason why I call. What even is it? Base speed spell, or what is it called even in Riftbound? I call it slow speed just from Runeterra, but I'm not even sure. What's it?
Good question.
Is it called base speed?
Yeah, base speed, normal
Like-
speed,
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
I mean, potato, like
Yeah.
it's the same thing.
Exactly. So. This is going to be interesting too, and again, every time that we have a major tournament, we always see kind of like a influx of people moving around there on at least the price market as well. After
Yeah.
Vegas and Atlanta, I mean, that's when we saw the showdown the showdown buying, and everyone was buying showdown and building set potentially. And now it's like,
Yeah,
well, is Aurora now going to go back up to $100, or things like that as well? Because it's fallen now to about $70, $65,
Yeah,
$70, and it's like, well, ye might be like, well, here we go. Let's go ahead and play some Aurora Ye again.
I mean, Auroras did actually sell for 45 euros in Europe.
Oh wow.
So,
I got my Aurora on day 1, by the way.
Okay.
I had a full blinged out Aurora day 1, including all the signatures and alt arts. I was so happy.
Jacob, no one asked you, okay?
And guess what? All of it was from opening boxes.
Yeah, well, guess what? Soon I'm gonna buy a car with 3 yellow seals after I win the Italy Bologna. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so.
Oh, the prize is on the screen. That's cool. Wow.
Interesting
1 minute, 40
trophy.
seconds.
I like what they did for the Chinese. That Chinese regional trophy looked decent. This one, I'm like, it's okay. Still bragging rights for sure, but it's okay.
I mean, the Chinese, at the end of the day, the quality of the Chinese broadcast was actually pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Well, and even the stage I mean, you see
Yeah,
the comparison
yeah.
between the stages are completely different as well, and it's like, I'm sure China just really wanted to make that statement and put in that effort. I'm not sure, of course, I'm just theorizing here, but it's like, I mean, this
Yeah,
still looks
yeah.
great, don't get me wrong, but I mean, they did a step above in China on that.
Yeah.
It was like
Yeah.
a really cool way of like showing like how TCG can be broadcasted.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't see that style before, like showing units going to the battlefields and everything. It was so cool.
Yeah. And I mean, the coolest thing was being able to see the players' hands. Like, that's the
Well,
that's
that
the
was
first thing I miss from those.
that's the thing is, it is sometimes nice to be surprised, but also it's like kind of annoying because either it's all or nothing. Don't show us anything, kind of thing. But when they like are barely like putting it at the right angle and you're like, what is it? Just show me, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
So
Somebody in just called Darius players a cult. He said, not in the Twitch chat, but in the Riftbound community server. He said, I lost game 3 to a Batsu Darius deck. I'm hunting you down at Bologna. I'm sick of losing to your cult.
I will attempt to
But
run
yeah.
camera to Bologna, by the way. So,
Ooh. Do you have a good camera, actually?
yes, I do indeed.
I do too. That's what I'm using
nice.
right now for the green screen. I have a Black Magic Ursa.
Yeah, I'm using like a Fujifilm camera. So if I put my like hand there, it should like You can't really see because it's a small box. Ooh.
Okay, we're seeing some
George
spoilers
Allen's.
here.
Oh, George and Allen's can meet in round 4. No.
Oh.
That's a. Oh.
I mean, that's
Wait,
spicy.
that's 1, 2, 3, 4 Annies. There's 4 Annies in top.
That's insane.
What?
And it very well could be that there might be no Kaisas in top 4, potentially. I mean, George and
Yeah.
Allen are both very skilled, but we still have that chance.
So anyone's got any Annie deck lists? any Annie deck lists going around?
Well, and that's the thing too. It's like I can't wait to see these top 8 deck lists as well, because it's like Annie is a very carbon copy deck. You're not going to be changing a lot from it, but I'm curious like if these guys happen to do anything different in this case that might be catching people's eyes at this point.
Imagine if there was an Annie deck here that put one Mind Splitter in for the Kaisa matchup. That would be spicy.
And on top of that, is it saying also the ranks beside them? So like George barely made it into top 64, and then now is in top 8.
And the other Annie was
no veggies.
63rd.
Yeah, no veggies at 59.
Wow.
And I really do like the Annie into the Yi matchup. That's a really good matchup. You got to play around the deflects a little bit, but your opponent only has 3 deflects, and so it's like, okay, cool. And Annie can fish out any spell that you've already used anyway. So it's like, okay, cool. Let's go ahead and get back what you defied.
Yeah, I think Annie is just like the dream deck into the current meta in general, just because moving friendly units to base just instantly nullifies the damage of a Void Seeker or Hextech Ray. And then again, Annie is just very good into Yi, because Yi is a slower deck, and Yi doesn't even have any ways to kill your units except for Charm. So Annie is like I think Annie is in a good spot right now.
Yeah, well, and that's the funny part too, because even if they go ahead and charm you over, it starts a showdown. You can play an action or a reaction, and it's like, cool, I'm just going to fight or flight then. What are you going to do about it? I'm just going to flash then. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and suddenly you use everything, and suddenly you always have those 2 runes up, which is pretty annoying.
Also, Jib said that all Annies are basically the same standard. Zorn Warrens, Ernie's Greatest Dream Treat, triple scrap heap.
Yep. Oh, and and the triple scrap heap is very interesting too, because it's like you play that on the Zons, and you get such a big advantage that game one. It just gets you a step above everyone else. And then after that, if you so choose, that's an easy 3 cards to side out.
Yeah. I have personally, I like to play into Annie because I'm an aggro deck myself. So I think if the meta was different, Annie wouldn't be as strong. But it's just punishing like all of those top tier decks pretty heavily.
Yep, I agree with you there.
But I mean that's the charm of card games in general. There are those top decks, and then usually there arises some other deck that is just amazing into the top decks. Even though the deck itself might not be the strongest, it's just very, very good in the decks it wants to play into. And it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and so again, though, and this is one thing that I really like that English has done differently than the Chinese as well, in the sense of we have a much wider and healthier meta here in America. I'm going to be curious because we haven't necessarily had a regional since release in English, at least back in China, but I'm curious on if now their decks would be different.
There's something really funny I just found, by the way.
Uh-oh.
You know the Lux Metal card winner?
Uh-huh.
Lux went 0-2 round 1 against Kaiser, 0-2 round 2 against Kaiser, 0-2 round 3 against Yi, round 4 no-show win, round 5 no-show win, round 6 no-show win,
What?
round 7 no-show win, round 8 no-show win, round 9 no-show win. 5 opponents no-showed, and then...
And then you just get a metal card.
Yeah, and you got the metal card. And someone in the comments said, best Lux player NA.
Deck list. Deck list.
Yeah, they posted a deck list. Let me find it. I'm sending it.
Oh, that's amazing.
Man.
All right,
Yeah, four Annies and only 2 Kaisers, yeah.
that's hilarious. Okay, let's take a look at this.
Yeah, that's yeah, I really need to pick up that deck. I see there's even a hook in that Lux list.
Wait, there's a hook?
So went straight for the memes. I mean, look at this. What is this?
To be fair, that is such a good strat to go and get the metal card.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you go 0-3 at the beginning, right? Most players who are playing competitively will all drop because they don't have a chance to make day 2.
Mm-hmm.
Makes so much sense.
Ultimate strat. Yep. and I mean, just with that metal card alone, you made your money back. And then some. Yeah. Whole trip paid for, if you so choose at least. But, I mean, still, super funny. This is a weird deck. Holy.
Yeah, I think bro just opened one box and put everything in the deck and went to Houston.
That's awesome.
So we do have an Alan's Gear stream.
Yes.
Yes.
We got Alan's again, yes.
Here we go. Don't tempt me with a good time. So and they do get the full deck list as well, correct? Of their opponent? Is that what he was looking at on the big paper, or what was he looking at there?
I'm not sure if this is like a closed tournament.
It's an open deck. It's an open deck list.
Because normally, I mean, otherwise you can just kind of snipe what their deck lists are from the streams, and there's just a huge advantage at that point.
That is true, yeah.
So top 8, here we go. Alan versus Dwali.
Dwali.
I will sound it out. I did Hooked on Phonics when I was a kid.
Wait, was that was that a pass on turn 1? It was.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
Oh, no.
That is, especially in the Annie. That is tough.
Yeah, so it is an open deck list, and that can be I mean, of course, you already know an Annie at this point. You pretty much know Kaisa at this point, though Alan did some cheeky stuff a little bit, if I recall correctly. So.
Yeah.
I
mean, also the Reverse Row is a little bit tough for Alan's, just because, I mean, Annie also gets insane value out of the Reverse if he so chooses.
Well, and that's also kind of the nice part of at least getting it out of the way in game 1 instead of potentially having to use
Yeah.
it in game 3.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm kind of voting against Diwali here at least, just because he's completely ignoring the zones that are set there with his deck.
Yeah, but both players are.
Yeah, and you know, I just
Yeah.
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 I'm okay with Alan tilting it slightly. It's still in the zone.
I'm more
Yeah.
tilted.
But Annie, come on, man.
So are we gonna see Alan killing the traveling merchant here, or did it actually go through?
I think this goes through, right? Because he's tapped out.
Wow.
Yeah, he's completely
Yeah,
tapped out.
he's tapped.
That's
Yeah,
the
he put
scary
Kai'Sa in
part.
place.
That is such a scary play to play tap 4 and play Kai'Sa, because it's like,
Mm.
well, if you have Falling Star or whatever, it's gone. And then I'm even further behind at that point.
Yeah, that Stupefy is very good from Alan because he wants to force the Annie to use a flash here rather than Annie using a flash on some of your spells, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a tough choice.
Could be a fight or flight as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
True. But then he taps under flash, and then Alan can maybe kill the Kai'Sa just off with spells.
Look
Well-
at Wally's face playing, by the way. Look how stressed he looks. And then look at Alan.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Alan probably has a Darius in hand. He has the 5 runes readied. No, he wouldn't be able to
Mhm.
accelerate it, though. Or yeah, he would because of Stupefy. So he
Yeah, he
very
would
well
be.
could be
Yeah.
baiting out for the Darius. So if he fights or flights and picks the Kai'Sa of Alan, Darius will just come in and kill the Kai'Sa anyway. So he has to push it back to base. His own
Yeah, and you
unit.
want to have your Darius on the Reaver's row, right? Because it's basically free
Yeah.
to live. Yeah, fight or flight. Oh,
Yeah, usually don't the Kai'Sa.
Yep.
And
Mhm.
now, if Alan has a falling star here, it just could be game, honestly. Kai'Sa is still at 3 because of Stupefy, and falling star would be just insane here. Insane
Yeah.
value.
Cleave,
Mm-hmm.
discarded.
Do we see the falling star?
I mean,
That was a top
Fawn.
There's the
deck.
falling star.
Was that a top deck?
Oh.
Wait, let me check.
That is the falling star.
Was that a top deck? It looked like a top deck. Let me check.
I-
I'm looking at the clip right
Okay.
now.
Wow, that slowed down
And
the
he even gets
Annie.
gets the Noxus Hopeful down. This is gonna be very tough for the Annie to come back from.
Well, and there's still one at the ready, so you can just go ahead and even if he's able to go ahead and attack the Kai'Sa, he probably has a retreat in hand at that point as well.
Yeah. And the thing about Noxus Hopeful is that because it's 4 might, it's actually pretty annoying for the Annie because he can't even accelerate a Kai'Sa on it. He has to play at least something with the Kai'Sa. Can't kill the Noxus Hopeful with basically any other unit than Darius. And that's really the problem with Annie. It does struggle dealing with some units sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And because his own units got killed, he's in a lot of trouble. Now, if he accelerates Darius now, and Alan's retreats the Kai'Sa, I mean, it might just be, let's not say over, but very tough for the Annie.
Yeah, it's
to
going to be
get.
an uphill battle at that point.
Mm.
But the thing that kind of is a little bit scary as well is that Alan did discard a cleave at that point, which
Yeah.
could really be helping to counter the Darius play here, or at
true,
least
yeah.
clap back at the Darius that is now going to be potentially taking down a Kai'Sa. Not only
And as a
that,
note,
yes,
five
Wow.
chaos runes, by the way. No red.
Yeah. So the Annie chose not to attack the Kai'Sa. I wonder why that is, honestly, because Alan's was only having 1 rune up,
mm-hmm.
and even if Alan's had retreat, if he wanted to use it, he could have used it when the Chariots started a showdown on the Reaver's row.
Mhm.
So if Annie was playing around retreat, And if Alan's still wanted to use the retreat, he could have used it even there.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder what
Could
the.
it- Oh, Falling Star again. Could
But
it also been around
Wow.
potentially a Hexac Raid because maybe there's like no units in Wally's
Mm.
hand.
Wow, the second Falling Star, nobody likes to play into double Falling Star Kaisa. I don't think any deck likes to play into the double
No.
Falling Star.
And that's going to be tough. I mean, at least, yes, you are going up to 7 runes at this point, but still, as the Annie player, you don't normally have a ton of units in hand. And so when they are taken out, it can be very difficult for you to be able to rebuild your battlefield. And Alan's just done a great job at being able to take down the big threat initially and is scoring and could potentially be 5-3 at this point, while Annie has to try to rebuild their base.
I mean, if Alan's just killed everything off with spells and nothing else, Annie would still be in an okay spot. But the fact that Alan's also has some board presence here is just gonna be very, very annoying to deal with, at least.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just chilling. He's just sitting there, drinking
I
water.
mean,
The cards are on the table.
Well, and
He's
here's
just,
here's the thing too, because you said he was the first world champion of Runeterra and things of that nature. He's been here before. He's felt the pressure, of being in a top 8 scenario, a top 4, even winning it all and whatnot. And it's like, that could be a completely different mindset where Diwali, I don't know how his record has been in TCGs, but when it could be your first time, I can only imagine the pressure that you might be feeling.
Yeah, of course. But I'm really rooting for Alan to win this game. I really want him to win. I'm so biased.
We will never let you be a judge. But I mean, I guess Alan's is also just thinking about, even if I lose here, my trip has been paid for already. So I mean, it's a win-win at this point for almost everybody here. But I mean, it would be still cool to win the whole thing. So.
So what's going on here with checking the hand?
I wonder what happened there.
And then they just got placed on the bottom? Or oh, that was checking the grave because of Vi's activated ability. So that's the cards that he put on bottom. And so Alan was just double checking the cards.
Okay, so the right to win is probably coming out this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what you got to do at this point just to try to mitigate the damage. But still, also getting you up to potentially 5 points, but the 3 runes ready for Alan is scary. And I mean, he, like what Jacob was saying, he's looking chill. So this is...
Yeah, that's the problem, as the beautiful drawing is pointing out right now. Alan's is, no matter what, going to have that 4 might unit in base after this attack, which is going to bounce back pretty quickly on the Vi on the next turn.
I feel like there's going to be a retreat in hand as well. Retreat it, and then you get another rune.
That would be pretty brutal. Would probably be the final nail in the coffin, especially because the Annie had a gust.
Oh, he's picking up his hand.
Yep, there's a retreat.
A retreat.
Well, and again, that one channeled rune is just so good on getting you going as well again.
I mean, just saving a unit and channeling 1 rune with 1 energy is just, it's insane.
Sneaky deckhand also got discarded.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I see a flash.
I do wonder why the Annie didn't discard a gust. Because the Annie can't gust a Noxian Hopeful and a Kaisa. But gusting I mean, when would Alan even attack with the Poro into the Vi?
Yeah, very right. Very true.
So,
I
but
don't think there's
Maybe
gonna.
go in here to maybe bait a showdown from
Yeah.
happening.
mm-hmm.
Because you're going with a disadvantage. You're basically saying, oh, I'm going to use a spell.
Mm.
And then Vi would just go back.
Well, and this is also a little scary too because you could, you're
Ride
gonna.
the wind into here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
So gonna flash back, okay. And still has 3 runes
flash
as
game.
well.
We know there is a ride the wind.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a lot of nervous shuffling going on.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, especially when
mean-
I'll go for it, Batsu.
I was about to say, like, what could be the maximum might the Annie is gonna get his Vi on the next turn? Like, I think it could get to like maybe 8 might, possibly even 9, depending on the hand. But still, he couldn't even win on the next turn, so it's gonna be interesting. I still don't understand keeping the Gust over, but I guess he saw more value in, I mean less value on the deckhand than the
Mhm.
Gust.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and at the end of the day, the Annie could just be discarding anything
Mhm.
just to get more cards in the trash.
yeah. And so, and I mean, sneaky deckhand could be a decent option depending on, you know, you have the Vi. So, I mean, you could have kept
Mm.
even just the sneaky deckhand, activated Vi again, go into a battlefield, and then played a sneaky deckhand out.
Yeah.
And
true.
so, and that already would be more utility than a Gust.
And you could even get one sneaky point with the sneaky deckhand if the Alan's misplays, for example, and that would push you to 6 points without even needing
Mhm.
to use the right to wind. So
Yeah.
I think these it might seem I'm like getting very caught in that one misplay, but in these top games, small mistakes like that could end up costing you the game. Like I have lost, for example, in the last Cash Cup, I lost with 1 might, for example. So they come very close, especially the top 8 games.
Yeah.
A lot of thinking going on.
Yeah, well, and the judge has been coming in and out
Mm.
every so often and checking a couple of things too.
Hmm.
Mm.
I wonder what's happening. Okay,
Um,
counting cards. Is that going to be 4 cards in the trash? So if I can go up to a 7, and then
There's
we
yeah.
can get a ride the wind back from Annie.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and that could be a big difference
True.
going up to 7. But yeah, it's still going to be Alan's turn as well. So once play proceeds,
Alan's did have a time warp in hand.
Ooh.
So if Alan's gets a big enough board going, I mean he could end the game on his next turn, technically.
Mhm.
And that's the Kaisa getting discarded.
Oh,
I guess he figured that the Kaisa is just too expensive to play. It is still 4 might.
yeah.
And
Well, and again, I think you're right about the time warp in hand. It's like, why would I try to sacrifice a rune to accelerate her when I'm really trying to prepare now for the time warp? It's like, okay, let me get some units
Yeah.
into base. Let me get these 2 points as well. See what he's able to do to respond. I mean, Reaver's Row is going to be pushing back the Poro unless there is some kind of spell removal. But otherwise, Time Warp could just be the big sealer here in game 1.
There's a Darius,
Yeah.
by the way, in hand, and there's also a Void Seeker that I potentially saw. I'm not sure. And he has 9 runes right now, so he can recycle up to 2 to be on 10 next turn, right? So the Darius is going to be 1, and then the Void Seeker could be 1.
Gosh.
okay, so he chooses to play the Raven Bloom, and I think the zone right now it's too big even for the Vi.
Mhm. Would
So
have
we
to be.
could see a time warp win against Annie, which is probably pretty rare.
Yeah, and that was also with Alan not having a turn 1 drop either.
True.
Wait, so he counted the deck earlier. There's 4 cards in here. The Vi is 3, so that's 7.
Yeah.
If he has the Void Seeker in hand, if he Void Seeks it, that does 4 damage. There's 6 here.
Yep.
It gives the Dead Bloom +1. It's a 7 versus
Yep.
7. This might just be a
Plus
coincidence,
4
or maybe
damage.
he just calculated it like a king.
Plus
Yeah, it's
4
7 versus
damage.
7, so
So
they basically trade, right? Yeah.
yeah. So, I mean, I guess fight or flight could actually maybe save Annie's game here, or gusting the Raven Bloom before attacking with the Vi. Because obviously,
there's
if
a
you
sneaky
gust the
deck hand.
Raven Bloom,
Ooh. You go in here, right? Yeah, because you can go in here, then gank over here, then sneak a deck hand into the open battlefield, right?
Yeah.
Very
oh,
possible.
true.
Oh no, that's in the. I was looking in the trash. That's not his hand. God damn it! Because he was just like holding the trash. I'm like, that's his hand. That's cool.
Yeah. I mean, it would be so big brain if Annie uses Gust here on the Raven Bloom, just because Alans can't use the Void Seeker yet, because you don't attack with the Vi first. You use the Gust first and then you attack with the Vi.
By the way, I'm really hoping I did see that Void Seeker because it was a purple card that looked exactly like Void Seeker, and I saw a recycle cost on it. So
So if Alans loses this, it's your fault technically, right?
hey, we're only game 1.
And that's all it takes, Jacob. It's a very nitpicky game there.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, the double falling star, I mean, it's like that is absolutely devastating to the Annie player. And I mean, you can only imagine and you've seen even the shift in mannerisms that that Diwali's been having ever since that second one as well. You know,
the trash got recycled.
all for.
And also, using a Gust right now would give your Vi +1 technically, because you could then recycle the Gust again. So the Poro gets pulled back.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Ride the wind in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess Annie could have a line here where he wins. Surprisingly.
Yeah, it's still a lot of game left to be had.
But if the Vi goes, oh wait, never mind. He's on 5.
I mean,
obviously.
Obviously, it does also depend on Alan's Q's hand, but surprisingly, we got a pretty tough game, even with the double falling star, which should be Alan's.
What's gonna happen?
That's a big pass, though.
Wow, that's a pass.
Ooh. What's gonna happen, Jacob?
Is he looking for a ride the wind as an action on his opponent's turn to win from scoring a point and then holding next turn? Possibly.
Well, and 4 runes at the ready, and you could also even ride the wind, play another spell as well, and get +2.
Yeah.
Chose not to save the Vi.
Oh no, that was a Hextech Ray before the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was a Hextech Ray before, so there was no chance.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. The only problem here is that the Annie can't even take anything from their Annie because there's nothing in trash to take.
Yeah.
Well, and is there still is he at 11 runes, so he could still time warp here?
Yeah, he's on 10.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What?
I guess he's playing around the possible. Wait, no.
Because if he time,
If he
wait,
time warps, can they play a reaction
yes,
at that point and do fight or flight? But that necessarily wouldn't stop as much either, though,
then you just walk
because
back in.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Did you?
I,
He just
I
wants
guess he,
to.
yeah. I guess he went through all the possible combinations of things that could have happened.
And that is the difference between a top 8 player and a non-top 8 player. See, you know what I would have done? I would just went ham and probably lost.
Yeah, and that's the thing, especially in the Annie match, you just have to be so careful and calculated on that. And luckily, Alan was able to find the removal. When you don't, it can be such an uphill battle. I mean, especially even finding things like Void Seeker and Hextech Ray doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to get the removal going against Annie. It's like you need to find and hope for those falling stars. And in that case, you were able to
Yeah.
find them, and that just can really be an end all. And that was even without a Kathy and Rain as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this game 2 now shapes up.
Yeah. Especially thinking about the fact that Void Seeker, I mean, Falling Star is almost one of the only spells that can hit in the base, and it cannot be countered with the flash. It is the Annie killer.
So,
I got a spoiler reading through the Discord.
uh-oh.
Not of this game, but a different game.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I wonder how differently that game would have gone without the second Falling Star. I think like one Falling Star, and he can still come back from that, but a second Falling Star, that's gonna be a pretty rough game to crawl back to.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's the biggest thing. Like, and we saw how much Annie struggled after the fact as well when they didn't have the units to be able to necessarily rebuild after the second Falling Star. And that's the dangerous part about Annie. If you can take care of the units, there's not a whole lot that they can do to get it back. And so that was a great response, really well calculated there, and also just lucky on the top deck. Let's be real, that's a huge aspect of the card game as well. When you're playing a card game, if the odds are in your favor, it can get you a win. And not saying that's the only thing here, but it definitely helped in this case.
Yeah. Sometimes you find that Seal Vanguard captain, sometimes you don't.
You gotta know when to hold them. No, great play though. Well done. And so
I wonder if the time warp is gonna get sided out now.
I don't know, because you can almost anticipate that you're going second, which means you're already starting with an extra rune and running 3 retreats.
You know, I'd like a Sprite Mother, and then you get it going second.
True.
Boom.
I love Sprite Mother, and Jacob taught me how powerful Sprite Mother can be when we played a couple of games together. And I mained it actually, Jacob, and that was paramount. I had 3 Kaisa mirror matches in my games yesterday, and I did 2 Sprite Mothers inside of the third one in, and it made a huge difference.
I love it. It's so good. Oh,
for sure. Like, it's so much might, compared to how much it costs, and it also accelerates a unit technically, and it's also so annoying to attack into, because you know the sprite is gonna die at the start of your opponent's turn, but sometimes you just have to attack into the sprite.
Whoa.
You know, and that's so annoying.
How was Cass able to move so fast?
Apparently, the Lux has gone for 50k.
What?
The metal Lux. That's what some people are saying on Discord.
I mean, Lux is one of the more popular League of Legends characters as well. I would even say probably up there with Ari, though Ari has gotten a lot more hype just because of Riftbound as well. But Metal Lux. But Lux and Ari are probably the same popularity League of Legends wise.
Yeah, for sure. And I would s- I would say in League of Legends, Lux could be played even more, especially because people like to play it in support. So
Mhm.
um,
Well, and that's the thing too, is this Lux is the very first Lux of Riftbound.
Yeah.
And so it's like if I pick that up, I have the very first one, and currently right now a one of one. Now, of course, that's going to be changing, but
yeah,
I mean, you still have the first of a metal release.
you guys are more active in socials outside of Discord. So have they mentioned anything about Set One Metal Legends still being in Italy?
I don't think so, but I assume they will be. It
Yeah,
makes
I don't
Yeah,
see
full
why
yeah,
sense they would
not.
be.
Yeah.
yeah. I would be pretty bummed if we got robbed from those. We got robbed from Set One regionals and of those Set One Legends. So I hope so. I hope so. I'm
Game two's
I'm gonna
taking
go.
a second.
Yeah, I think they're trying to pre-record it a little bit to like because it's untimed to make sure they don't like go
Mm,
to a break,
yeah,
or they maybe want to fit in all the videos before like turning it
Mhm.
off. But I hope the
I
time in
wonder
the
if.
final to be like live.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to ask. If the final will be streamed genuinely.
Game 2. Let's go.
Top 8. All right.
Yeah, Arena's greatest kind of let Sanctum, and the next game. Honestly, winning first game for Kaiser is so strong because third game you get your
Mm.
Arena greatest as well
Mhm.
for your basically like match point. And Kaiser
I
also
mean,
lost, sorry, won without a 2-drop.
true, but does the Annie really? I don't think the Annie minds having the arena's greatest on even game 3. I mean, it is dangerous. It is dangerous for Alans to give Annie that free point.
Yeah, it is. And this is going to be interesting with the deflect Poro. Do you go ahead and attempt to go Hex Tech Ray and pay the deflect cost here? And it looks like nope, not
True.
going to at this point. Immediately going to be giving him the point.
Yeah, someone made that mistake against them already and they lost.
Yeah.
He's not gonna do that.
If Alans used the Hextech Ray there, if you're Annie, would you use
Ooh.
a Right the Wind to recall back the Poro and then get it back on the Sanctum? Um, but three
That's
points for
actually
Annie.
that's actually a pretty good idea to do that, yeah.
Yeah.
But then I guess you just want to keep the rider win just in case as your win condition for your Vi, right?
Yeah, but you also can always get it back with Annie as well when you
Yeah.
Yeah.
so it's like I'm always okay with doing that as long as I have Annie in my arsenal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, next level
But
Fizz is going to be insane too.
ooh, true. 3 points for Annie, and Alan's even goes to trade for the Poro. So Alan's really not having any big board presence, but the Kaiser comes
A Void
out
Seeker, maybe?
tapped out.
Oh, Flash.
Oh,
A Void
so
Seeker would have been
Alan's
devastating.
yeah, Alan's did take a big risk there, but I think he realized that Annie is accelerating insanely fast in this game, so he just needs to go for those risky plays to keep up with the Annie.
Yep.
You can't really play it slow when Annie is at 4 points and you're at 2 actually. I think they forgot to give Alan a
Oh,
point there.
Yeah, they did. And that's the thing though, you get to see the aggression here, and now on top of that, a Draven coming down on board for 7.
Wow. I do respect it. I haven't seen any Dravens in Annie actually.
Yeah, it's just the 5 cost can sometimes be hard to commit to, but it looks like Diwali did so without a hesitation there. and still also getting the 2 runes up. So it's like you're almost playing with 7 essentially at that point. So it's like, cool,
Yeah.
I'll get the point advantage and being able to get potentially an 8 might out.
Yeah. And right here, Alan's knows that the Darius is gonna die when he conquers, but I guess he just has to go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he doesn't even go for it. I see.
Well, and this is smart too, because Diwali's being like, hey, now you have to match my aggression.
Mm.
You know, and he's taking control of this game and saying, I'm putting out all of these threats, these answers, and things of that nature. What are you going to be able to do about this, Alan? You know, can you match this? Because if not, I'm going to run away with this game.
Yeah, Draven, when you're ahead, it's just snowballing your lead like crazy. How is Alan's even gonna deal with this Draven? Soon that one Draven is gonna eat a whole Icathian rain.
Well, and that's the thing too, because it's like you also don't necessarily have the rune count to even do a Thousand Tail Watcher at this point, which might be one of your only saving graces. And so
Yeah.
it is running away from Alan real quick in this game too.
And being familiar with Draven, I can say that, I mean, Draven is a very good counter into Watcher, so that's probably also why Annie could be running it, because a big Draven, even with the -3 buff, I mean debuff, can still solo a Watcher. So could the Draven be a Watcher counter as a side in from the Annie?
Might be, yeah.
Yeah, that's a 9 might
a
Draven
9.
on like turn 3 or
Yeah. And it's 6-1 currently on the score differential. That is a big difference maker. Well, and you also see, I mean, look at the mannerism also of Diwali and the difference in how he's acting from game 1 to game 2 here.
Yeah.
Very comfortable, very just at peace and able to do things. I mean, no handshaking, nothing, where last game he was so stressed.
Yeah, he knows he's in control right now.
Oh, flash
Taking
back
out-
in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Jova.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't really need anything here anymore. His Draven is just so oppressive right now that just keeping the Draven alive can just win the game alone.
I genuinely think he's gonna walk in here and then he fights or flights it over. I want that to happen. I want someone to win like that.
I mean, I do you guys see any line here where Alan's could turn the game around? It does look pretty grim.
I mean, gosh, even an Icathian Rain at this point wouldn't necessarily be great. You could still clear the board, but you would be sacrificing your Darius.
I mean, yeah, with the Darius, yeah, but yeah, you would have to kill your Darius to kill the whole board, even with the Icathian Rain, because Draven alone eats 5 shots from the Icathian Rain right now. And Alan's also knows that the flash has been taken by the Annie champion, so I think he's really thinking here, what can he even do? Because there's no way he can kill the Draven here during combat.
But still committing to the cleave. So.
Maybe he hopes that the Annie doesn't use the flash.
That's incredibly wishful thinking at that point, but
Yeah.
maybe he's hoping to Darius into Arena's greatest and ride the wind over. You know, borrowing that from the Annie. Just hey, can I? But
I mean,
still,
I don't even in this game. I don't think Falling Star would have even saved Alan's here. There wasn't really any point where Falling Star would have stopped the Annie's game plan entirely. there was the deflect Poro, which would have been very costly to Falling Star. And then the sneaky deckhand, which already got the point. And then the Draven came down, which was already too big to even kill with the Falling Star.
Yep. And the flash is spent.
Yeah, there's the flash. I don't think he even bothered to pay for the flash.
Nope, not yet.
He just knows the game is so over that he just doesn't even pay for his cards anymore.
Yep.
Everybody in these streams have kept their card pile sideways. Nobody's respecting the zones anymore.
Yeah.
And a reinforcement there as well. So kind of interesting to see trying to just go ahead and brace for impact.
There is a Void Seeker.
Yeah. I mean, if Allen's has a hidden blade, maybe.
I mean, and you could still even buy and ride the wind as well, and that would just give you that extra unit to really charge in.
I mean, if the Annie has ride the wind here, I don't think there's literally anything Allen's good too.
Okay, nice. Getting another 3 cards to potentially just build up.
Yeah. Possibly buff AY even to get one more cards in the trash. And the thing here is that Draven is gonna get to 10 if he conquers the empty battlefield, which is once again even more might to the Annie.
Yeah.
And it's like you're perfectly fine with baiting that out. Like do you want to Void Seeker this with sneaky deckhand moving into Arena's Greatest? And giving me the 7th point so you have to deal with 10 and you're tapped out. It's like,
yeah. I guess having like Smokescreen and Hextech Ray here would be actually like even game saving for Allen's.
Yeah, but I don't know if he would necessarily... Does he run Smokescreen in the main deck? Because I don't think in this matchup in particular, you would be siding it in.
Yeah. That would also give +2 to Darius.
And that would be a big difference maker. That might be his only thing. I carry Smokescreen in my side deck just for the E matchups more than anything, and that's a big difference maker. A sneaky. Interesting.
Yeah, that sneaky deckhand was basically also a +1 to the Draven.
Yeah. Wow.
And I'm pretty sure Annie runs that Draven just because of the Arena's Greatest, because technically Arena's Greatest makes your Draven +1. So that's probably why the Annie sides in the Draven on the second game.
Yeah. No, I agree there. And so, I mean, we're going into game 3, though, and the momentum's on Kai'Sa's side with Arena's Greatest and being able to go first.
Yep.
Can Allen pull it out? Jacob, we already know your answer.
Yep.
Well, I mean, that did look pretty crushing, that Annie gameplay. I don't think there was anything Allen's could do in that game, so we're going to have to hope and see. Giving that Arena's Greatest +1 to the Annie, even when you're going first, it's going to be a little bit dangerous. And when Annie is going second, he can also play deckhand on his first turn.
Yeah, you are right.
Yeah, but I mean, deckhand turn 1 doesn't always feel great when going second necessarily. That's the hardest part about that, because it's like, yeah, sometimes it's nice to get the point, but it's like then you're probably spending fighter flights and flashes even potentially for a 1 unit, and it's just like while your opponent is still building up the board state and potentially even having some really good removal as well as the Kai'Sa player.
Yeah, that's the thing about like fight or flight and flash. They do save your units, but they don't really get rid of your opponent's units also. They just kind of delay the opponent's units.
Yeah.
By the way, Gale Winds did get the Metal Yasuo.
Yeah.
let's go.
There we go.
How did
Pixar didn't happen.
I was
Gale
gonna-
wins.
did Gale get to top 32?
Top 64.
Or okay.
Yeah.
I wonder what legend he lost to.
Yeah. No, super happy for him.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I mean, I wonder how well the other Yasuos did. Gale was the only one who got to top 64.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well-
how far did the other Yasuos get?
Yeah, and I wonder how different his list could potentially be.
True.
Or if he just, play tested enough that he felt very comfortable in
Mm.
all of these matchups.
Yeah. And that's the thing, really, when some of these people are going only for that metal card, they're going for something like even the Garen, where they're just thinking like, I'm just gonna take Garen and go for the metal card. But from those 25 players, there's always that one player who has made that legend for a while, is very familiar with that legend, and is probably gonna get a little bit more further than you. So I don't think the game plan of just going for that metal card and
Yeah.
taking a less popular legend, it's not. It's a little risky because there could be someone who plays that legend as their favorite legend and
There
only
could be a
legend.
wild Batsu coming in with Darius.
Yeah, well, and that's the interesting thing too. And playing Yasuo, especially when you've been play testing, and I mean, Gale Wins has probably been playing against a lot of the competitors online, testing against
Yeah,
Kaisa,
that's true.
testing against Yi, that's the crazy thing is as you know, Batsu, we have a really good and high level competitive online community here, where we're able to play test against some top players to prepare
Yeah.
for these kinds of tournaments. And I totally guarantee that Gale Wins was able to do so and felt really comfortable, especially into like the Kaisa and Yi matchups.
Yeah, so you gotta be careful when you take those less popular legends, because then there's one Gale Wins who steals your metal legend.
So great job there, though. I can't wait to see this game 3. This is going to be intense.
Come on, give us game 3.
I mean, it's only getting better from here, because after top 8, there's top 4.
Not if Alan doesn't make it. Okay, we got it.
Well, I know that.
Jacob's closing stream if Alan doesn't make top 4.
Yep.
Let's be real.
Yeah.
Riftlabs stream is over after
Yeah.
possibly after this game.
The other person I was rooting for is also gone. So
Oh no. I was hoping for sold
Also-
out. I've loved the games that sold out and what he's been able to do as well. I was hoping he would make it pretty far. Well, and he did make it really far, but I was hoping to see him in like top 16 at minimum. Same with Prismaticism. Those two are the two I was really hoping
is
for.
sick for Kaisa.
Yeah, this
this
is
Battlefield combo. This is like so good.
this could
What
be
the hell?
punishing.
Oh my
Ooh,
god!
so
And he's got a
Anito's the
Stupefy in
dreaming
hand.
tree.
Hextech Stupefy.
Shoo! That is some advantage right there. Does he have his 2-drop though?
Wait,
Yeah,
no, wait,
I think
Retreat, Stupefy, Darius.
he
Wait,
really needs
no.
the 2-drop.
Wait, is that 2-drop or?
I think that's Darius
Okay,
and
no,
Cleave.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
I
he's
think
getting rid of the
he's,
retreat.
Yeah, he's probably looking for the 2-drop here.
Ooh. Imagine no 2-drop again. Oh, he has to go for 2. He cannot risk it, right?
Yeah, I would be putting the
Yeah,
Darius. Oh,
yeah.
it looks like the Stupefy.
So did he keep the cleave?
I think he
Wait,
kept the Cleave.
Stack deck, Vi, and something else.
Cleave here is very interesting because I don't all of
Oh,
Annie's units are so
smokescreen.
small.
So he is having smokescreen. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, that's a
no,
pass.
No, no.
Or is it? Oh, they're just marking the arena's greatest point. I
Yeah.
see.
And now he passes.
Yeah, he passes, yeah.
Shoo! Okay, this is
So-
dangerous.
I mean, the last time Alans didn't find a 2-drop, he did find 2 falling stars. So, I mean,
I mean, that was pressing his luck though on that. And the odds were in his favor this time, but you can only enter the Hunger Games so many times before getting killed.
yeah. Speaking of that, there's a new Hunger Games coming next year.
Yeah.
I
Have
love
you
the
heard about
series. I
that?
can't wait.
Yeah.
That has grown into one of my favorite trilogies of all time, and I'm glad they're still pushing out more
Yeah.
books and movies.
Okay, so there's possibly the best 2-drop of set one technically, I think.
Oh no!
You-
Imagine the sneaky deck had now.
Oh,
Wait, did he miss the Arena's Greatest trigger, or is that just production?
that might be production because we
I-
saw him writing it down.
Yeah.
We saw him
Yeah.
writing.
Yeah, we saw. Yeah.
Yeah, he wouldn't miss a trigger.
Nah, that's not Alan's way.
Mm.
And I think even if you miss the trigger on your turn, I'm not too sure about it, but if you notice it at your opponent's turn, you still get it. Isn't point trigger like you have your turn and then the opponent's turn to notice it, and after that you miss it technically.
Well, and here's the thing too. It really sucks to play the Kaisa out, but at the same time, Annie generally only runs one falling star. Maybe you sight in the second one, but if this Kaisa did get taken care of in this case, that would be devastating. But instead, still getting a Kaisa to base and getting the card draw as well for the Annie player, going up now to 2. Then he's going to be able to discard draw 1 as well, putting more in his trash.
Yeah.
This is scary.
And the thing with the thing with Annie, he can just accelerate Kaisa in, be tapped out, and still have 2 runes up on the opponent's turn. So
Yep, you're basically net 2 extra runes every turn.
yeah. Okay, there's the cleave and the draw from the cleave with the dreaming tree.
Nice.
Yeah, so
Great draw.
once again, Alan's was 2 steps ahead, keeping the cleave in hand. I wouldn't have kept the cleave in the mulligan, but he did, and he got some good value out of it.
Yeah, so, and there's going to be a fight or flight, though, pushing it back to base, but which one? Looks like, this is why I like...
Kaisa went back to their base, I think.
Yeah, that's the hard
Yeah.
part. It's like, it's still technically in zone. Come on, man, move it back an inch.
It looks like he's still deciding because the Kaisa is like between the zones.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's like respect the
Because
Also, I did think
boundaries.
I think he actually did miss Arena's Greatest, by the way.
Oh, no.
Wow.
And if so, that is punishing.
Oh my god.
So that's a... Oh yeah, Alan's played the cleave before, so Darius comes in readied.
Wait, maybe
And
it's a production
Kai-
error. Oh, okay, he is on
Yeah.
2 now. Okay, yeah, that was Arena's Greatest
Ooh.
miss.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, he at least still has the Darius Kaisa combo. That is a great way to, go about this. But still, there are a lot of different ways that Annie can deal with both these units on board, and especially without Reaver's Row being out and tapped out Kaisa. I mean, if he's able to somehow take out both these units, that's scary.
I mean, I think the only ways Annie can deal with both here are Darius or another Kaisa into a cleave. Or if you were the Annie, would you use a fight or flight here to maybe clear both?
He's thinking of Ride the Winding Annie, Vi, sorry.
Yeah, I mean right the wind, not fight or flight.
Oh,
Ride the
yeah.
wind.
That
What's in his hand? That's a Darius. Darius Gust.
the only
I'm not sure.
The only reason I would maybe not want to do Vi Ride the Wind at this point in the game is just due to the fact of how many cards in hand Alan has. If he had closer to like 4 cards in hand, I would be okay risking that. But with 7, it's like that almost feels more hurting me instead of giving me an advantage over the Kaisa.
But riding the wind, using the Ride the Wind on Kaisa, so if you use for something on the enemy's Kaisa and use Ride the Wind Conger used Right to Wind on your Kaiser, you would get the draw from Dreaming Tree,
Mm-hmm.
which
To be
would be
fair,
very
the
good.
real winner is Alan for getting the Metal Kaiser. Because
Oh
that's a
yeah,
one of one.
is that 100% now?
I mean, he was top one in Swiss, and then George lost.
Oh.
So even if he loses, he gets the Metal Kaiser.
Spoilers.
I mean, I think his trip is paid for now.
Yeah, easily.
And that's why I'm a little bit jealous. I should have gone to the Houston because there were so many things that can, pay for your trip there that
Mm-hmm.
it would have been worth the cost. And even if you don't get far, it would have been a unique experience. There's only one set one, in Riftbound.
And that's the thing. We get 2 regionals that are going to be playing set 1, and that's it. And then immediately after set 2 comes out, we get 2 more regionals, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
Vegas and
like
one other.
A lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Darius is probably gonna get moved to the Dreaming Tree here. Doesn't get the draw from Dreaming Tree
Yeah, unfortunately.
for now. For now, maybe he has something else,
But even still, starting to deal with the board state here is a great chance to at least continue to get into this game. Now, debating on if you do want to go ahead and use some kind of reaction here to be able to save, the sneaky deckhand. Because units are almost more important at this point, but it's like, even if I do save it, what am I going to be able to do to respond back?
yeah, he does save it, and I think that's smart because he's gonna get the draw like he did. He got the draw from the Dreaming Tree, which I do think is very valuable for Annie here. So both players really getting the value out of Dreaming Tree, and it's a very versatile battlefield.
Also, there is only one regional in set 1 because Bologna is set 2 technically, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I
Shout
wish
out
I was
Somba.
going. I would love to travel
Yeah.
like that over, but I work a
Yeah, I'm
9
only
to
gonna go to
5.
Bologna, so. And I'm missing on day 1 fully because I'm arriving at like 7 p.m. day 1 flying in.
Oh, man.
But I can't play in the main event anyway, so I'm only going for side events.
Yeah, I get that.
Oh.
If only you were
Might just
coming
ask
to...
a friend if they want to go and do a 2v2.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be so fun.
Yeah, just 4 masks, Ari, Master Yi.
So I'm curious to see what Annie's line here is because Alan's still has 4 runes up, and that Raven Bloom could get very big. That Darius could get the +2 from Darius' ability, and I think Alan's is very happy to take the trade there. And if I was Alan, even if I had a way to deal with the traveling merchant there, I wouldn't use anything on it because Annie could just, bait out your spell, draw the traveling merchant back, and if you're Alan, then you're just -1 card suddenly.
But I mean, still, Annie getting a lot of cards in hand is dangerous. But you need to still...
Fight or flight there.
Yeah, you need to still be able to have the answers, and it looks like we'll be able to, but still... Darius is going to be good, but also if Alan can somehow clap back, going to be at 9 runes this next go-around, but has some rebuilding to do if this Darius is taken out. Could also, even if it's a trade, that'd be really interesting.
Oh, he goes there. Okay.
Okay. This is interesting.
Maybe
think
Annie
next turn?
actually, yeah. That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. 2 cards ready, it becomes 7, it kills the Darius.
Yeah.
And also, if one of the battlefields is left empty to move this back to go there, there's a sneaky deckhand, right?
Yeah. And if Alan's moves Darius back and attacks into Annie's Darius, Annie will just right with
Oh.
his Darius to the other battlefield, and that's a free point. So Alan's
A lot of
can't
answers
really
here.
afford to pull back the Darius.
Catherine Rain.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah, that would be.
Icathian Rain before trigger, or no, yeah, that would be funny. I was like, before triggers, and I'm like, but Ride the Wind's an action, not a reaction. I'm like, that'd be so
Yeah.
funny. Go
Yeah.
over and play 2 cards to give Darius 7 to
Yeah.
then trade. But wouldn't happen, unfortunately.
And if you're Alan's with Icathian Rain, you could even shoot your own Darius once.
Oh, this is smart. He's gonna
Just to
move
get a
into
draw.
base, try and ready him. Gets a
That's
draw.
yeah. Next level strats.
Ooh. So if Alan's attacks right now.
Ca-
Ooh, that's
Oh,
Icathian
Catherine
Rain.
Rain. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, get
Yes.
it.
um. So was that a top deck from the?
It might have
Was that
been.
a top deck?
I need to check.
Still can play 2 cards though, all things considered, but looks like yeah, not going to in that case. So
Find
Yeah.
a fight.
big difference maker right there as well, being able to get there.
I mean, here, if Alan's didn't miss the arena's greatest trigger, he could be winning next turn
Mhm.
with basically any acceleration. So, very unfortunate one for Alan's, but
Has
I
dealt
guess he
with
just wanted us to have an interesting game.
yeah. He's like, nah, I'm gonna play Arena's Greatest, and I'm not even gonna get the point and show you that I can still win it. My opponent needs the point in order to win. It's kind of like Batsu when he goes against an Annie. He's like, I don't even need to see your hand. I can still win.
By the way, I looked at the stream. I am 90% sure that was a top deck.
Oh,
Get it, Alan.
there is the sneaky deckhand.
What a top deck.
That's yeah, that and coming just right when you need it. And still, if there's any more removal coming in, this could be, the point that just completely destroys Annie here.
Hmm.
Now, still being able to, of course, go for Annie being out onto field is going to be a great opportunity here. Might even be potentially baiting, saying like, hey, do you want to keep both these units here with this Darius?
Yeah.
This is scary.
So I think Annie is setting up for like a flash to pull back both of his units when Alan's goes to deal with them, and then of course Annie's gonna get the Dreaming Tree draw once again. And yeah, there's only 9 runes, unfortunately.
Seeing a falling star, maybe. Falling star into accelerated Kaiser.
And I mean, falling star in the accelerated Kaiser
Or Darius.
would be even better if you were at 6 points right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah.
I literally.
I mean, no matter what happens, I would be a little angry at myself for missing that trigger, especially in the top 8. I hope Alan's will get some sleep tonight and not beat himself up because of missing something that important, especially like this late in the tournament. Or maybe missing that arena's greatest was because you're this late in the tournament and you could be tunnel visioning, could be looking at your hand, planning out your turns, and then you easily forget something so so basic like the arena's greatest. So
First time I've seen him look stressed.
yeah, he does look pretty stressed. He just looked at the trash of Annie and he's probably thinking about how big will that Vi get.
Falling star.
That's a good place to start. But each falling star is just more thrash cards for Annie, for bigger Vi basically. Now 2 cards. That's 3 more cards for Vi. I think Alan might need a smoke screen here.
Alan does have a smoke screen in hand.
Okay, that's a
Yeah.
good place to start.
It's been there from the beginning, so hasn't had to discard it or anything just yet.
Mm.
Let's say he has a smoke screen that's -4.
Then plus
Let's
2 to Darius, most likely.
+2. So let's say Darius would be 7. Then on their might
Yeah.
-4.
Mhm.
Then let's say there's a Void
So
Seeker, that's another -4, so that's 8. So
Yeah.
if the Vi was 15, he can fight a 15 Vi if he has a Void Seeker and a smoke
Yeah.
screen.
And could be a Hexacray also, but that's
But if you get fight or flighted, you don't deal that damage.
Yep.
True. I wonder if Alan's could have won last turn if he was at 6. And he was sitting on a fight or flight in hand, so even accelerating a unit wouldn't have gotten you 2 points if you were Alan's.
Yeah.
But there's only so many times that you can fight or flight, so even on this turn as well, would have been able to, push back in and potentially, pressure for that win as well.
Yeah. Well, we're just gonna have to see. This is the turn that really.
Oh, he has a sneaky as well, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the turn that seals the game. Oh, that's the right to win. Why?
Uh-oh. But, again, Alan has a lot of answers in hand. I also sometimes, just for fun, I'll do like I'm stressed out body language just to make my opponent think that I don't necessarily have the answers. And I'll be acting. I don't know if Alan's doing that here by any means, but like I'll be like, dreading it or acting like I don't have the answers and shaking my head slightly to kind of bait out some moves every once in a while. Because body language can be something to really convey a lot of information, and your opponent, if they don't know that, can give away a lot. But here we go with
4,
Vi
8,
right the win.
12. That's
That's
only
17.
14.
That's
17.
17. Wow.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. It's GG for him, I think.
Yep, I think so though. Because even
maybe he's baiting.
He could still deal with this Vi potentially, but then you still have the sneaky. Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah, you still have.
And really, Annie has. I think Annie has the fight or flight in hand, so I don't think there is no hidden blade in those colors. So I'm not too sure what Alan's could do here.
2 smoke screens, Void Seeker.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
That goes to the trash. Another one.
Yep.
Yeah.
But he no longer has enough to be able to sneaky deckhand. But still has 2 runes and a card drawn.
The Vi is getting even bigger.
19.
So smart to be able to do as many actions as you can potentially.
That could be 15. 11. 7. Void Seeker. 2 smoke screens out of Void Seeker trades.
If there is no fight or flight.
Oh no.
But if there is a fight or a flight, it is all but done.
Yeah.
But here's the thing too, Alan still hasn't scooped yet.
He's looking at his arena's greatest miss trigger.
Yeah, the suspense is killing me.
Or 2 rays, potentially.
Yeah. You could easily do 2 rays and a smoke screen and still... Well, you wouldn't need to do the... But...
smoke screen.
Yep, that's a smoke
So that's
screen.
90. That's 15.
Yeah. Yeah. That's another smoke screen.
Come on.
And
Wow,
that
come
is
on!
7.
7.
Oh,
Stupefy.
So,
Stupefy.
oh, wow,
Wait,
it's
Stupefy
gonna
into a
get
hex
so
deck.
close.
Stupefy into a hex deck could work.
yeah.
There's a smoke screen.
Oh, there's a third one.
Oh my gosh! What? What
That's a
is
triple
this?
smoke screen.
What are the odds?
Does the Annie have the fight or flight?
No way.
Wow. Are you telling me there's no fight or flight?
No.
On a Stupefy.
I mean, if Annie doesn't use anything here, Alan's knows there's no fight or flight,
Uh-huh.
and he could stupefy the Vi, and the Darius lives.
Oh my god.
So he doesn't go for the stupefy here.
What? Bro, if he stupefied, he would have just...
I think the stress is
my
getting
God.
to him. He was a
Oh
little
my
too
God.
afraid of the fight or flight.
Oh my god. That is insane. That is insane.
Wow.
What?
All right, in the
That's the
69th of this round, but
That is
the
insane.
triple
is-
smoke screen.
Wow. I mean, Annie's trash is empty now.
Mm-hmm. But you
Is he
still
gonna
have
ride the wind?
you still have the sneaky
there's-
deckhand and Poro,
Oh, yeah.
but you also still have the
wonder-
Hextech Ray in hand from Alan.
I do wonder why he didn't go for the stupefy there. What was he like afraid of?
I'm wondering if no, because even if there was going to be a trade, there still would be a fight or flight
Those
played.
yeah.
So there really was no reason, in my opinion, at least.
Same.
Maybe
Yeah, I'm
maybe
pretty
to
sure, like,
maybe if he was worried about bringing out Kaisa and he could go Hextech and -1, and then or -1 with Stupefy and still Hextech Kaisa.
or maybe he was afraid that the Annie was
He
like,
top deck Darius.
wow.
No.
So that's game. That's the sneaky deckhand in the Darius. Wow.
Wow. Now that is a top 8 match.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I feel a little bit bad for Alans for missing the arena's greatest trigger, but unfortunately, there's nobody else to blame than Alans himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure Alans also knows that fairly well. That the trigger was missed there.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, still great play from both competitors. The
Yeah,
Annie just was unfortunately able, well, not fortunately and his sake, but able to at least win out on that great game there. And I mean, you get to see why Annie can be just such a formidable matchup, especially into what is considered the top deck of this meta. And it's like, you got to be so careful here and not, giving Annie or giving Annie too big of an advantage as a Kaisa player. Otherwise, you just get punished.
Yeah.
That was insane.
And to be fair, yeah, the Annie player does look a little bit stressed because...
Oh, what is he saying? Let's listen.
Okay.
The Hextech Ray, I'm still okay. If he has triple smokescreen or like double smokescreen, stupefy and a bolt or something, then I can lose. I'm like, it's possible because of how he's played, but it's like still pretty unlikely. And then he had it, and I thought, okay, I lose the game. I played my little Poro out. I'm like, whatever, I have my Darius. So I'm thinking, okay, if I draw like a Ride the Wind, I have my Darius. Maybe I can do something. I top deck Sneaky Deckhand, and I'm like, as soon as I drew it, I'm like, I think I win because I don't think he has a bolt, like a second bolt. So I move my Poro in, he bolts it, I play my Sneaky Deckhand, and as soon as he said yes, I'm like, okay, Darius, let it in. And that game I only won because he forgot the arena's greatest trigger. And I had presented that arena in the second game, and I told him, do you want to just both start at 1? right? Like, so we don't have to remember. He's like, no, let's remember. I'm like, okay. So then in game 3, when he presented
Oh
it,
no.
he forgot his own trigger and even mentioned in the game, he's like, the reason I like doing that is because I like punishing myself or my opponent, like, you know, if my opponent misses it is, but he's like, I like to, if I forget, it's on me, you know, and that's what won me the game, and it's just crazy. Like, it's so many things that game were just insane. Yeah.
I can't imagine how you're feeling in this exact moment. You are competing. You're in a top 4 now for the first ever English Riftbound regional qualifier, and you're not alone, still sporting Annie. You have more to go through. You're still playing for best of prizing here, Diwali. And the only thing I really have to ask is, obviously you're very well known across card game strategy in general. Is this just another day at work for you, or are you also feeling this tension?
I was kind of chill, I'd say like Friday and Saturday, because I showed up with kind of like no expectations. I played like 2 Nexus nights, and then like I started playing Annie on Sunday, and like my friends trying to, like, you know, show me the deck. I had some judge calls day 1 because I just didn't know how the game worked. Like, I'm reading cards, asking what color certain cards are to the judges because I don't know if they have it or not. And like, you know, that's my day, and then somehow I'm in top 4. You know, I'm just trying to play tight, keep, you know, hopefully drawing well. I drew really well that game, so, you know.
Speaking of playing tight, I know you have more to go through in the rest of the tournament. Congratulations on your top 4 right now, but we're going to send it back, and we have more Riftbound to get through.
Wow. So even said, let's start 1-1. Do you want to? And then missed his own trigger after saying no.
Wow.
I get it. I totally get
No,
being
no, so
like...
it was, and so when the Annie played the Arena's Greatest,
Yep.
Annie said, let's start 1-1. He's like, no, we should remember our own triggers, and if I miss it, it's my fault. And then when he played Arena's Greatest in his game, he forgot.
Yeah, that's insane.
Oh my god.
It's like, I get it, though. I get it, you know? And in this case, that's going to be the defining factor, and that's, you know, a decision now to live with, because could have been a top 4.
It looks like we're probably going to be on delay, because this is... Oh, game 2.
Nice. Okay, so not as bad as what we would have thought, at least, but still getting into game 2 here. Yi versus Annie. I mean, how do we feel about Annie going into Yi at this point?
I mean, shouldn't this be a favorite matchup for Annie? Because Annie is so fast, and Vi can get through all of those big Yi units.
Yeah, you do have to play, like we said previously, you do have to play around the defies. That's going to be the biggest thing. But again, your opponent only has 3 defies. And the odds of them seeing even all 3 in the match itself is pretty difficult. So if you can even get, like, bait out a defy, maybe even a second one, then you're free to run with Annie for the rest of the game, and you have full advantage.
Yeah.
Now, there's one thing, by the way, I wanted to interrupt for a second. This Master is playing 2 2-drops right now. I'm wondering if he was playing Aurora game 1, and then the sideboard was all 2-drops, and then signing out Aurora in order to bring in like a different type of deck. And then if he does end up losing, then game 3 is a gamble. Is it Aurora or is it a mid-range Yi? And then the Annie has to choose what to sideboard.
That's an interesting point.
But what does Annie really have in the sideboard that actually cares about if it's Aurora or not?
Possession.
Yeah.
I have no idea, actually.
I mean, they do have the forecast that gives temporary to gears.
Fading memories, yeah.
Yeah, fading memories. So technically, Yi could kind of bait out Annie to side in maybe 2 fading memories, and they're just bricks for the whole game.
There is a fading
But
memories.
Yi-
Yeah, there's a fading memories in hand. Yes.
But
Okay. Yeah. So
even
it was an
then-
Aurora player. Yeah.
Even then, there is the zone warrants, which will get rid of the fading memories at some point.
So I think that's exactly what happened. It was an Aurora player who just side decked everything out to be a 2-drop, and now the Annie sideboarded into an Aurora.
And I mean, that's a smart way to really jank out your opponent a little bit, too.
Yeah, because also look at this. He instantly went and just started holding. Yeah, I think he probably thought his opponent was playing Aurora.
And that's also kind of
And
tricky,
Yi
too.
hasn't-
I'll go for it.
Look at Yi start also. Yi start is actually like super aggressive. Weirdly enough, with
Yeah.
the Zonias especially.
I love the Yi player. Look at the rune layout. It's so clear.
Mm-hmm. Pristine. Next level.
He has the chessboard with the runes being parallel to each other, wrong runes next to each other.
It'd be really funny if he had his little Yi counter and just, bounced in between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be really cool, like how the Proving Grounds have their little dudes if they made one for each character. I love those.
So someday we're gonna have a deck with a different alt arts rune for each of the 12 runes.
Yep.
That's what I want.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, Jacob. You and
Yeah,
I.
literally, yeah. Oh, another stack deck.
Okay, I mean, stacked deck is not only strong because you can find your key cards, but it's +1 to Vi, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and the interesting thing is too, though, with Annie coming out so early, can that be something that potentially bites him in the back? Because you do want to be able to find, even if you're going for a stacked deck and trying to dig for a Ride the Wind or a Vi for the end game, if you've already used your Annie, it's just like, okay, cool. What do I do then to find those answers at the end game?
Yeah. And I do love what Annie is doing here. I too like to do this every time I play into Yi. Just stack everything to one battlefield and see what the Yi does. Unfortunately for
White
the
flame.
Annie, yeah, there's the White Flame, and White Flame is a very non-committal, a big non-committal attack, because even if your unit now dies, you still have the White Flame in base, and the Annie is probably used some kind of cards on the unit, so... Oh, true.
Oh, that's a Ride the Wind.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem here is that...
Ride it here. I beg. Ride it there just to die. What?
Wow.
That's a 3
Is there a cleave on the
3
Annie side, or...
+2.
I mean, there has to be a cleave here. Otherwise, it wouldn't make any sense.
Oh.
Or a fight or flight. Either of those.
Oh, a charm got discarded?
Okay, so there's the
6.
cleave. And I think Annie did this aggressive play just because Yi is tapped under Defy runes. So this is the dream scenario. You can play cleave in the fight or flight, and Yi cannot really do anything about it. Yeah, and you also spend the Zonias basically. So that is a lot of value for Annie, but that is also a lot of cards that have been used, and Yi still has 4 units on board, and the Yi champion. So Yi is still threatening a very large board.
3 stack
But,
decks.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Vi is getting pretty big already, which is a little bit alarming for Yi.
Well, and especially after all these stack decks could very well be having the answers in hand. So it's like, cool, if you go ahead and you're taking care of one Vi, I probably have another one in hand and can immediately just move right back in and take both. But still, it's only 3-3 right now, and is not something you technically would want to do at this point.
Yeah. I don't even know I don't even know who's ahead right now, because on the other hand, Vi is getting
Oh, what are they
pretty
talking
big.
about right now?
Then the charm, as you said, is maybe just fully a liability. You cannot trust it. And that looks like just a small judge call, just dealing with exactly
Are they
how
like
everything
confused
goes.
on the
But this should
order
just
of
resolve,
which
as we talked about.
the
Vi
showdowns
going over the
are
top of this
resolved?
Koro.
Yeah.
when
And
you play
setting
a
no
Ride
veggies up
the
for
Wind
a
and start
beautiful
another
endgame.
showdown in the middle of
Yeah,
a
it
showdown.
all really depends on what the remaining cards are in the hand. We've seen a lot of stack decks from no veggies, a lot of ability to kind of really sculpt the game plan. I would.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like that's what they are checking on is what happens when
Yeah.
you leave.
Hmm.
And so, yeah, again, kind of another nuance of the game here, a new situation to check on and whatnot. So it looks like the judge will be coming back, talking to them about it
Yeah.
to see what's going to be the response.
And that's the thing about the battlefields and the showdowns, etc. There's the combat showdown that is started in the middle of a showdown with the right to win, etc., etc. The battlefields just add like multiple layers of gameplay and difficulty in the Riftbound. You're not attacking the opponent like in Legends of Runeterra or Magic, where you attack the opponent, where try to reduce the opponent's health to 0. You're kind of fighting a battle each turn. You're fighting for those battlefields, and it just adds another layer, especially because there's 2 battlefields, and every turn you have to choose between like tens of choices and multiple extra choices just because you're attacking into a battlefield. And there's the move mechanic that comes with it, and it's just very cool.
Yeah.
This Vi is not nearly as big as we saw earlier,
There's
so
like
won't need
layers to
quite
this
the
stuff.
crazy
how
amount
it's
of
said.
tricks to actually overcome the potential that can come through
And
on this Vi.
It's also
No,
cool
you
how
You're
something
getting a lot
so
of value this game. We saw no
small
veggies.
as
I think we saw
a
stack deck
move can be so impactful in a game.
Yeah.
A single move.
Well,
Okay, so we saw that just resolved now.
yep. So it looks like we're good here. I had a comment that said it looks like he took a card he played back to his hand instead of putting it into his discard.
Ooh.
Potentially. So we'll see if that had an impact as well. But also an interesting move from one battlefield to another while in showdown. On top of that, but here's
Yeah.
the dangerous part too. Yi only has 2 cards in hand. And Annie has been able to look through the deck and be able to find anything that they would want with the 3 stack decks as well. And so while they do still have a lot of might on the board as a Yi player, there is still a lot to be desired here with cards in hand.
I think the Vi is getting buffed, and the Annie is once again punishing Yi for tapping under any tricks.
Mm-hmm.
And now the Vi gets the free Conger.
Look at that hand. The Annie has a lot in their arsenal to be able to utilize here.
Ooh. Yeah, that is a pretty good hand, but that hand is very reliable on having the Vi on board. I don't think I saw many units in that hand. And he chooses to discard the flash. So
Fight or
even
flight,
if,
there's a rebuke.
even if the Annie knows that it's not a Aurora version, he still chose to keep the fading memories in his hand.
Well, and Fading Memories is still a really good card, especially when you can target things like the White Flame Protector and things of that nature too. Because yes, you are definitely going to be using it against the Auroras, but it's like, I don't know how I'm going to get around Master Yi. I don't know how I'm going to get around the White Flame Protector, and that still gives you a good option to where it'll be killed before the upkeep.
Yeah, that's a good thing to note, that Yi still has his champion, and he doesn't have a champion, so technically Yi's hand is like +1, you know.
So we'll see.
I wonder if the Annie is gonna use the fading memories here to maybe get rid of the White Flame Protector, or what is he gonna do with it? Or if the Annie is like 20 steps ahead, he doesn't want to show the Yi that he has the fading memories, so Yi doesn't know about it until game 3. But that
No, and that's
maybe that's a little bit too far fetched.
probably, but I mean, it's still something that you do need to consider all the same, though. And here we go with a fight or flight coming out. We'll see where
Yep.
the target ends up going here because all the runes are ready, but still, again, very limited in the cards in hand that the E player has. And it is going to go through, and that is already going to be a lot of information for the Annie player. I mean, do you just send Yi in at this point as well, just to go right back in?
Just give me a charm on that Vi.
Hello, Seven. Hello, Yi.
Yep, that does look like a Yi.
And then an Unguard. Oh, there's the rebuke. Buy this man a pizza. He doesn't like his veggies, but man, he's got the meat of this deck, and it is putting in work.
Let me speed it up so we can catch up.
No, my chat said you need to put it on 1.5 speed so you get caught up to live.
Yeah, I put it on 2.
So I've been like doing that every once in a while, paranoid now that I'm falling behind. No, but great answer there.
Yeah.
That really set back the E player there.
Especially because rebuke cannot be defied.
Mhm.
So it's very good in the green.
Yep, and usually if you're lucky, Yi is maybe running one Windfall, but even then, he was already tapped out at that point anyway to not be able to respond to that. So great job on being able to deal with, I mean, double threats here, but still the charm is going to be going over.
Yeah. I knew it. Let's go.
So yeah, I the only way Yi could really handle the Vi here was with the charm. Just to make sure that, I mean, not make sure, just to hope that the Annie doesn't have the Vi right to win in hand, because Yi is obviously tapped out, and if the Annie slams down the Vi right to win, there's really nothing.
Oh,
To
sneaky
be-
deck hand.
Ooh, sneaky boy. All right, come on. Can you get the final response? They're discarding a Poro to draw a card, and then we will see what else happens.
There isn't enough runes for the Vi right to win. So Annie is just fishing for the game-ending cards.
Yeah, and even
The problem the Annie is gonna face now is that in the future, Yi is most likely always gonna have DeFi runes up, and it's gonna get harder and harder to actually get the right to win to go off.
well, and that's the thing too, because you can also even go in with the White Flame Protector, then potentially even replay the Master Yi and put it into the Obelisk of Power and switch it out and say, okay, now I have 8 might on one, 10 might on the other. Can you deal with that? And still, I think you would still have one left up after that as well of playing the Master Yi. So finding your center, though, to pay for one, to be able to channel one, draw one is really good as well.
True. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see what can the Annie do here. Even if he finds the answers, there's still always the threat of DeFi, and even maybe the Wind Wall. Okay, the Fading Memories is finally out. That has been in the Annie's hand from turn 1.
Ooh.
And there's the DeFi and the Fist Bump.
Yep. Oh, the Defy coming in when you needed it most.
By the way, I think we're caught up, so the next game we'll have will be near to live.
Okay, cool. Nah,
So no more spoilers then.
Yeah,
Even
by the way-
accidentally.
I have a really cool technology against Master Yi, and that's possession. It won me so many games against Master Yi, trust me, it's so good.
Yeah,
And-
there's. Yeah.
you
go for it.
you play the possession, and then they play the Mystic Reversal, and then they take over one of your units with your own possession.
Yeah, you can take my
Or-
Vi.
yeah.
So I just want to see the Mystic Reversal on the Time Warp, and suddenly Mystic Reversal costs like 40 euros.
Oh gosh.
Um, but yeah, I've had games where I've conquered, for example, Trifarian War Camp, and I've just played units on the war camp and held the war camp for the next 7 turns.
Mhm.
That's like the game against Yi.
Yeah, because I mean that's the biggest thing is you can really struggle at getting control of battlefields, and you know you're relying a lot more on the Yi, on the White Flame Protector, because that's really the only removal you might have, and that can be so difficult when, yeah, just like what you're doing with the Trifarian War Camp and just adding more one might tokens and things of that nature, and it's like, cool, good luck, man.
And then I have noticed the biggest problem of Yi is that there's almost always that one turn where you just can't leave one rune up. So when you play that Dead Bloom or that White Flame Protector, there's usually that one turn when you don't have DeFi mana up, and that's when the opponent usually looks to punish that somehow. And just keep in mind that. Just keep that in mind when you're playing against Yi.
Oops, that was a bit of a hot mic. No.
That's okay. We only judge you harshly for it. But not. Looks like only a 1.5-minute break, so not too shabby there. Gonna be able to get into this top 4 sooner rather than later, hopefully.
Oh, there's the wall of new cards on the. Oh man, I'm a little bit jealous they got to play with the new stuff from set 2 there.
Well, and that's the coolest part too, because yeah, you were able to open some of set 2 and then also be able to keep the cards that you opened.
Yeah.
And that's 3 months before, 2.5 months before the set even comes out, which is just absolutely insane to consider, but really cool that they're able to do that.
Yeah, that's such a flex going to your local game store with that new alt art vein or something.
Yeah.
Oh man. And like the new alt arts that we have seen, they look phenomenal. They look so good.
Yeah. So, I mean, and you just start playing your alt art seals in that case, being like, don't worry about it.
We're nearly back. 15 seconds.
All right.
Imagine going to your local game store now in the Nexus night and pulling out that Rek'Sai champion.
Yeah.
In your game, and your opponent is like, what even is that? But it's gonna be interesting to see when the West kind of starts moving into those set 2 online tournaments. We're gonna see some interesting cooking, especially in the upcoming months.
Yeah, and
I need to actually play Spiritforged because I haven't played a single game of it.
Well, and that's the fun part too, because Thursday Night Fights, one of the online tournament runners, every Thursday now, every 2 weeks is going to be doing set 2, it looks like. And so great way to get into it. I mean, that's going to be late for you guys overseas and whatnot. So haha, too bad for you. But it's going to be interesting to see how that shapes up too. And look at this. 3 Annies. Who would have predicted this?
Wow.
Wait, Blark getting the Master Yi medal is insane.
Yeah. And one of those Annies, it was 63rd, and he's in top 4 now.
Yep. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, you can't count yourself out. I mean, you just play each game. You made it to day 2. That's all that matters.
Wow.
Well, and that's the thing too. Like the highest seeded, of course, was Alan at 5th. Otherwise, everyone else was in 30 or above. Really, I mean, Zent 25th, whatever. But near 30 or above at that point, and that says a lot. All the top have been taken out in top 32 at that point.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's where we just see where the top 60 or top 32, all of the players are so good that everything comes down to like 1 or 2 might differences. Like for example, in the Allen's game, the Annie had already recycled everything, so even with the 20 might Vi, that game came down to like a top deck Darius. So all of the games got so close that the difference between the 60th player and the first seed is like, I don't want to say it comes down to the cards, but like the skill disparity is gonna be very, very small in those top groups.
Yeah, no, I think, and you make a really good point at that, where there might be an outlier or two where, the deck just did deck things, essentially, and there wasn't much strategy needed. But in this case, I mean, everyone here is tried and tested. They're experienced. They know the gameplay. They know their decks. They know their matchups. And it's like, hey, what are we able to do about that now? And so it's going to be interesting to see. And yeah, at that point, to your point, it's very difficult to see how, if your first seed doesn't matter necessarily.
Yeah, yeah.
It's bragging
And
rights.
I don't think there's anybody I don't think there's anybody in 64 that got there by getting what was it, five buys, or what was it?
Yeah,
with the Lux.
With the Lux player, yeah. Seriously though, but this is going to be a big game as well. We were able to see what he was able to do against Annie here, and I mean, this is something interesting too. Blarg coming from an Annie gameplay recently, has been able to win out on that, and he could very well just be seeing Annie even in the finals as well, and that's a lot of also practice to keep moving forward on this, and and going to be interesting to see what he's able to do.
Hey, do you wonder what's the science between having Legion rearguard rather
It's
than,
to
for
play
example,
against on Aurora, in case. Probably.
Yeah, I guess the Annie wants to like maximize having those accelerated points if he's going second.
Yeah, well, and the big thing too is they know each other's deck lists. And so he knows exactly what to expect. Oh, he's playing Aurora's guaranteed game 1. Okay, cool. What do I need to now do to anticipate that?
Yeah, and also I think having this card as well, even if you don't want to use it, you can just Zorn Warrens discard it, you know what I mean?
And I mean, great start with the sneaky.
Yeah.
Wow.
Even
that's
with
like
the
the worst
aspirations
thing.
climb, it's looking pretty rough.
That's like the best possible like turn he could have. Well, not really. He could have technically had a 2-drop and then but still really, really good.
Great start there. And a stacked deck on top of that, so even able to search for more answers. A stacked deck, though, is one of those 3.
Into a stacked deck.
How tempting is it to take a stacked deck from a stacked deck?
I think you need flash because next turn Yi's coming in. So you gotta save the units, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah.
Or fight or flight. If there was a fight or flight there, you take that. Because you can come in ready, move in, fight or flight it back, you score yet another 2 points.
Yep, and that's great.
And here's the thing again, like I mentioned previously, if the Yi is played, the Yi player is gonna once again tap under Defy mana, I mean runes, and fight or flight would be very, very punishing on the Yi when he's tapped out. So
that's exactly what's
this
gonna
is one
happen.
this is one of the turns where you can punish the Yi for not having that Defy rune, those Defy runes up.
And it's like at the same time, though, you're trying to just go ahead and bait out your opponent's answers too with the Yi. And in this case, this is almost best case scenario where he is using a flash to against a Yi moving in. Still, though, a Yi being tapped out is a dream for Annie, and he's going to be able to do whatever he wants this next turn.
Ooh, also, potential Dead Bloom angle as well. Gonna have 8 next turn.
The problem with Dead Bloom is once again that he is gonna be tapped out. But with the Zonias on board, I don't think he minds it, honestly. Was that stacked deck
That's that
taken
got
out?
stacked in the last one, yeah.
Ooh. I mean, if you were Annie, would you, even if you had the fight or flight in hand, would you use flash there just so you can conquer the battlefield back and get the zone effect?
Potentially, yeah. Darius comes
Yeah.
ready as well, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And now he gets rid of the Zonias and gets the zone conquer effect if he so chooses to.
Yeah, and again, I get why you would want to play out the Yi in this case, but again, you get so and even in Kaisa, you can get extremely punished as well due to the fact that you have to be tapped out on that case, and so still that's a tough trade with Darius being taken out while the Hourglass is only moved out of play to save the Yi. And again, like what Jacob said, if Deadbloom ends up coming in, this can be the start of the shift of the tide, and Blarg might be able to, really start to climb back up. And again, this is going to be a long game. 9 points needs to be scored in order to win here.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah, well,
you go for about 2, yeah.
if Deadbloom comes, okay, it doesn't look like there's a Deadbloom because he attacked with the Yi to the battlefield with the unit. But using a Deadbloom here would once again put you under the Defy runes, which would make conquering both battlefields next turn for the Annie easier, because then you could, on your turn, use the fighter flights when Yi is tapped out, etc. And every time you get to use a fighter flight for free, it means you can save your rebukes for later, because those obviously cannot be defied. Okay, so that's 7.
All right. And one floating still too is going to be okay, never mind. There we go with the accelerated. So
accelerated
yeah, so that's going to be tapped out again as well, but still being able to at least deal with a unit out on board. And already with the Darius also in the trash too is a great response to this as well. So, and the death knell of Tasty Feyfolk is so broken on the advantage that you can get from that.
Yeah.
It never feels good killing a Tasty.
Well, we'll have to see if Annie gets to 7 points here. That could be the game breaker. But can the Vi even get big enough here to clear everything the Yi is gonna throw at the Annie on the future turns?
That's the thing, and that's the big question. And also, not only that, how are you going to clap back at this? Because you're going to be at 7 points. You're at that awkward climb, and again, you need to get to 9. And so it's like, hey, if I go ahead and extend myself like this and do it a turn early, will I then still be able to build everything up and potentially get to 9 with what Yi could potentially also throw at me? And that's the scary part.
So the Annie is coming out. I think the Annie player is probably taking a step back here to maybe develop a little bit, taking the stacked deck to look for those key cards. I mean, without the Aspirations climb, the play would be obvious. Just put the deckhand to the battlefield, get to 6 points, and then you could be threatening to end the game every turn. But the Aspirations climb here is making a huge difference, just at 1 point.
Well, and that's the thing. It adds such a grind aspect where every point needs to be earned. And you can find that the odds are almost stacked against you in that as well, where Annie's full front is, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to get as many points as quickly as possible. And then Yi's like, cool, well, I'm going to extend the game. And a lot of utility, I mean, Annie does not run a lot of units in deck. So if you're able to take out a lot of the units here, cool. you know, you really lose a lot of your steam here, whereas Yi can continue to build out big monsters, big units here to continue to bombard Annie with a punishing blow after blow until they win the game.
Yeah, suddenly, actually, Yi is looking to be in a very good spot right now, just because Annie can't simply can't end the turn end the game next turn. Otherwise, this would be a little bit tough, but also Yi
Ooh,
can
there's-
maybe.
How much being
Yep.
tapped? Oh, that's only 8. Yeah, Deadbloom going in.
Yep.
Yes.
And a Deadbloom going in with 1 at the ready. And also, not only that, Yi has a lot of cards in hand as well. So, I mean, even an Unguard at this point could really slow down the Annie player. But there are a lot of runes that Annie can utilize here. Just needs to have the answers, though.
Yeah. Also, Annie did take a stacked deck out of his champion Annie. So I guess Yi could make a read there that Annie still doesn't have the key cards to end the game. So just a little advantage of knowing what the Annie takes out of his trash, because it is public knowledge what to take out.
I mean, you look at the might in each side of the field here. This is difficult, and I mean the smart part here with the Yi player is he's almost forcing out the Vi Ride the Wind early if he even has it. That's the dangerous part.
Yeah,
so here we go with Annie going into the battlefield though and gusting it back to probably try to get more answers.
Yeah. I wonder if this Annie is gonna be played to take other stacked deck out of the trash.
Yeah. No, and that's something definitely viable there to try to continue to dig. And you might be even going, stack deck to try to find either the Vi or the Ride the Wind, depending on what half you need.
Yeah. So I guess Annie really isn't finding the cards he needs.
This is just rough. Like, you can't really do anything.
Yeah. Does take the fighter flight, which does also tell Yi that you cannot tap under the Defy runes.
Ooh.
And that's the Defy.
I mean, good
No,
patience
yeah.
there too. Being able to really allow the Annie to extend all their runes, replaying Annie, grabbing the answer that they wanted. Now they have 3 runes at the ready, and he defied. You know, it's very well played there and great patience.
Yep. Suddenly Yi is looking like the aggressor here, even getting down the Zonias. Yeah, and it's just a pass. I mean, Yi doesn't have to
Just keep one
hurry
unit on
up
the board,
here.
right? That's all you need to do.
With the Zonias, especially, like when Annie finally gets rid of both of Yi's units,
Yeah.
there's more of where that came from, you know.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
And again, now with the +2 of the Master Yi legend ability as well. I mean, 10 for the Deadbloom Predator in Might, and then 8 for the Master Yi. You can have all the runes you want at the ready. It doesn't matter as long as you can't get over those 2 units here. And all these runes, I mean, we could be seeing a Primal as well. So even after you sack everything, you could just go ahead and say, I'm going to add +7 to Deadbloom Predator.
Yeah, and if the Yi has another Defy in hand, it's gonna be very, very tough for the Vi to kind of do anything, because
+13.
Yeah, Vi does have to use the ability before using the Ride the Wind. So if Yi has the other Defy, Vi has already cleared out their trash, and you can't do anything about it.
And a cleave.
I mean, that is a nice little add-on, and then recycling it for +4 on top of that.
True. So I guess it is the Ride the Wind coming out.
-3. And ganking. Where's the ganking
Yeah, the
tag?
cleave.
Give me the ganking tag.
Yeah.
If you're going to be adding all those on, put the ganking as well. And a rune
Oh.
prison!
Oh.
No!
Wow. That's basically
Yep.
like killing off the Vi.
Yep.
That's technically killing the Vi.
Mm-hmm. One of the best
Wow.
answers that you could have had in that circumstance.
Yeah. So how did we go suddenly from the meta being Kaisa Yi into Yi being the underdog in the top 4?
I think it's because everyone's trying to go against a Kai'Sa, and then they find out a way to ruin it. Then they find a way to ruin like the other deck, and everyone just keep countering each other. And then someone plays something older, which everyone forgets about. And then at that point, you just find a Jinx player who discards 2 Flame Chompers turn 1
Well, and the thing is too,
and wins.
with English release, we really had a shortage of proving grounds as well, which I think allowed Yi to take that step back. I mean, we're still seeing a ton of Annies, but Annie's kind of the hype deck right now, where everyone's like, oh, this looks so fun. Look at the aggression, look at the options, and the end game when I ride the wind at 6 points kind of thing, you know? Whereas Yi is just like a very straightforward deck. You do have to be strategic still, but it can be a very low to the ground. I'm just going to go ahead and get in and then just react. So, just really interesting on seeing that dynamic. But Annie continues to climb up in popularity where Yi stays the same.
Yeah. I mean, the games have been interesting. Considering the last game took only 20 minutes, and it did feel like it was like a 40-minute match.
Yeah.
The game, I mean. But Annie, once again, getting the 3 points like instantly. This happened in last game too, and Yi did crawl back, so I guess we just
By the way,
have
next
to
turn,
wait and see.
next turn there's a potential Aurora, but don't think there is one. We can see the 2 drops, so the Aurora's definitely got sided out potentially.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, does he just have to kill something? And okay, and he gets to 5, so he doesn't get rid of any units here.
Well, and here's the thing too, especially when going second or going first potentially here. Maybe he did pick to go second with Obelisk of Power too. It's like, did he side out the Auroras in this case? And I don't necessarily think he probably would.
I mean, and I'm kind of...
I think you have to side out the Aurora if you do 2 drops, because if you hit 2 drop with Aurora, that's just sad.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not too sure about Obelisk of Power, because on the other hand, it does make your ramping up quicker, but it also does give like the aggressive decks faster starts basically. So
yeah, that's gonna be the hard part
Obelisk
here. And it's also interesting that the Annie's keeping everything back into base, and now here comes a very pivotal sabotage as well.
What do you get rid of? Do you get rid of this, or do you get rid of this?
Can't get rid of the vibe because
I would get rid of the fight or
unit can
flight.
be.
Yeah, I would get rid of the fight or flight, put it to the bottom of the deck. It doesn't get put into the trash, it gets recycled. Get rid of it.
Yeah.
I would take a...
But also, there could be an argument to get rid of the Gust, because how do you get the Poro to a battlefield with the Gust in hand?
Yeah, true. Very true.
Yeah, I could see arguments for both in that case too. But it's like you also have the Yi, potentially a Dead Bloom that could also be coming out as well.
Yeah.
And so you have a lot of answers. But, I mean, anything can be fight or flighted. Not a lot can be gusted.
Yeah, true. And
I saw the play count, by the way, the runes. So if it does get gusted, he would have a play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you could technically buff the Poro if the Annie chooses to play the Gust. And then the Poro isn't a 3-might unit anymore. So the Yi is out. And Yi does have one rune up, which kind of threaten a lot of things, surprisingly. Now the Poro is casted. Ooh.
All right. Well, and this is
Unfortunately, no. Yes.
yeah. This is going to be a big moment though for the Annie player. Needs to start just continuing to bombard with pressure. He's at 5 points. Needs to continue to, climb up at that, and then you're going to have the, Vi ride the wind potentially, but you still got to dig for that. So even Annie maybe even coming out to grab a stacked deck this turn while getting up to 6 points could be a pretty decent answer on getting what you need. But man, we are so close to seeing who is going to be in the finals here.
Do you think it's worth to do anything else than conquer the other battlefield for Annie and then just deal with the Yee's units next turn? Because I don't think there's really any point in sacrificing cards and units for the Yi, because you can just win the game next turn, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He does go for the Congress, so okay, so it's basically over.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
and interestingly enough, too, Blark went ahead and passed as well, even with the one rune up. So interesting to be able to do so as well. I think he had 4 cards in hand when he did pass that back.
Yeah. I guess he was bluffing the end guard, hoping the Annie would respect it.
You know the only thing that's coming right now? Dead Bloom Charm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
But even then, that still is fairly risky considering potentially having the Vi ride the wind. That only takes 4 runes to pull that off, and you'll have that easily next turn, and you could still Annie and stack deck and still have enough for Vi ride the wind.
Yeah. Annie is surprisingly dangerous with so many runes, but every time I have played against Annie, they have recycled so much that they have always been at like 5 to 4 runes. So I guess I have never seen Annie in its full potential before.
Yeah, that's why in a lot of my videos after playing Annie extensively and whatnot, it's like Annie can be very difficult because you need to balance your play far more than you need to with other decks. You need to maintain hand size, you need to maintain rune count, while also maintaining board presence. And if you're unable to do all of that, you can really struggle.
Yeah.
Oh, rebuke.
Yeah, I think that's game.
Great way to end that.
That was gonna be the charm play. Oh, so close. So close.
Annie mirror match in the finals.
Yeah. Will the final non-Annie deck fall here?
I mean, no one would have called for Annie mirror match in the finals. No one. You know, it might have been cool to see like an Annie Kaisa, Annie Yi, but we are possibly going to get an Annie mirror match.
Annie did save the arena's greatest for the final game when he's going second, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah. Because I guess it was a gamble. I think this player knew that the Master Yi player has the sideboard swapping out the Auroras, right? So maybe he thought that for game 3 the Aurora would come out, and he kept it there being confident he could take game 2.
Yeah. Okay,
but oh my god, that is perfect.
Yep.
Yeah.
Danger.
That's a 8 next turn.
Wow.
And again, that's already going to be a lot of momentum there. I mean, you can really begin to control the game at that point. Going ahead and even playing like a Dead Bloom Predator and things of that nature on turn 3. It's like, come on.
Yeah, you can literally go in with Yi, move in, right? And you want to go here with Yi because you can move around and gank, and you also have 1 up because there's going to be 8, and he only costs 7. So you can still keep 1 card up.
Yeah, and even the Clockwork Keeper being on a battlefield is already a 4-might unit basically.
Mhm.
So even that alone is pretty annoying for Annie.
Well, and as the Annie player, you do not want to go ahead and trade in, so it's forcing the cleave at this point, especially because Traveling Merchant doesn't want to go in Vile Maw's lair either because
Yeah,
of
true.
the movement and being able to discard and draw for the Vi at the end game. And so, I mean, big sacrifice here already. And a Kaisa coming in too, but looks like not accelerated. And so, gonna be interesting to see if that can get punished as well, because you could go even a Yi Charm and get rid of the Kaisa.
Yeah. I mean, the Vilemore. How do you say that battlefield?
Vile Maw's lair.
Yeah, Vilemore's layer. It's pretty annoying for Annie, especially with the Kaisa, because if you play Kaisa there,
what
you
up?
know it's getting stuck. Yes, as you can probably guess, English isn't my strong suit. You know, I'm from Finland, so.
How dare you, Batsu? Come on, man. Dishonor on your whole family. No, but no,
Yeah,
and that's the thing too. It's gonna be interesting to see. I mean, what answers you're gonna be able to be maintained here, and do you risk sending the Kaisa over to the Vile Maw's lair here to see getting an additional card draw? You're already starting with the stack deck. You're getting an answer out of 3 cards potentially. Great answer there. But do you also want to just fill up your hand with as many options as possible?
Yeah, and I mean, even if Yi does have a ton of runes, there's always the fight or flight or rebuke, which does always buy you extra turn or 2. So, you know, big bodies are nothing if you can't do anything with them.
Darius, though, could be a good step in the right direction here. And is there another cleave potentially as well? But again, that could... Would you defy that if there was a cleave? But looks like both going in.
Ooh.
Interesting. So no cleave in hand.
And Annie is still threatening the... I mean, Annie is still threatening the cleave, technically. So, even if Yi placed in a guard, he could still be in big trouble with the cleave. So Annie is really putting Yi in a tough situation here, where he's kind of forcing the Yi to not do anything, because if he does something, the Annie can also do something.
Well, and that's the thing too. It's like, would you rather give your opponent the ability to draw the card after Conquer or Darius on the board? And it's like, well, I know I have the Dead Bloom. That's a great answer right there. But still, 3 runes up, so you could go ahead and flash or even fight or flight and push your Darius back to base.
Yeah.
I don't want to pay the deflect cost of Dead Blue Predator personally.
True. There is also 1 rune up on your Yi once more, so, you know, Defy is always an option. Technically, you could also try to ride the wind here, but I think it's a little too aggressive. Yeah, Rebuke is the only card that, you know, Yi cannot really do anything about right now. But it does set Annie back 2 runes.
God, well, 3 because of the deflect as well.
Oh, true.
Yeah. You got to be so careful about that, because it's like, if I go ahead and do the rebuke, can I come back from that? Because you're basically going to be setting yourself behind a turn and a half in rune count.
Yeah, but it's also gonna set the Yi 1 turn behind, because he's once again gonna have to pay 8 and recycle 2.
Okay, but with that, he has committed. There goes a Ride the Wind going over to the other side. Will it be responded to with a Defy? There it is. and
Okay,
no
so
more.
the Annie did take the risk and did get punished for it.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
I missed the last like 2 minutes of the game because I was chatting away, but I'm here, and it looks like the game has flipped on its head.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, still going to be going in with the Annie again, recycling another rune to pull back the stack deck, trying to then activate it to get some answers back into hand. The Deadbloom Predator is going to be so difficult to have to deal with here. You've at least dealt with the but we also haven't seen any hourglasses yet, and I'm fearful if we see an hourglass, that can really start to shift the momentum even further into the Master Yi.
Yeah, and that's the problem with playing against Yi, because especially Annie, if all of your cards cost 2, I mean, you just have to go for it. Either the Yi has Defy or not, you know.
Well, and again, they only
And-
have so many defies too, luckily.
True. Okay, now there's only 2 Defies left.
Yeah.
Probably both in hand.
Yeah, that's a problem here because if you have Defies, I mean, having many Defies is usually pretty bad, but if you have some kind of board presence, then you don't really mind having those Defies. Each Defy will slow Annie down. And Annie's already at only 3 points, even with the Arena's Greatest, which is a very, very slow game for Annie.
Yeah.
Compared to the first game where we saw Annie at 3 points on like
Literally
turn
two,
two,
right? Yeah.
and still lost.
Well,
So
and that's the scary part, is because you can find ways to deal with the threats on board as the Master Yi player. And if you're able to deflect, or if you're able to, discipline and get above some things and things of that nature, you can really set back an Annie. And the thing is, too, Annie hasn't necessarily really had to see a whole ton of Master Yis potentially. And that can be, you have a great Kaisa matchup, but it's like, well, is your Master Yi more of a 50-50? And it might very well be dependent on how well Yi's able to find those answers compared to, the consistency of Annie in this case, because Annie can just move. But if you stop that, what do you do?
And how can the Annie move if there's a big Deadbloom on the battlefield?
And that's the scary part.
Choosing to discard the Rebuke.
Again, yeah, I'm thinking...
The rebuke is really strong, right? Getting rid of that implies you have another one in your hand or something else to deal with a big unit. But yeah, getting rid of rebuke means your hand is pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, you're looking at potentially really slowing down your opponent, but it's like, okay, cool. If I go ahead and put back the Deadbloom in hand, if I go ahead and put back the White Flame Protector, they're probably just immediately coming back. And I'm sacrificing 3 runes to be able to do that if I target the Deadbloom. So it's like, is that really great here? But still, a Fight or Flight, paying the deflect cost on top of that to get the extra point from Annie to tie up the game, it still doesn't feel great.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Annie's like thought process here was that he's gonna pay the deflect cost because there's no Defy threat here right now. Because the worst case scenario would be you go for the spell on the Deadbloom, you pay for the deflect, and your spell gets defied. So I guess the Annie is just valuing the Yi being tapped out, basically.
Yeah, points wise doesn't make a difference anyway, because if you defy it and then it comes back, it scores a point. But if you leave it there, it's just gonna hold anyway, right? So
well, and here's the scary part too, because even if Annie goes ahead and flashes back to base, and the Yi player goes up to 7, Yi also can just use that time to continue to rebuild the backfield as well, put units in base, and then just push for that 8th point on
True.
the following turn.
Yeah. Yi being at 7 and holding 2 battlefields is like the dream scenario for Yi players. I mean, but Annie left, what's that, 7 runes up? So
7. Oh, and that
I
dies.
mean,
But only 3 cards in hand. That's the scary part.
Yeah. Is there going to be an answer?
Ride the
Ride the
wind
wind.
over to discard and
Oh, to
draw
move.
1.
That is a desperation play.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
And are you going to allow that? Do you have the defy?
I mean, if I was Yi, I don't
I would
think
defy
I
it.
would defy that. You would?
Yeah, because if they're going for this, that is such a big desperation play, right? And you also know that
Yeah.
if they're using a Ride the Wind, they probably don't have the Vi, right? So that's their
Mhm.
win condition probably
Mm.
gone.
Mm.
Yep.
Or they could be Giga bluffing.
But also, at this point, I'm not sure it would be a bluff at this point. You know, that's the biggest thing. You only have 2 cards left in hand. But still, Vi Ride the Wind only costs 4. You know, that's the big thing here.
The biggest problem is what are you gonna discard from the
Oh, yeah.
traveling
Hand's not
merchant?
that bad, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And Annie's already been expended too.
Yeah. I mean, if I was Yi, I would let the merchant move, and finally, when Annie goes to remove the dead bloom somehow, for example, with the fight or flight, then you could defy the fight or flight, for example.
Yeah, the Vi would be 14 if it was to come out.
Mm.
So that being on 10 defending, 10 defending, 2 on guards, an on guard discipline, any of that combo, primal strength would be absolutely huge. And also leaving all this amount of open as well could be an indication for primal as well.
Yeah, and if you let the traveling merchant move here, if the Annie has right the wind and Vi in hand, I
Yeah.
mean he has to discard one of them.
He is so stressed.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
tough choice because, well, and also just making this choice on defying it, it's like, if I do, could this seal up the game? Could this be to my downfall? And that's the scary part. So he is going to allow it to go through, it looks like, and will be discarding a Void Seeker. So interesting choice there as well, and drawing a card. And then we'll be able to score
He
going
looks pretty
up to
happy.
7.
Look at him. He looks so happy.
Yeah.
He looks really happy for a second.
Ooh, stack deck though.
Oh, okay.
Or he's saying, wait. 1, 2, 3.
So from the discard and draw, I think the Annie drew a stacked deck, which is probably the best card you can find.
Another stack deck? Yes. We're fishing.
But I mean, you're looking at 6 cards now, and even
Wait,
7.
he's smiling. Look at his face. Is that a smile? He's counting? I don't know. Does he look happy or sad? I don't know.
I mean, he's 1 rune off from playing
Look,
Vi.
he's smiling and he's looking. Oh yeah, he's a rune off.
Yeah.
He's looking and he's smiling.
Well, it's still his
Maybe he's
opponent's
smiling
turn.
because he's annoyed.
Oh,
That was
That's
a
the
sigh.
review.
Okay.
that's
Okay.
going to be the final purple and that, yeah. Going up to 6.
But Yi is still threatening the hold to go to 8.
Well, and
I mean,
uh,
there's only 1 rune left, so
Mhm.
I think there's nothing the Annie can do here.
Oh. That went black for a second. This might be it, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, with 1 rune left, can't the Annie even get rid of the white flame on the other battlefield?
yeah.
What is the
Wait,
Yi
is
thinking with that
there a
reveal?
window to use like, a card? No.
Well, and
I mean-
even if he does have a there we go, immediately playing that back out to deal with that.
Do you
Eh.
think? Oh yeah, discard one, draw one, right?
Yep.
And there's the.
Okay, yeah, I was like so confused. Like,
Yeah.
can anything happen? Like, pretty sure nothing can happen, right?
No, not at that point. And so it just was
Yeah.
kind of that last ditch effort that unfortunately wasn't able to pay off. And I mean, just a great play on being able to control the game by the Yi player. And he just, every answer was answered by Yi in that case and was ultimately able to win out.
Yeah, there was a lot of coping going on at the end, just trying to see if, something can happen, but nope. You just got to accept it.
Yep.
You just got to accept it.
But we got a Yi in the finals.
I wonder who the Yi's going to play against.
And Annie.
Unfortunately, no Allens, at least.
Well, and that's going to be the interesting part, too, is playing against Annie after Annie after Annie now. You're going into the final match playing against another Annie. And it's like, cool, well, I've already defeated 2. I'm feeling pretty comfortable about this matchup now. I've been able to try and test against this. So let's see what I'm able to do going against another Annie now.
Yeah, and I don't think the Annie player itself has been playing against a Yi in a long time.
Ooh, we get to see the Annie mirror.
That's pretty cool. I like how they're doing that. Oh, and we're starting on game 1 as well. 0-0 Annie v Annie. So what normally it does this matchup look like as a mirror match?
I don't think I've ever seen Annie versus Annie, honestly. I don't like. I was kind of surprised on how popular Annie actually was in the Houston. I think there was like 122 Annies, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, let me see. I have that. I can pull that up pretty quick. Looks like we had 122 Annies. Yeah, correct. 11% of the field.
Okay. Damn.
So compared to 15% of the field being Master Yi at 166.
Yeah.
But I really want to see kind of the day 2 conversion rates as well, seeing how, which deck had the best conversion rate, because it almost looks like Annie might have some of the highest conversion. Yeah.
Was it Misfortune? I think it was like a 12% on Misfortune.
Yeah, Misfortune had 59 decks at 5% on day 1.
Oh, was it 5%?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think day 2 conversion, it had the highest percentage. It was 12, I believe.
Yeah.
Because I think I saw a graphic earlier. But again, it's just like a smaller pool of players, so the conversion is obviously going to be higher.
If one makes it, 15% of the field made it. Woo!
Okay, I found an image.
Okay.
So Misfortune, day 1 was 59, day 2 was 7, so 12%.
That's pretty
Annie, 9%.
Okay.
From 122 to 11. Kaiser, 7%. From 372 to 27. Yi, 7%. Volley, 5%. Lee Sin, 5%. Timo, 5%. Darius, 4%. So 1 out of the 23. Yasuo, 4%. 1 out of the 25. Victor, 2%. 1 out of the 43. And then Ari, Set, Leona, Jinx, Lux, Garen didn't make it.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Man, my money was on Garen. I can't believe he let me down like that. Come on, man. But
I mean, Lux still went only 3 losses.
Yeah. So, I mean, still just absolutely crazy to see Annie having some of the biggest conversion rates. Same with MF. So, really cool to be able to see what that's able to do. And again, is this just going to make Annie that much more viable? And wanting to bring it in at 12% conversion rate is a number to definitely keep an eye on. And I think a lot of people are also getting used to the Kaisa matchups as well. Where you can feel comfortable and confident in going against them.
You know what's good against the Annie? A good old Leona who can just stun everything.
Yep.
Oh, you wanna ride the wind? Stunned. You wanna do something? Stunned. You wanna do something? Stunned. Oh, you wanna kill something? I kind of have a lot of mine.
And on top of that,
what's even
buffing.
better?
What? Not Darius.
Yi with a stun, just like we saw
True,
before.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this game just looks like which Annie
Can sneaky
can
deckhand
go
first.
faster.
Yeah, who gets the double sneaky deckhand?
Well, and even like getting a Darius out and being able to utilize the Darius as well, because then you can start slinging the Darius from one battlefield to another pretty easily,
Yeah.
and things of that nature. And Darius outside of Vi is pretty much your biggest might asset, and so if you can end up finding that, you might be able to really take it to another Annie.
Yeah. And the thing about Annie is that it does really suck at defending. It doesn't have any buffs on defending, and I think like the only damage Annie can do when you attack into it is like a Void Seeker. So attacking with something like Darius is pretty safe. The only thing they can really do is either fight or flight your Darius or flash their own units back. The early Vi comes out, and I think the Annie doesn't mind playing the Vi early on because you don't need a 10 might unit to end the game. Even even the Darius Ride the Wind can just end the game in itself.
Yeah, of course.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's going to be the tricky aspect of this as well. And even how much have both of these competitors tested the Annie mirror match? Because you got to know, especially after Atlanta and Vegas, that is much more of a possibility. But again, it can come down to even just that kind of repetition that can make a big difference in this game.
Yeah, yeah.
I will also say the deflect Poro could also be something to kind of punish the Zent here as well, where if he does want to try to target and move things around, he can get punished. And he's already down to 4 runes. The rune differential alone can be a big difference maker here, depending on who extends more power in this case.
I do like the deflect Poro, especially in set 1, where there are a lot of these key spells that you normally have to play around, but when you just slam down that deflect Poro on turn 1, usually your opponent just, lets the Poro be. So it kind of counters Gusts, Hextech Rays, whatever. Even the Falling Star, like we saw today, one Kaisa, recycling 3 runes because of Powdy Poro deflects only.
Yeah, that was hilarious. That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. And then the look on their face afterwards when they did it as well.
Oh my gosh, that was so sad. So sad. But that's how it is sometimes.
Who do you guys think is going to win? I think Dwali's winning at 2-0.
Yeah, I would say so too, just especially after already seeing how he plays. And I think he does have a little bit of a leg up when going against Zent. But we'll see.
Yeah. The only thing annoying me is that Duali has Champion, Legend, Deck, and Thrash at the same place.
Yeah.
He also did play very well into Alans, so that's also why you're rooting for him, because he beat Alans.
Yeah. There's also a flash that came in, which is pretty nice, from the stack deck.
Yeah, that already can be a pretty big... And again, it might really just come down to who can find the better answers with their Annie deck. And already having a Vi out almost prematurely in this case can be something to even say, All right. So am I already getting a little bit ahead, as Diwali at least, because they have the Vi out?
+2. 5 total. So going there with a 5, I think it's to counter the Gust, right?
Yeah, and a
Gust Void Seeker.
possible. Yeah, Void Seeker. Yeah. I mean, there surprisingly hasn't been much value gotten out of the Dreaming Tree, even though both decks are running the Flash. There's the Darius.
Oh no, this person stacks runes. They must lose.
Oh,
That's an action
there
rebuke.
is a there is the Rebuke in hand.
But does it really matter that much? Because next turn... 2? Is that a fight or flight? Yeah.
It is the fight or flight, and this ensures that Dolly is gonna get at least 4 points next turn, which is the
Even.
yeah. Yeah, the even points.
Yeah, you try to get to 6 and then you win on 8.
And that's going to be the hard part, too. It's like Zent just seems like he's slightly missing on his card draw here. Also, even just getting the stacked decks on Diwali's side was a big difference maker because you are able to search through so much of your deck. And even if you find a good, 2 good cards out of the out of the 3, you still get one of those 2 cards, whereas, Zent hasn't been able to look at that. Or at least as extensively.
I think also the Kai'Sa champion is just very good in this matchup because all of the units are like 3-2 might. So it's very, very easy to get that draw value out of Conquering with the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
And here we see Zend getting the Dreaming Tree value, getting the draw from it with the Flash. If it goes through. The Vi does get gusted.
Oh, you guys are a little
That
behind
was
me.
kind of a smart read earlier. Oh, behind or?
Yeah, you guys are behind me.
Okay, let me speed up.
So yeah, that'll be a big difference. And smart on stacking the reaction
Can you count
on
your time,
top
by
of
the way,
that.
Silent, on the bottom left?
Count my time.
If you count the time on the bottom left, and then we can see what time we're at. 56, 57,
58, 59.
Yeah, we're basically the same
11.
now. Sick.
Yep. Okay, good.
Nice.
It's like every 10 minutes
Easy.
I go to 1.5 speed, just in case.
Yeah.
I'm just paranoid now.
Darius coming in.
That's going to be good.
Holding that.
For those wondering, Zen still got the draw from a Dreaming Tree, even if Vi was gusted before he could get the flash out,
That's because the trigger comes from targeting and not the actual card resolving. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why it can be such a big difference maker there. But again, I love that he waited to play the Gust until after the response was made. That way Gust could punish instead. Because if he would have gone ahead and just said, hey, I'm going to Gust, and then Flash would have moved them back into base, then we would still have a Vi out on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And look how more confident he looks compared to when he played the last game.
Yes.
Because when he was against Alan, he was like so stressed out. He was like constantly just like looking defeated. And now he's just looking kind of chill. It's like he seems way more confident in this matchup.
Yeah, I would agree too. Well, and I mean, you look at the differential here, going to be ahead in runes coming up, going to be ahead in units on board, has 4 runes up on top of that, has, a decent arsenal of cards in hand, and even if not, can go ahead and play out even the Annie without necessarily batting an eye either. So, going to be interesting to see. It froze for you guys too? Okay, good.
Yeah. I was scared for a second.
Yeah.
Also, Dolly, Duoli, he still has an insanely big trash, while Zend is kind of slowly recycling his trash to maybe try to crawl back with the medium big vice.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think there's really a Vi OTK turn here for Zent in this game. But okay, there's the cleave Darius, which is actually pretty annoying because Darius gets to 10,
Mm-hmm.
while there's only 9 might on the other side. So 1 might difference right now.
But still, 2 spells can really make a big difference there. Also, Darius into Darius is always a great play. So the flash is in hand for Diwali, so you could very well almost waste that cleave while just giving your opponent a point when you are already up by 3 anyway.
Yeah.
10 versus the 9 is rough. But there are 4 runes open. Cheeky Firefly, or the Rebuke is still there, as we remember.
There's the Rebuke. But do you want to get the draw from Dreaming Tree? So if you use Flash, you get the draw from Dreaming Tree at least.
You could just take it back next turn anyway, right?
Yeah.
And 2 points isn't really scary for, getting all the way there. And also, if you use Flash... Actually, never mind. It's not his turn, I just realized.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, he's going to be flashing.
I mean, and I just think that is going to be the best option here. Being able to move the 2 units back, they can live to fight another day. And you're already feeling like Zent, though he has a decent amount of cards in hand, is still struggling with, units out on the board here. And you got to, I mean, coming back in with a Kaisa and Darius can be so difficult to try to play around.
Yeah, and we're gonna get to 6 points next turn. Having Darius in base, you could only conquer with the little Poro to get the 6th point, and he also saved the Rebuke, so it's just gonna be an insane turn when he finally goes for the double conquer.
You think it's good to throw Kaisa next turn, get the extra draw, then discard 1, draw 1? Then you go into the Darius here, you go to 7, you try and hold, you bait them to go all in with the Vi Ride the Wind, they recycle everything, go in, you just rebuke it.
Yeah.
I think that's what I would do personally.
But it just depends. Do they have those cards for that answer in hand?
Yeah, it does really depend on the hand, and I'm not also that familiar with the deck myself. I'm only familiar playing against the deck. But yeah, I don't think there's really much Zent can do outside of...
Don't rebuke that.
Yeah, don't.
It's not worth it at this point.
2 was tapped. It could just die next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing keeping it there, technically.
Yeah, you could also just...
What is a 2/4?
Conquer the empty battlefield.
Oh, wait, is that a Ride the Wind? Wait, he could play his own Ride the Wind to move into here.
Oh, true.
And score the point from the Conquer.
He could win this.
Because the showdown does start, so actions can be played here. And Kaisa can move into the other one and then draw a card and score a point.
Yeah, and Zent is tapped under any Void Seeker runes for Kaisa.
Oh my gosh. Now, well played there. Gotta feel confident after that.
I mean...
Wow.
I don't see anything. Okay, there's the...
Wait, do you not just score the 6 point here?
I think they're behind on this. I'm not sure if the ones who are running the graphics know how many points have just been scored.
So I think this is on 6.
No, I'm pretty sure the Zent played Right to Wind on the showdown that Kaisa started.
Oh,
so
the
Kaisa
actually ended, right?
Yeah, so Kaisa didn't get the conquer there.
So the action completely resolved, then opening up a new opportunity for action. Played Ride the Wind again to then move it back over and stop. But again, that's a lot of utility gone at that point for Zent.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Both players can do that.
Yeah, and you could just conquer with Darius, play stuff, and take Darius back here, technically. Still goes for the Poro conquer, from the looks of it.
Discarding a cleave, though. Again, though, both players still have Annie to be able to get back any spells that they might be discarding here in case of emergency.
Will he actually go for the... Goes for the Conger here. I mean, getting to 7 points as Annie, there's the ride the wind threat always when you're at 7 points, because if your opponent's, commits everything to the battlefield, you ride the wind something on the opponent's turn, and then you get the hold at the start of your turn. So I guess that's there with the 7 points. And now he can take the Darius back for free, because Darius is gonna get readied after he plays 2 cards here.
So here's the hard part, though. What 2 cards to play? He was thinking about doing the Annie and instead has opted into a second Darius, which is still a great answer, all things considered. Double Darius in the backfield could be really good.
So, but chose not to go for the Annie into taking the Ride the Wind back. I guess the double Darius does play better around, all of the opponent's fight or flights or rebukes.
Yeah, well, and you're already up in points. You're at 7. Your opponent's at 4. There's no chance for them to get up to 6 at this point. And you can still even go Annie into Cleave. And that's your 2 cards. And then you have a Darius at 7 and a Darius at 10.
Yeah, I think it's better to go wide, because Annie does have all of those, stuns. They're basically stuns, right?
Yeah.
Fight or flight is basically a stun. But Annie has all of those stun cards or recall cards. And that's why it's always better to go a little bit more wide than to just put everything on one unit and then it gets rebuked.
Again, though, this has felt like somewhat of a grind. It's only been a 20-minute game, and it feels like a 40-minute game with all of that. So, I mean, it's been
a pretty long game.
It's been really engaging all the same still, but it's more of like, hey, let's just go a little bit of dancing around the field here to see who can win out. But I gotta say, the double Darius draw can be just such a big momentum shift. And being able to even pull back the one that went into the Dreaming Tree, great job on being able to do so. And it does not feel good at all for Zent to be able to extend here and put both units potentially out into battlefields where they could be overrun.
Yeah. I mean, technically Zent could have maybe three kind of stuns, and that way stop the other Annie from winning the game. But you really have to have a certain hand, kind of like the triple smokescreen hand that we saw before,
which is absolutely insane.
And unfortunately still wasn't enough. So
I don't think anything can really just come out from Zent at this rate.
No, not really.
Yeah.
He's more so just playing into his demise, essentially. But there's still potentially 2 games left in this for Zent to be able to come back. But also, when there's no time clock, you might as well try to play it out, see what you can maybe find, because you're not going to be going to turns at this point.
Yeah, and I don't think they're afraid of, even if it was possible to go into overtime, I don't think they're afraid of the overtime, because they're both aggro decks. They're probably both taking a little bit slower on the first game, because they obviously choose the safer battlefields, because they don't know if they're gonna be going first or second. but they're gonna have the more aggressive battlefields when they can actually choose to go first. We're probably gonna see 2 games with Arena's greatest next.
Oh, that would be interesting. Yeah, so watch. Game 1's going to be, a 25, 30-minute game. Game 2 is going to be
Yeah.
7 minutes.
Well, the next 2 games are gonna have Arena's greatest, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much just
And the person winning this game has such a massive advantage in that case.
Yep.
Which is
Yeah, for sure.
probably Wally.
Yeah, I mean the dream scenario is just winning game 1. You could lose game 2, but then on game 3 you have the Arena's greatest, and you can choose to go 1st, and that's a huge advantage.
I'm really excited for the grand final. So far, it's going to be against. Well, we know it's going to be against Annie. What am I saying? Wait, is this going to be just a? Wait, it can't be a rematch. Never mind.
I mean, what is there like a judge call here, or what's
I don't know.
happening?
Maybe the judge is telling them to play faster or something potentially. I'm not sure because I have been thinking about this turn for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure. Let me turn it up a little bit. No, nothing that I can hear from the casters that would indicate to anything like that. I think they're just thinking really, really hard and just calculating, doing maths.
Yeah. Are there like 2 judges now, or is...
Okay, now something's happening.
Yep. Yep. So the Annie is taken out, which is not what you want to see. It is a pretty expensive card, and this means at most you have runes up for two fire flights or 2 rebukes, because obviously Zend is gonna get the 2 runes back when he ends his
because
turn.
he needs to conquer at least one of them next turn, doesn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking like Zend lost this one. I don't think he can really stop. Oh, he's going for the right to wind. I see. I wonder what his like game plan here is.
You think just hold on one?
Yeah.
I mean,
wait, what happened to the ride the wind? Was it just put down and then picked up?
probably.
Yeah, he got it. He took it from the Annie champion, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so he still did reveal that in that. Yeah, okay, which is why he did it that way.
Okay, now the thinking. We can see the the giga thinking in the maths right now.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it should be pretty obvious, especially, I mean, if Duali has basically any big unit in his hand, I mean, it should be over, shouldn't it?
Seven, 10. It would only be 13 total.
Yeah.
And then maybe if you can deal 4 damage somehow. No, because that's already all your runes up. Maybe something to get rebuked. Like, yeah, I don't know.
But even still, Zen's unit, most of Zen's units would die, even with the rebuke, Ride the Wind. And then basically he would just insta-lose to Ride the Wind himself.
Oh, so we'll see. I mean, this is still a good wall that they put up in this case, so it'll be interesting to see how all of this is going to end up playing out then.
Yeah, Duoli still has the Annie champion he can use. Maybe take another rebuke or something.
Yeah.
And
So
just make sure Zend can't really do anything because he won't have any units left. Oh yeah, the rebuke is back. And I think that's game.
Yeah, sneaky deckhand as well.
no, that's going to be I mean, great option there. Going to be able to overextend even if you do. I mean, this was still a grind. Zen did everything that he needed to do to be able to get the correct responses here, and Diwali still just had the answers. Great job of being able to still get to 6 points, have the chance to win, but it's like, yeah, at this point, it's looking pretty certain.
Yeah, because
so
now
much
even if
so much.
even if Zend uses to Ride the Wind now to go for the deckhand, Duoli still has the rebuke in hand, which will just in every scenario Zend should lose here. Yeah, goes for the Ride the Wind now. Probably gonna be rebuked.
Wait. If
Yep.
this dies, if this would die technically, right? And let's say he scored this battlefield to get to 7. If you Ride the Wind back again, he could technically score that battlefield and get 8 and win, right? Obviously that didn't happen, but that's possible, right? Because you can score. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
So yeah, that is going to be game 1 sealed up there as we go in to see what game 2 is going to have in store. Going to be interesting to see because that game 1 was such a grind, but we are going to be seeing a lot faster gameplay this go around. But I mean, not a double arena's greatest, or even just one arena's greatest for that matter.
What? Are we gonna see a double arena's greatest on game 3?
If that's the case, that's a free win for Wally.
Yeah.
That's insane.
What? I mean, that's interesting. Kind of left speechless here because why wouldn't you want to like play the arena's greatest when you can choose to go first here?
Oh.
Maybe Zend has some
home after 5.
crazy side decking stuff to counter the enemy Annie playing arena's greatest.
I mean, you can only imagine how. Yeah, there's a sneaky deckhand.
Yeah.
Flash in hand is also going to be really helpful for this matchup in particular too for Zend.
Yeah. I mean, if this was the arena's greatest game, Zend would be at 3 points already. That would be like almost the fastest pace you could be. But then again, you would not be at even points. So, I mean, now I want this to go to game 3 just to see that double arena's greatest game.
Well, and at that point too, it's like Diwali would just have such an advantage going up to 2. And then imagine if he also started with Traveling Merchant into the sneaky deckhand on top of that. I mean, that could be just a big difference maker. And Gust is going to be a pivotal point as well.
Ooh. Even Gusting and even having the flash in hand. So there's really nothing Duoli can do here.
And that's going to be, unless you can accelerate something like a Kai'Sa.
Yeah, true. But even still, the Zen can just use the flash.
Yeah, but he's going to be on a 4 holding, which is really good.
Yeah. And with the Dreaming Tree, okay, there's the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess you would get the draw from the Dreaming Tree if you use the flash here. Yeah, there's the flash. And then you also get the Traveling Merchant ability. So, I mean, that's some crazy value out of thin air, basically.
I mean, that's exactly why Flash is a $34 card right now. It can just absolutely change the board state.
And by the way, did you see what was in hand? A Void Seeker. That just kills Kai'Sa.
Except if there's another flash
Yeah.
on the opponent's turn.
Or even
still
a
get to draw
fight or
another
flight.
card.
Yeah. Yeah, so still a lot of ways to get some good answers going. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like better rune decks or better looking rune decks win games here. I mean, it could very well be Diwali takes it with all of his common runes. Disgusting.
Let's see. Let's see if the bling helps them to come back.
The deck respects price.
Yeah. Isn't that how it goes? I mean, my deck.
That was a fight or flight draw, by the way.
Whew.
Ooh. And still having, I mean, 6 runes up. That could be a Darius and even the Void Seeker, just like you mentioned.
I mean, I think Void Seeker would be good because you get to draw a card and you get to force a card to be used by the Annie, right?
Yeah. So I guess what did Annie use on the
Gust.
Oh, Gust, yeah. Man, it's getting
so now you can't fight or flight it or move it away, right? So Void Seeking that is a good idea, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, true, yeah. Yeah, I guess there's really nothing Annie can do on 1 rune.
Yeah, Void Seeker coming out.
Yeah. And that's one of the things I like in Riftbound is that, like, in other games where there's 1 cost unit, etc., in Riftbound, most of the same cards that would cost only 1 cost usually 2 in Riftbound. So it's more fun to play around things when there's some cards that cost only 1, but most of the cards cost 2. And usually when a card costs 1 energy, it also costs 1 power, like Defy and Charm and Hextech Ray. Another Kai'Sa.
One thing that I'm also wondering, we've seen a lot of Annie games also, but no Falling Stars, because we've seen a lot of Annie decks in the past that at least run 1, and that being pretty standard, but we haven't seen any in any of these matches.
True.
Especially with how much they've been digging.
Speaking about cost of cards, George did an interview earlier as well that he said that whenever he builds a deck or anything of the sort, he always looks at the power and the energy cost first, and he likes to play his entire deck knowing whether it's like odd numbers or even numbers, so he can play certain cards in certain turns and then know what he could have. So that's what he takes into account when building a deck. He doesn't just put in like 2 drops and a bunch of cards. He plays around the cost of cards, being like, oh, I have this many, this many, this many. It was a really cool interview that was played on the stream earlier, so it should be somewhere out there, but it's pretty sick.
Yeah, there's also like, for example, when you're playing an aggressive deck, you can have 7 2-drops, but when you know you're going second, you could
Mhm.
always swap out 1/2 drop and maybe swap in a 3 drop. And
Yeah,
there's
so with
this.
Kaiser, you throw out like a Watchful Sentry, put in a Lecturing Yordle or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's all of these niche little things that don't seem big, but when they add up, there's like tens, like 10 little things that add up slowly, and it's always that snowball effect.
Well, and that's the scary part about the deck is that you can have the snowball effect, but it's also going to be who can have the bigger snowball here. And right now it's going back and forth, and Zent is still getting some decent advantage, all things considered. But I mean, everything can change pretty quickly if a Darius comes down or things of that nature, or you run out of utility.
Ooh.
That's a great answer, though, starting
Another
off with a
Voidseeker.
Void Seeker. And does Diwali have the answer in hand?
So is the Annie just cosplaying Kaiser right now?
That is a question to
So-
be asked.
But wow, does Duoli not have any?
Oh my god.
Oh,
Sneaky
I know.
deck hand.
Okay, finally, the third Void Seeker in this game already. Wow.
Now sneaky deck hand number 3. I have a feeling here, right? You think it's worth to ride the wind in this turn?
I don't think
If
it could
there's a
hurt.
showdown to happen?
It depends on what he
Because then
plays.
you go to 5-6, right? Let's say he gets a Darius, goes to
Mm-hmm.
conquer this, or ride the wind yourself into here.
Yeah, I guess that would basically get you to 6 points. Yeah.
And that could really force, but again, I think you're still a little too fearful about the fight or flight in this scenario. It's almost just as bad as going into a green deck having Defy here, because you
Ooh,
got to figure
pass.
out how to play around. But I mean, interesting idea right there. Giving another point over to Zent in this case with the pass.
I see a
mean,
Vi.
Unfortunately, Darius did not get accelerated.
There is a fight
So
or
we
flight in the
could-
hand, though.
And again, that's the thing.
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, you almost.
That's a lot of cards in the trash.
Yeah, and there's some counting going on as well. So, and he has a fight or flight in hand, so it almost can just keep pushing back and forth here. Going to be going in with the Kaisa, though, accelerated, so could very well just be going for the card draw, getting the point as well, forcing to 6, and you know, trying to get more in hand. And he could be passing at this point with 5 runes at the ready if he so chooses.
Yeah, you've got the fight or flight to push someone back. 99%, so I saw it. I mean, I'm sure I saw it. I can't speak. I'm just mumbling my words. Yeah. I'm 99% sure I saw it. I'm trying to see really hard if it's there. I think I see it. Yeah, it's right in front.
Mhm. Yeah,
It was there. Yeah. Yeah.
it's
So the
there.
Darius basically just gets pushed back.
That's a right to win.
Well, that's the scary
Oh, yeah,
part.
the fight or flight just moves the unit to base, but it doesn't exhaust it, right?
Exactly. And so, and you got to be careful because Darius can still get 2 cards out in a turn to ready him up again. So,
Mm.
a lot of interesting ways you have to consider playing around that.
Okay, there's the fight or flight.
Oh, he doesn't know. That's a mistake. Potentially.
Well, and it could still also force Diwali to use more resources if he has them in order to get things going to help ensure.
Oh.
So this is interesting, though.
What's happened here? The deckhand moves to the base.
Yeah. So did he pick the deckhand? Oh, with the fight or flight. Yeah, what happened?
I don't know what's happening. Why is the Darius back in the base? I'm already confused.
Yeah.
I have no idea what happened.
So, Duoli used Ride the Wind on Zen's attack. It was Zen's turn still, but then Zen used Fight or Flight on the Darius.
Oh.
Okay.
So, even if Darius was ready, it was still Zen's turn.
Interesting.
Oh, I get it. I'm such an idiot. I understand now. I thought it was Wally's turn the whole time.
That was just confusing
That
enough
makes
to
so
work.
much sense. That makes so much sense. These turns get so fast, and also like some of the zones aren't like so clear because like the players just throw it everywhere. I'm like, what's happening?
And I thought, I'm tired, man. It's 2 a.m. for me.
What are you guys talking about? It's 4:37 p.m. I'm feeling energized and ready to go. It's been
For me,
great.
it's nearly midnight.
Oh, man.
7 hours in already for me.
No, it definitely
Yes,
makes
yeah.
a difference having two other people here to talk to during this.
Oh yeah, of course. Yesterday was so difficult. So difficult. I was actually like on 0 sleep. Okay. 7th point. Maybe 7th point. This game's gonna go very long. If it goes to game 3.
Well, I mean, we still also
Faster by 2 points? Nah. The game's still gonna be very long.
That's fair. That's fair.
Ride the Wind, Darius.
I mean, how did the Annie versus Annie matchup get to 60 minutes on game 2
Well,
compared to like Annie versus Yi?
I think that can be one of the more difficult points of playing Annie is because of everything being so low cost. There are 5, 6
True.
different lines that you could potentially have in your hand. And it's like,
Mhm.
okay, depending on what my opponent has, with what I have, what can I then do to best give me the benefit in this game? And
Yeah.
it's like, okay, they're really taking their time. There's no pressure of the time clock. Let's find that best
Yeah.
line.
Yeah, and that's true. That's true. I guess because everything costs so much in Yi, then it's more. I mean, of course, the Yi has to play well, but you know there isn't multiple lines you can do. And now both of these Annies also have to think about the opponent's cards all the time, all those two cost, etc., etc. But even when you play against Yi, all you need to really think about is Dead Bloom and Defy, basically, and maybe a guard. So I guess there's really not that much to play around when you're playing into Yi, and when you are playing Yi, it's not. It's a little bit more straightforward, I would say. So even though it's a slower deck, it's still faster to play.
Yeah. Well, and again, though, the Annie Legend ability, I think, is what is making this match such a grind. When you are going against Master Yi, they are choosing to leave 1 or 2 runes up, whereas with Annie, you
True,
are
true.
guaranteed to have 2 runes at the ready every single turn. And that can just open up your deck wide open.
So what do you do in this scenario here? You obviously wanna ride the Wind Vi into the Dreaming Tree, right? And then that will then give Darius the +2 and ready him, right? And then you can technically go in with both. Oh, he's already ready. Yeah, I think you have to ride the Wind Vi into here, and then you can attack with both afterwards.
Yeah, I think that would be your best case scenario.
Except if the Vi gets recalled.
Yeah, but if the Vi gets recalled, then it's a 7 versus the 5 of the Darius.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
But
there's
then it's 4 runes
also
up, so it depends.
so you could even do just a fight or flight on one, and then when they ride the wind over, if you have that answer of a rebuke at that point too, you could really just force your opponent back.
Hmm.
And rebuke could be a great response here for Denali, and then he could go up to 5, 6, 7 at that point, and then say, "Okay, do you have it?" Another vibe.
Another one.
Damn. Oh, just try it once,
mean-
and then next turn just bring out Annie. Try it again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. True.
Oh, was that a
Actually, yeah.
pass?
Yeah,
Well-
it was a pass.
And he almost has enough cards to where he could split.
Imagine a
the
falling star right now.
buffs. Yeah, that would be devastating.
A falling star is game winning here.
Yeah, I mean, also like Falling Star would be even more powerful in these matchups because I mean, nobody's gonna play around the Annie having the Falling Star like Zend here. Just not giving any thought for the Falling Star, and I mean, I guess it would just be insta win for Duoli if the Falling Star was there,
Mm-hmm.
but it's very unlikely.
Well, and this is one thing that I love about having these kinds of matches in the regionals here, because you get to see what the top players of these decks make decision-wise. You see, like, Diwali checking the discard. He sees how many cards in hand. He sees what he has in hand. And now with the line that he's going to be coming out with, will it pay? But more importantly, you get to kind of see a better window into the top plays of these decks from competitors who have been tried and tested. And you can learn so much just from watching these gameplays.
Hmm.
So it's almost as good as watching Batsu playing Darius so that you can learn how to play it properly.
You can learn how to do a day 1 deck profile because you're not making it to day 2.
I mean, do you guys think Zen is just gonna win next turn? Because if Zen doesn't win next turn, Duoli could actually cheat out a win here.
I don't know, but it's gonna take a while to find out.
Yes. But I still think probably the best course of action would be with how many cards are in the discard. You can divide that and give each Vi an equal amount of boosted might to give you the best chance of winning, because you have the Darius and the 3 units, or 3 units in total at least, and it's like 7 and 10 and 10 potentially. Cool. Good luck dealing with that.
And because the Vice will be readied, the Vice will ready themselves on Zen's next turn. You can first just attack with the Vice. If they get fight or flighted, you can then just ride the wind with the Vi. If it gets fight or flighted again, you can attack with the other Vi. And yeah, I think Rebuke is like the only card that could maybe let Duoli defend next turn. Because even fight or flight won't be enough for the next turn. And with Rebuke, there's also the problem that if you rebuke the Vi, then Zen can just play the Vi again and then use the ride the wind on the Vi. So I guess Zen should win the game here, except if Duoli has like the dream hand.
Yeah.
I mean, double or triple smokescreen has already happened. What's triple ride the wind or falling or not falling star? You know what I mean? It's been a long day. Fight or flight.
I mean, but if Zen plays it right, I don't think triple fight or flight would even stop Zen here. The only card that could really maybe stop Zen is just Rebuke, and then a double fight or flight maybe. Just because how strong Ride the Wind is, and because the Vi's are both readied now, because it's the start of Zen's turn, there with Ride the Wind, there's gonna be like 3 to 4 attacks, and with Vi's Vi's only, and that's why the fight or flight won't be enough. And you gotta remember that if you play Ride the Wind on the Vi, and it gets fight or flighted, the Ride the Wind will still ready the Vi, and the Vi can just attack instantly again.
Mm-hmm. So difficult situation here, things to try to calculate about, and Zen is still going to be very careful about that because even if you feel like you have the guaranteed win, there still is that question of what does my opponent have in hand?
Yeah,
because there still could be that potential curveball, even though probably not. But you still got to be very careful about how you go about that.
I mean, if I was a top 4, I would also take 10 minutes with my turns.
That's what you do anyway. Don't give me that.
Hey, last time I played against Annie in the cash tournaments, my best of 3 ended in 17 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happens when you avoid 3 Poros in the end game.
Yeah.
So yeah, looks like Vi is going to start getting activated. He's deciding how many to go ahead and pump up the first Vi in this case while still giving everything back. Still also has the Annie and the side deck as well. So if he wants a little bit more utility, he could even go ahead and buff one up in that case. Play Annie out, get something out like the stack deck, and try to get some more answers here. But we'll see. Still, that is a really big Vi, and the judge will probably stack that up. Yep, there we go with that.
Yep.
Going up to 11 from the math that I am doing.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think there's no reason for Zen to even recycle any more cards for the other Vi yet, because he can just, threaten the battlefield and see what Duoli really does here.
And so fight or flight, not a rebuke yet.
Okay.
Can still go ride the wind and try to throw it back in.
Yep.
And then if
This
it
will be
gets
a 10.
and if it gets thrown out, it still is readied and can just go right back in.
This gets this gets rebuked now, doesn't it?
It has to. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
There's
a
a
rebuke. I mean, there's technically a line where Zen doesn't win here, which is pretty
Do you think
crazy.
it was smart to move the Darius in? Because then you have 2 units in base that you can move. But now the Darius is just kind of useless here.
Well, and you still have enough runes that you could go ahead and play
Wait, how many is
Annie
there?
out.
Yeah.
That might not be enough because you need 7 cards to be able to recycle.
True.
Sorry, you need 7 to trade. Because there's 10 here right now. Well, there will be 10 when one or more spell is played.
I mean,
actually, no, it doesn't matter because if 10 is played here. Wait, what other card is there in hand? The rebuke, right? That already played, right? Yeah, it did.
I mean, there is a world where Duoli has another rebuke, and I mean, Zen just loses.
Well, I mean, not necessarily. Still has enough runes up to be able to go Annie, get Ride the Wind again, move the Darius over and completely trade, and leave Diwali with no runes left up if that's the case. So there still is one final out, but if he plays any card at that point, then that line is completely lost.
True. Yeah. I mean, it should be. I guess it's not over until it's over, technically.
That's the biggest thing.
You can just play the Annie, and then you have 2 up. So you can just use those 2 for whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
gosh, you can only imagine the headache they could potentially have going 2 games into this at 67 minutes after
they're gonna be
playing
so
all
stressed going
day.
into the final.
Yeah. And the Yi
Oh
player,
my.
meanwhile, is done at this point. He's resting, and even that mental aspect of things, where he's able to sit on the side, compose himself, maybe even watch a little bit as well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This could be a big advantage for Yi in the finals.
He's probably taking a nap right now.
I would. I don't know if I could. If I made it to the finals,
Yeah.
I'd be so jittery. I wouldn't even need caffeine for that. I'd just be freaking out.
Yeah. So the Y does go to exactly 10 here.
If one more card is played, the Darius is ready, then that's a 10, right?
Yep.
Mm.
That's the scary part. That's why I probably would
I saw a
have.
flash.
Oh.
I saw a flash in Duali's hand.
Oh, it traded because there was an already second card played earlier. I just missed it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's the Annie, and then
So-
yep, here we go. Annie ride the whim for the final point.
Oh, true.
But there's still
yeah,
2
yeah,
runes
yeah.
up. So he's allowing this trade to happen to potentially push it back. But is that even enough necessarily as well?
Can't be a fight or flight, right?
Yeah. Right to win on the Darius.
Yep. And there we go. Okay.
Okay.
That
fine.
was so long. My
I'm-
God.
I unfortunately, I think I have to go to sleep. This game.
Hey, you're
Yeah,
so
my-
close to the
even
grand
my-
final. That's it.
Even my head started.
Oh, look,
hurting
they already
here
started it.
now.
Look, they started it.
One more game.
Yeah, look, they started
Okay,
it. You
fine.
have to.
I'll watch this, but I'm gonna have to go to bed to watch the grand finals.
Boo.
Do you have a wireless headset?
Unfortunately, actually, no.
Aw.
And I don't think my phone's mic is good enough for to. It's not gonna be fun for you guys to listen to my mic.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is going to be it, though. Again, 73 minutes now. They've jumped ahead with the side decking and everything. Again, I mean, I just really think that this is going to be such a huge advantage going again or for the E player.
Yeah, and the double arena grade is just so good.
The elephant in the room. Oh my! I mean, was one of these Annies running the Draven?
I don't know.
I think Duoli. I think Duoli was running Draven against Allen's.
Yeah, Diwali was. That's true. So that could be a big difference maker too. One final big unit, but I don't know how good of a match. I mean, that could make a pretty big difference. But is he
Especially the
only
double arenas? Like it could get to like 8 might in turn 3.
Yeah, so double arenas though, so everyone's at least starting at 2. Luckily, no one forgot in this case that. Could you imagine forgetting a double arena
Oh, no, the
greatest
sneaky
trigger?
deckhand is the one card you need for this. That's the
Yep.
best card to get.
Yeah.
You go first, 2
I'm-
drop into sneaky deckhand. That's literally like
That's a GG.
busted.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's the dream hand for Duoli here.
And again, the nice part about this is there's not necessarily a whole lot of spells that Annie can then utilize to take out both battlefields in this case. Discarding a Kaisa is going to be a really interesting choice there as well. But with 3 runes at the ready for Diwali, you're wondering, is that going to be a Void Seeker potentially? And he has another Kaisa anyway. But if there's a Void Seeker,
Yeah,
that can be
if there's a Void
devastating.
Seeker, it's
Yes,
over.
there it is.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
man.
I mean, that should be game.
Ooh.
I mean, that should be game.
The perfect opening for Diwali there. I
Yeah.
can't believe that. That's insane.
Oh,
Look how happy he is.
Who cut his deck?
Wow.
I mean, imagine the weight that just fell down his shoulders,
Mhm.
killing the Kaisa with the Void Seeker, getting to 5 points already.
Mhm.
Wow. Zen just has to play like behind the rest of the game after that Void Seeker. And unfortunately, like I think the Annies are running max 2 Void Seekers, so that must feel a little bit bad, especially with
Yeah.
the sneaky deckhand into having exactly 3 runes up.
He's on 5 already. That's crazy.
Yeah. Imagine a second deckhand here, getting the 6 on
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
But what is
turn
in the
3.
hand?
That's my favorite game we've been playing all weekend. What's in the hand?
In today's episode of What's in the Hand.
2.
Okay.
Flash. Okay. Okay. I'm okay with that.
What?
Interesting.
Oh, there's a gust. Wait. Couldn't you have just gusted yourself? Oh, yeah, you can just move.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah,
and
yeah,
still save the 3 runes for the other Void Seeker that is
Oh,
still
imagine-
in hand.
Yeah. Imagine next time you could just gust yourself as well.
Well, and not
Wait,
only that,
next turn you can just
ride
ride
the
the wind.
wind, ride the
Ride the
wind
wind and GG.
gust. Well, ride the wind,
Oh.
gust it back, play sneaky deckhand on the other. Play
Well, the
Annie
next turn,
out.
If they go into it, you just ride the wind yourself into the other battlefield.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. My God. We
The
want to
double arena's greatest game.
Batsu, if that happens, you have to watch the finals.
Unfortunately, I do have to stuff to do tomorrow, so I do have to get some sleep.
I'm hearing excuses instead of seeing results
Yeah.
from you,
This is the
Batsu.
first. So you know how you missed going to Houston? You will also miss the final of Houston.
And willingly. Can't
You know,
believe you.
You ever heard of peer
These
pressure?
are- yeah, there's some. You know, the guys in top 4 right now, they don't know the pressure I'm on right now. They wouldn't understand.
Look, the Darius is coming out. Ride the wind.
that can be.
Oh, rebuke. That also
Oh,
works.
that would hurt even worse in my opinion there. Yep.
I
But-
mean, Duoli is just threatening to win the game.
He's still got to be careful though because he only has 2 runes going to 4 on this turn. You got to still be careful about your rune count. But I
Gust is the
mean-
safest option, right?
Yeah, but even still, if Duoli has right to win, he insta wins the game here. There's nothing Zen can do.
Yeah. Unless there's another rebuke.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, double. I mean, he can, yeah. He can just.
Oh,
he
he
just
needs to recycle just in case there's a gust on the other side. He needs to
There is
be
a
over
fighter fight,
3.
though.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So
Yeah, but even with fight or flight, it's not enough if there's right to win now.
yeah, so
I would put the sneaky deckhand into my hand with the gust because it's just more fun.
Yep. There we go.
Oh. See,
What a
See, now you have to stay.
surprise. Annie won. And I mean,
Yeah, wow, that's crazy.
why couldn't we just
Um,
have double Arena's greatest from the get-go? I mean,
Well, that was like a
Wow.
5-minute of a game.
but that's it. We are going
Well-
into the finals.
Good luck casting the finals. It's been a long day for everybody.
Yep.
For me, it's been a long night. I would bet that the finals are gonna take at least 75 minutes. What's your bets?
68.
I'll go 69 minutes.
Okay.
We're all mature
But,
here.
Yeah. Well,
96.
good night and good evening, and yeah. See ya.
Good to see you,
guys.
Batsu.
Ooh, 5 minutes break. See ya. Have a good one. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm gonna go fill up on water real quick. I'll be
Go for it. Go for it.
so long.
5 minutes to the grand final. Wow. Wow. It's been eventful. Here we are after all this time. Incredible. So much riftbounding. So much. Let's see what's happening on the socials. Anything on the Discord. What's that here happening? The trophy looks really cool though. I like it a lot. It's a nice to have. Ooh, ooh, some slow-mo footage of players. Nice. Ooh, we see them setting up right now. Oh, 8 minutes? Oh wait, they're playing right now. Huh, weird. So they're playing right now on the stream table, I think. Are they playing? I don't know. Are they re-sleeving their deck or something? No, they're counting everything, making sure. Wait, no, or are they playing right now? Something is happening.
Yeah. Wonder what.
I think they're just pre-recording the game.
Yeah, interesting if so, but
Counting, yeah, maybe deck checking for the final to make sure it's the correct deck. They did add like 8 minutes to the timer, so
yeah, could be doing a quick deck check or seeing what might be happening here. Of course, you got to get that snapshot right before the finals, you know. Get that selfie in. One player, that guy doesn't even know he's necessarily on camera right now.
he's there looking. Hello.
That's really funny though.
6 minutes feels like such a long time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, imagine how they're feeling. You know, well, and again, it's like I'm really wondering how much that Annie player, Diwali, is getting in break as well, because I mean, it's already been, you know, like what you said, a 9-hour day that they've been competing, and not necessarily a whole lot of breaks in between in that case. And day 2 is certainly harder than day 1 because you are matching against someone who knows the game as well as you, if not better, you know, in that case. And so it could be just a very difficult time, and I can't imagine what the mental strain would be after all of that.
Yeah. And also, hello everyone in both chats. So much riftbounding today happening. So much riftbounding happening yesterday. So hello to everyone who's still sticking around, watching. I'm excited. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I mean, after what is it, like 20 hours of streaming and watching, we are here at the finals.
Yeah.
5 minutes
gone
waiting. Kind of.
It has gone kind of quick.
It has gone quick, but there's definitely been those moments.
Like the last game.
Like last game, game 2, and well, even game 1, but and the Master Yi versus Annie, like game 2 was super slow as well, in that sense. But it's been really exciting, and I've been loving the level of competition that we've been able to capture as well. It's so cool to be able to see, again, just the strategy and decisions that these players have made. And definitely have learned a lot just watching alongside with you here as well.
Yeah, I mean, oh, yeah, I just saw a really cool graphic. Wait, let me send that to you quickly.
Okay.
I was just looking through social media as well, and they put out the graphic of Master Yi versus the Annie,
Oh,
and you can see the shirt that he's wearing.
that's cool.
Have a look. What I sent you.
Oh,
Shout out to TCG, and then Dwally, part of PCG Invasion, and also this is Dwally's like first tournament, first time playing the game.
that's awesome. Well, and that's also the scary part too, all things considered. I mean, we even saw in Vegas, there was a lot of really high tier flesh and blood players who were like, I know how to play this game. I've played a couple of games. Let me take this deck into Vegas 10K and see what I can do, and ended up getting in the top 4.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, when you have the TCG mindset and you're able to pick out the correct lines with your decks and everything, it's like, yeah, you can really take it to the best players who are tried and tested as well.
Also, some updates as well for the cards. Apparently, the player for Lee Sin was offered $15,000. Then they heard there was also a bounty for 150k on Kaiser and 50k on Teemo.
Holy.
That's...
Who has that kind of money?
Oh my god.
I would buy a house. I would sell the card at that point and buy a house. Gosh, I could not imagine. Well, we already talked about how much Lux has been getting offered as well.
Oh my god. That's insane.
Mm.
Honestly, playing for those like fun decks might be even more worth than playing for the event. Or you can that's just so good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and also both these players, yeah, the Annie gets the Metal Annie now as well, right?
Yeah.
Which is a huge achievement in itself, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, well, especially with how many Annies were in the field, and even in the top 8, it could have been any of their cards as well, all 4 of them. And to make it all the way to the finals and getting the card, and it's like, I know first place gets like $6,000 as well. Second place is like 4,500.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
I think something along those lines, yeah. And then like the top 8 promo, then you get the champion trophy, which you get to keep. You also get the cased champion misfortune as well that comes with it. And those are also very, very expensive.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gosh.
So prediction-wise, who do you think is going to win?
I really think that Yi's going to take it here just due to the matches he's had to make to get to the finals at this point, and also just being able to rest probably a good 30-45 minutes. I think that alone can just be a huge mental reset and go into this matchup. And
did you know that he actually runs Rune Prison in his main deck? So that is so strong against the Annie. Because the Ride the Vind.
Well, and
Ride the Vi is just not going to work.
No, well, and that's the thing too. Rune Prison just has a great card into so many different matchups.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's been used against Kaisa. It's been used against, Annie and all that. And you can see, that could have been a pivotal card to get the guy into the finals.
Yeah, you want to watch her into Master Yi? Nope, Rune Prison. You want to accelerate Darius? Nope. You want to accelerate Kaisa? Nope. Whatever is there just kind of protects it, and it's just so strong.
Yeah.
You want to get around like the Master Yi, throw all your smoke screens out, throw all your debuffs out, Rune Prison.
Yeah, and it's
so good.
Not an expensive card at all, and the way that it plays out is, hey, you can't get over my might anymore? Cool, you go back to base, and I'm gonna score a point. Potentially, at least. It's just so good. Batsu, go to bed. If you're gonna not watch, or if you're gonna watch, go to bed. Commenting on my stream. Gosh. So here
this will be exciting.
We go.
Exciting.
Yeah. I mean, and just to be able to see a Yi versus Annie in the finals is so exciting to see. You're now looking at what everyone was able to do to get to this point. And you can only imagine, I mean, how both these players are feeling.
Also, from what I heard as well, that Dwali is a pro Flesh and Blood player.
Hmm.
And from what I've heard about Flesh and Blood, I've never played it myself, is apparently there is so much skill-based matchups in that game
Mhm.
that any TCG player who's good at Flesh and Blood will go to any other TCG and just be good.
Yep. No, I tried to get into Flesh and Blood about a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to my locals, I was trying to play and everything, and all of these competitors were like, you'll really start to get a grasp of the game after 100 games.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, what? But I mean, it is probably one of the hardest games to learn.
So let me tell you something insane about the
Yes.
game. So in Germany, there are very strict laws where you cannot play or do certain tournaments because of gambling, right?
Mhm.
And playing a card game, you basically pay money to win money, and it's some sort of gambling because you get a random drawn hand, right? It's
Mhm.
not skill based, confirmed. However, Flesh and Blood was the first card game ever allowed in Germany because it's more considered, like by the government, to be skill based card game rather than like an RNG. You draw cards and it's like random chance.
Yeah, interesting. So that's really cool though, but
Ooh.
that is a tough beginning. At least you're able to get a unit out, but having to play the Vi, find your center and draw. So I mean, already gonna get a little
And
bit
we
of
are going to
RAM.
9, by the way. We're going to 9
Ye-
aspirants climb.
Gosh, gonna be a long game.
Yeah, I mean 2 turns. The Annie can probably get to 2 points by then,
Mhm.
potentially, and then that's when Yi can just come in and just kill something. And the Vi's probably going to die pretty early. Oh, we see a scrap heap discarded. Really sick card. You normally play that for Zorn Warrens, and then you side it out, which is nice.
And sneaky deckhand, because I mean that could be something to really
Oh
help
yeah,
make a difference on sacrificing that one power cost with Vi to get back into this game. But I mean, scrap heap can be such a great card to get this started here. And there we go. A great start
That's
indeed.
like the most perfect thing that could happen. Wow.
So, I mean, the big thing is, does he have the ability to play the card out to channel 2 additional runes as the E player? And if so, nope, there's another Find Your Center, but still, that's a good find, and we could still see the Auroras
Another Find Your
coming
Center.
out, or even like a Dead Bloom coming out as well. But
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, 7 runes.
mm-hmm.
Now 8 runes. Next turn will be 10 runes, which is nice because, like you said, yeah, you can play the Aurora, you can play the Dead Bloom, and then you have 1 or 2 runes still available either for a Defy, which is really good to have against an Annie because you can get rid of some of the spells. You can also have a Discipline or an On Guard with that.
Well, and even and even a Sabotage as well, because some decks do. I haven't seen this deck list, but I know a lot of Yi decks do like to run 1 Sabotage in the main deck.
Yeah, you're very right.
So, especially with Time Warps and Ride the Winds that could be just permeating it throughout. It's just a good tap and say, nope, sorry, you're not.
Good thing as well, by the way, if there was to be an Aurora played next round, that essentially comes into play. If a Dead Bloom is hit, you get to take one of the battlefields, probably get Fight or Flighted away or rebuked or something. Then the Annie player can only get to 5 points from holding. If not, she gets to 6, and then you still have at least 2 more turns you can play before Annie can basically threaten to end the game. So, hoping that Aurora is there for the Yi, and if it is, it's in a pretty good timing, I would say.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is Diwali's going to need to find a lot of answers with the fighter flights and flashes and things of that nature as well. And if he's not necessarily able to, while also avoiding the defies, then this could very quickly change into Master Yi's advantage, and Annie's going to be in an uphill battle at that point.
Yeah, and also going back to the base, retreating a little bit because the Master Yi has so many options next turn to do. Can definitely play something from hand. Can definitely play the Master Yi that enters ready. Can definitely play on Aurora. And this is just basically an answer saying, You can't Dead Bloom onto me. Unless you enter ready, you can't really go in and do anything.
So a big turn here. What does the Master Yi have in hand? I mean, it was definitely smart to
No
be
Aurora.
able. No Aurora, but still a Tasty Feyfolk. You're at least going to get some buff with the Master Yi Legend ability on that. Also feels really good because if the unit is in fact taken out at that point, the Death Knell ability to channel 2 runes and be able to draw a card can be a pivotal moment in that. And with Zon Warren's going to be discarding and drawing a card as well on Conquer.
So the Mountain Drake being discarded. What I would love to see is a charm right now to bring that Vi into the battlefield to get it killed. But I think we just see a pass. Yeah, we see a pass.
So I don't know. Would I rather almost take out a Vi, or would I rather take out the Traveling Merchant? Because the discard draw one just adds more fuel to the fire for a late game Vi as well, which could be a little dangerous too. It's a tough choice.
Let's see what's going to happen. Yeah. So Traveling Merchant going over. Discard 1, draw 1. Scrap Heap as well. Huge. 2 draws coming in. Very nice.
Well, and that's the thing too. Scrap Heap just is a gear that gets discarded, so there's no way to basically have the E player say, no, sorry, you can't do that. It's like, nope, I discard this. Cool. I get to draw 2. Just such a great utility right there. And I can see why Annie players are running 3 of them in the main deck now.
Yeah, there is a Gust also there, which... So do you know what I think is going to happen? I think this player... So Annie has Gusts. And against this sort of deck, Gusts absolutely suck. So there is a chance we see that the Annie will sideboard out the Gust for the next game, and then the Yi will sideboard into the 2-drop deck.
Yeah, and I just got to say, I absolutely love that, Blark went ahead and decided to try that kind of option where you are playing the Aurora and then just the regular Yi with your side deck. And you can see that it's paid dividends here because here you are in the finals and, your opponent is playing essentially 2 different decks here.
And the other thing is, he's done this every single game he's played. So also he could not do that and then just
throw a curveball.
Basically gamble it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's like the opponent will not know, have they swapped or have they not swapped, So
well, and that's definitely something to even consider, for the entirety of the tournament, especially once this deck list probably is going to get more popular just for making even the finals. Not even if the Yi wins or loses, just for making the finals. I guarantee you a lot of Yi players are going to be switching over to this deck list at that point.
Oh, yeah. In your locals, make sure you bring gear removal. So bring gear removal in your locals.
Well, and that's going to be the interesting thing with set 2 and all the gear that got added as well. It's like, well, everyone's bringing gear removal at that point too. So good practice.
Just got cleaved, so he becomes a ready. So he's a 10.
And still 2 runes at the ready, so you could even go ahead and double Unguard or even just a Discipline even. And you're almost okay with the trade as well at that point.
Yeah, I mean, there could be, like you said, Discipline on guard could be a Rune Prison as well. So then that means the Darius would bounce back, the Cleave is gone, and then you would have to come in with a Vi and recycle a little bit in order to deal with that potentially. So would there be a Rune Prison? Let's see. What is going to be played here?
Okay, Discipline.
And yeah, like you said, it's not too bad to trade because you get all this value as well coming in.
Well, and also not only that is you're going to be at max runes at this point on your next turn as a Yi player. So it's like, cool, another sneaky deckhand, more cards in the discard with the Vi. But at any point, one charm could just completely devastate the Annie board, especially if you go with a Dead Bloom on this next turn.
Do you think we're going to get the Aurora this game? I think it's too much of a gamble for him to play it, and he also plays it very kind of... He plays it smart.
Yeah.
If he doesn't think that it's... Okay, yeah, Dead Bloom's coming out, yeah. I think that is a safe way to play, even if there was a Aurora in hand.
Same. And I get why at this point Annie is too far ahead. If Annie was at like 4 points with this board state, I would say go for it. But being at 6 points, you don't want to make your Annie go up to 8 and then just have a completely, okay, can I actually deal with this? And so that's pretty big too, having a sneaky deckhand being taken out by the Dead Bloom there as well.
So one thing that needs to happen is the Vi needs to get killed.
Mhm.
She is so strong currently. There's multiple options for that to happen. One, she could be charmed over. Two, there could also be a challenge, but I'm not sure if they played challenge in their deck. Or keeping a rune prison available, which we saw happen before when this player faced against an Annie. So those are kind of the three answers I think that could happen, which are pretty nice. So we'll see which one they go through. And I think that was a pass as well. 4 runes up, which also opens up for a primal strength, which would make Deadman get an +7, so that would be a total of 17 might you would have to play around.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big thing here is what is Diwali going to be able to do? I mean, 4 runes up going against a Master Yi is intimidating at best. You know, there's so many different realms of possibilities. They at least know each other's deck lists. That's going to be the big thing here.
Yeah.
They know what the possibilities are. Now, of course, after they view the deck, if I remember correctly, they do have to go from memory at that point. They can't keep checking the deck list, but still.
Yeah, discard the sneaky deck hand, grab something else. I thought that was a scrap heap for a second, and I kind of laughed a little bit. I was like, so much value coming out of that,
Yeah.
but I saw it was a sneaky deck hand in the end.
Ah, the other scrap heap. Okay.
Yeah.
So no, and still going to get a lot of utility. And Traveling Merchant just is such a powerful card in Annie, and can do so much on even just getting out. Like, I don't need this card for this situation. Get it out. Let me get a card that I potentially need and see what I can do. The Dead Bloom Predator is going to be the hardest wall to get over. And Annie luckily has a bunch of different ways to potentially go about doing that. 8 runes at the ready, and cards in hand. So you just got to find that correct line.
I don't remember the matchup if we saw Diwali play against Blah before. I think they played before the... No, they haven't played. I'm trying to think if Diwali played against a Master Yi Aurora deck that basically swapped out the sideboard for the 2-drop, because I'm really interested to see what happens for game 2. I really want to know.
And that's why I also kind of wish we got to see a bit more of the side decking, because, you know, when how the players hold the cards, we could very well see what they take in, take out kind of thing. And that would be such a cool window, especially to see in these finals.
Yeah, and also Annie at 7 points, basically able to go and score 2 and then win the game potentially. Master Yi being on 2, so there's plenty of turns to go and develop a base. And like we said, the charms are like the only thing that can kind of kill things here. Charms, challenges if there's any. But apart from that, the Annie can just develop the base as much as possible. Get all the Dariuses in there, because we haven't seen one yet. Wait, have we seen one? I think there was one Darius.
Yeah, there was one Darius.
There was one, yeah. So there's at least one more Darius that can be played, and then that's a ton of might. And also all the discards with Vi can come in to just go and overpower everything.
Well, and not only that is you can go ahead and play Ride the Wind, and if that gets defied, you play Annie out, you get to Ride the Wind back, you play it again, and do you have 2 defies in hand? And if not, and most Yis don't, you know, there is that rare circumstance, but then you can just still carry out your turn.
And also smart as well from Diwali to not going to the other battlefield and, you know, staying for the 7th point to go get 2. That way that the Master Yi is forced to take out his actual Master Yi champion unit, play it, it comes in ready, and then conquer the other battlefield. So even if you had a Dead Bloom in hand, it would not be possible to go straight onto the battlefield and trade out a unit, essentially for free.
Yeah. Well, and it would be really interesting as well to maybe even try to bait out the defies or things of that nature with a fight or flight to push a unit back into the base at this point. This is almost like your final turn. Either I'm going to make my big push here and try to get the win. You still have some time, sure, but at the same time, the last thing you want is for the Yi to continue to develop. At this point, if Diwali doesn't actually win on this turn, I would be very tempted to go ahead and play out the Aurora if it was in hand.
Yeah, and also the Master Yi basically is on 11 runes, will be on 12 next turn. Just, can pretty much play whatever the hell he wants. And also the fact that he's leaving 4 runes, or 5 actually now, open again, really strongly indicates that it's a primal strength, which does give 8+7, so that makes it super, super tough. And of course, the rebuke going out, deflect cost will be incoming, and that cannot be defied because it's a 2 energy cost and a 2 power cost. And defy can only counter a spell that only has 1 power cost.
Yeah, and that caveat alone is a big difference maker here. And going to be interested to see now. Of course, 1 was floated at that point. Basically, you have 1 additional rune that is not on the board because of the deflect cost. And so a great way to get around that. And going to be curious to see, how the rest of this turn is going to go. 5 runes is so scary to try to consider, and Yi could have all of these different answers to be able to utilize here.
Yeah, and like you said, 1 floated, so 8 runes are available in total. So you can develop quite a load, but also if you don't really win this turn, it will get a lot harder for Annie, because Master Yi can just keep playing units from hand. So we'll see what happens.
So, and with that, I mean, you still have the Traveling Merchant and an open battlefield. You could potentially discard 2 more cards and draw if, they allow that to go through. And even just on the move alone, you could discard and draw another one. So, I mean...
Yeah, you could also just, for fun, stack everything on the Zorn Warrens, but that is such a risky play. You get the 8th point from this turn, and then you hold it for the 9th.
Oh,
but then
gosh.
he has ganking, so he can go in. You can accelerate something and go in. It would be rough.
Yeah, so... And
White Flame Protector would be a thing. Imagine White Flame Protector, +8, that's a 14. Then you just give it a Discipline or something, 16.
Oh, you could White Flame Protector and Primal Strength, right? Primal is 4 and 1.
Oh, yeah, that's 21.
You could add so much.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So you got to be so careful about how you play about that. Hate to see, or I think he's checking his discard at that.
Yeah, that's his trash.
Yeah. I'm like, huge scrap pizza in his hand. Oh, my gosh. What a dead card. But again, it looks like, going to be adding 5 at this point. That's going to still be able to get around a lot. Going to bait out some kind of response at this point, and even just discarding and drawing 1 as well here on taking the Zon War and drawing 1 at 7, or no, he's going to be at 8, sorry, because of the Aspirant's Climb. So he won't be able to draw a card off of the 7th point at that point.
I would just go ham. I would just go all in. See what happens. Oh yeah, when I move, discard 1, draw 1, and then effect of Zorn Warrens as well. When you conquer, discard 1, draw 1. So two cards basically changed out for something else. Imagine another rebuke coming in from those 2 draws. That would be insane. I'm really surprised there's no fight or flight or rebuke in hand right now.
Yeah.
That'll just be an instant win.
That's the hard part now. And that's the thing, is you don't want to necessarily, you don't want to use the Annie on a dead grab in the battlefield either. And so this is a big moment, trying to prepare for how can I go ahead and deal with this. And so
I think we're trying to see what we can recycle to potentially go in with another unit that isn't the Vi, just so we can try and bait out the Yi being killed or traded. So it forces Blah to play literally anything.
Because let's see, if Yi goes ahead and has, in worst case scenario, Primal and Ungard, that adds 9 to the 8. So 17 that you would potentially need to get over at that point.
And I see there was a question from the judge. And also, this player, Dwali, has said that he sometimes goes and asks the judge what a certain card does, because he just doesn't know all the cards because he is brand new to the game.
Yeah. Brand new to the game, and here we are in the finals.
Yeah.
I mean, great job there. Seriously.
Incredible.
And so it looks like I saw a cleave in hand as well, so a little bit more of a buffer. And very well could just be sending potentially even, I mean, would you want to risk at that point sending everything over to the climb?
Yes, I would risk it.
Ooh, and it
I
looks
would
like
always risk it.
he played Annie to get the rebuke back into hand.
I totally forgot that could happen, but that is huge.
Yeah.
And it cannot be defied. Maybe Windwall, but I haven't seen a Windwall played from that Yi play at all yet, so
So this is going to be interesting. He's going to be going in to see what kind of reaction there might be here. And there's going to be the discipline coming in. Could draw something on the top deck to add to that as well. And so +4 for the legend ability too. So that's a big math to keep in mind with that. But looks like that might be the scoop.
Yeah, that is definitely a game.
Yep.
Wow.
And I mean, that's something that you just got to be so careful about. But I mean, the Annie player was able to go ahead and just control the game, get a great start. I mean, I got to say, the biggest thing with that was getting the, yes, you got the Vi and unfortunately had to recycle, but getting the sneaky deckhand out into the other battlefield was a very pivotal moment there to get that extra points needed to win.
And that has happened as well. We see the side coming out as well, and the Pora coming out. So the Auroras all gone. The Auroras are all gone. So we're playing more of a mid-range Yi deck, but we still have all of that ramp as well to get your might up a little bit. And I don't think there is a 2-drop or a 3-drop in Annie's hand.
Oh.
Okay, there is. But they seem to be very unhappy.
Yeah, which is interesting because it's like, what could Annie potentially be having in hand to not necessarily be happy about something?
Or it could potentially also be a just a bluff against your opponent. Just act.
Yeah. I mean that is one of the biggest things that you can utilize in TCGs as well. Body language can be a huge tell for better or worse in that case.
Yep, and I use that to my advantage many times already. I guess that's why I like playing against Alan is like so scary because he just sits there and he just looks at you, cards on the table.
Well, I do that too. When it's my opponent's turn, I put my hand down. It's the same cards that I've always had. Doesn't matter. And so I watch my opponent, even watching his eyes, because his eyes will look at different cards as he's looking at different options. And when he looks at the left card, looks at his unit, it can tell you a lot on potentially on what they had. And I'm like, hey, he doesn't have this card. He doesn't have this card. Cool. You know, it's so crazy how you can deduct that.
Something cool that happened, by the way. Oh, we do see a sabotage in the hand of the Yi. But something cool that happened here. So the Gust was hit. In response, Discipline. Because you target your own unit, you get 1 from the Dreaming Tree and also 1 from Discipline. So that's a total of 2 draws.
Yeah, and again, just a great way to utilize getting a little bit ahead, which, you know, the Master Yi player is never going to complain about, especially because Annie, in a lot of ways, has just such powerful cards that any top deck can really make the difference for them.
Definitely. Let's see what the Yi player does, going to 6 runes. Point advantage is very nice to have. Even if the Annie loses, such a big advantage to going first on Arena's Greatest on the last best of 3 game. What's that card that's going to be played now? Zhonya's 2 Zhonya's, okay.
Interesting, yeah. And that's a pass at that point too. So really interesting because now it's wide open. 4 runes at the ready.
Keeping 4 up again. What up, Clark? Hello, hello. Welcome. You're here in time just for the finals.
So, gosh, this is going to be cool, but this is going to be a big turn here. Looks like we are going to go ahead and gust back. Is that going to also be enough to bait out potentially a defy, but you're almost okay with that.
Okay.
And saving the defy for later in game. But still going up another point, getting a card draw off of that, and even having a targetable thing in Dreaming Tree can be a big difference maker there.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Flash getting... Well, Traveling Merchant cannot be targeted with Flash, but still, getting a card draw off of Flash on the Kaisa as well can be really good.
Mhm. Trying to think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 runes for the Yi, 8 next turn. Can bring out the Master Yi, ready, go in. If it dies, it doesn't really matter. There's 2 Zonyas on the board. It could also be rune for a Deadloom Predator. That would instantly sabotage.
Yeah, why not? 2 flashes
Sabotage
and a
into Yi.
rebuke.
That rebuke is going.
And it's at the bottom of the deck. It does not go to the trash, which is
Yeah.
such a big difference maker. There does
It's
not
basically
feel good.
banished. It's not coming back.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's going to be the Yi coming in ready. And it's just so safe because, you know, they can only flash back and move back. So you just go to a battlefield that you want to feel safe in. Boom. Is the merchant going to move as well? Discard 1, draw 1? Actually, no, you kind of don't want to do that, do you?
Well, and it's move up to 2
Depends.
friendly units, so in Vile Maw, you cannot move at that case.
Oh, you're very right. Yes. Because can't beats can.
So that's the big difference there. And because it specifically says move, it is not able to happen, whereas Zhonya's Hourglass, when activated, does not count as a move.
Mm-hmm.
So Traveling Merchant is stuck unless there is a Ride the Wind in this case, but it can only move from one battlefield to another if that is even played.
I kind of want Annie to take this.
Yeah, it would be really cool. And there's another rebuke. Now that can be a big difference maker right there.
And then Annie can just go back in, put another rebuke in hand. It's
Yep.
huge.
And that can slow down dramatically the Master Yi right there. I mean, could you imagine having an Annie crowned as a regional champion right there?
Wow.
I mean, who would have called that when this game first came out, that we would have an Annie crowned at the first regional?
Probably no one.
Sold Out would have said so.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Bias. It's also nice to get the Kaisa to get the Conquer as well, because you get to draw an extra card.
Yeah.
A lot of cards in hand for the Master Yi, but not many runes to play with.
So, and a Darius as well. This is still, I mean, building up the backfield while having 2 into the battlefields. Annie is really looking in control of this final so far.
And next turn, right?
Yeah.
The Yi can only take 1 battlefield at max. So going to 6, with the board developed in the back, you essentially just win the game.
And another rebuke that you could potentially fish out anytime. It's like, okay, cool. You take 1, I go to 6, I play Annie, grab the rebuke. And what are you going to do about it? You don't have the runes to be able to get around and build too big of a board.
Yeah, I think it's just over for the Master Yi. What else is in hand? Unless there's a sabotage, but that doesn't matter because the rebuke would come out from the trash.
Dead Bloom is still a great answer, at least.
Fight or flight.
Yeah.
Who cares about the rune recycle?
Just keep slowing your opponent down. Well, and Fight or Flight doesn't work in this case because of Vile Maw's Lair.
Oh, you're so right.
Because even on your opponents...
Kaisa. You just get to draw a card. Next turn, you just walk in, get another card. So just pulling so many cards. Next turn, get the rebuke out, and I think it's GG. Fully tapped out. Actually, no, it's not GG. Sorry,
it's not yet, but still,
there will be another turn after.
Getting
that,
so close at that point, and with all the cards in hand, it very well could be, because you could potentially even go ahead and pass and have 2 fight or flights in hand and just protect the Dreaming Tree the whole time. I'd go ahead and defy the first, and then move in with the second one, and it's like, okay, cool.
And also next turn, because the Master Yi is on 6 runes, it would be a total of 8. So if the Dead Balloon gets rebuked, then it would have to pay the full 8 and then be fully tapped out. So even to fight or flight or something, they wouldn't be able to respond with a defy, just literally because of the lack of runes.
So
yeah, I don't see Master Yi winning this at all.
And then even playing an Annie at that point, recycling the 1 to go ahead and get out the much needed card at this point of a Rebuke. That could very well have sealed the game right there.
Just look at his face. He knows it's over.
Yep. I mean, still getting second, though, just an absolutely great feat to be able to hold. Still just got to be super careful and calculated. It's like we keep saying, it's not over till it's over. The last thing you want is to play too fast or to get antsy with the win, you know, and make that mistake.
No, that's a sneaky deckhand, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was a scrap heap again.
Reinforcing completely at that point, and then on the pass, going to be able to ready 2 runes to go up to 4 at that point. Oh, but does not have enough to be able to rebuke. He needs 2 purple to be able to rebuke.
Yeah, you're right. Where's the ride the wind in hand?
Yeah, Ride the Wind could work at that point because then Charm wouldn't be able to get around it either.
Yeah, and he can't charm because he's on 8 runes.
Yep, that's going to be it.
GG.
Annie
GG.
has taken it and been the first regionals winner here. I mean,
Wally.
that feels pretty good. I mean, great job by both competitors there. And Annie just was able to walk it through there.
Wow. That was insane.
Mm-hmm.
And it's over. The first English regional is done.
I feel like Frodo after climbing Mount Doom and destroying the ring. It's over. It's done. And just great win right there. Going to be able to get the trophy in hand, the $6,000 prize, the Misfortune art and play mat, and ultimately that medal Annie as well as the crowned champion. Let's take a listen.
Ever English regional qualifier champion Diwali, I present to you the Prestige Buccaneer Misfortune Prize Champion card. Diwali, I have one big question to start things off. How do you feel in this exact moment? There can only ever be one first.
It's actually insane. Like I can't believe it's happening. Like this is the biggest tournament I've won, and I just feel so amazing. I love the game. It's so good, and just couldn't be happier, man. To do it first is awesome. Yeah.
And you're incredibly good at it, as we've all just witnessed. Take it down entirely. I truly can't believe a legend that nobody else has been representing for a while. What did you do, and who can you thank? Anyone you would like to shout out for this achievement that you're taking right in this moment?
I'd like to shout out Tarek specifically. He worked a lot on the Annie deck. I tested with a lot of people. I tested with like Nia, T, Michael Yazaker, like, you know, a lot of people that I played with to help me get here. I want to shout out my sponsor, like Invasion TCG and PCG. Like they, you know, I wouldn't be here without them being able to support me. My girlfriend and my parents back home. It's just unbelievable. Like, you know, it's a collection of friends and family that have got me here. So thanks to them.
That's exactly what makes
Nice.
Riftbound great. The
Wow.
community, the family, the people. And you are the first to take home this trophy for the regional qualifier champion. Congratulations to
Beautiful.
Diwali one more time.
That's awesome. Well played there. After 2 days of competition, we have the first champion.
Nice. Very nice.
So with that, I am gonna call it quits there. Great to be here with you, Jacob. That was a thrilling time right there.
Yeah, I'm also going to call it quits. Get some food, go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
It is getting very late.
Yeah.
Not as late as yesterday, so I'm pretty happy. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out over the last 2 days. You've been a massive help as well, and thank you as well to everyone watching, both on Riftlab and also Silent Light's channel. What a great regional, and I can't wait to go to Bologna to watch everything in person myself. I'm just going to be walking around tables, taking photos of players if I can, so they can have some like really cool media, and then just supporting whoever's going to be playing there. I can't wait.
Gonna be a great time. So until next time.